Chapter 51. Teammates. Atticus was heading back to his room, and he decided to call Ember to check in on her. He waited for the call to connect, but there was no response. She must be busy, he thought. Resolving to catch up with her later, he returned to his room to focus on his training. While training, he recalled the details he learned about the Beast Division. He knew that after the test, he would be assigned to a group of usually 5 people. It was unfortunately compulsory to hunt as a group for at least a month. They do this so that the first years could gain experience gradually and get used to the hunts. After a month, if you could get a recommendation from the captain of the team, you can be allowed to hunt alone if you so wish. Most prefer to hunt in groups as it was safer and faster. The camp posts bounties in the division building, so they were responsible for choosing the type and level of beasts they want to hunt. As he sparred against the robot, Atticus couldn't help but think, I hope I end up with good teammates. However, a lingering feeling made him ponder, why do I have a feeling that I've just jinxed it? Despite these thoughts, he kept his focus on his training. The next day, Atticus stuck to his routine by engaging in his personal morning training routine, attending the training session, and finally making his way to the Beast Division, ignoring all the stares. As he arrived at the counter, he greeted the woman and inquired, Hello, are they here yet? The woman, engrossed in her paperwork, glanced up and recognized Atticus. She replied, Oh, it's the little genius. No, they're not here yet. Just sit and wait a bit. Atticus nodded and expressed his gratitude with a simple, Okay, thank you. He then found a place to sit and patiently waited for the rest of his new team members to arrive. After roughly half an hour had passed, Atticus noticed the arrival of 2 boys and 1 girl. Among them, he recognized one of the boys, Nate, one of the duo he had seen during the test. The trio engaged in a conversation with the woman at the counter, who then gestured towards Atticus, prompting all 3 of them to turn their attention his way. Atticus maintained a neutral stare as the trio approached. Nate initiated the conversation with an exclamation, It's you, my rival. Atticus regarded him with a slightly perplexed expression, thinking to himself, How? The girl introduced herself next, cheerfully. It's nice to meet you. My name is Sophie. Welcome to our squad. Sophie was a vibrant presence. Despite her petite stature, there was a confident air about her, as if she held an unwavering belief in her abilities. Atticus observed a number 2 on her wrist, indicating she was a second-year student. In response, he simply replied, I'm Atticus. Sophie beamed and responded with, It's nice to meet you. The guy, however, interjected with a rather brusque tone, Listen, I am the vice captain of this team. I expect you to follow every single instruction given. Do you understand? There was an undeniable presence about him, one that screamed bully, without him even having to say a word. After increasing his perception stats, Atticus was able to discern the subtle environmental cues people emitted. It was even more easy as he had connection to the 4 elements. He was able to perceive a certain heaviness to him. Intermediate and earth element, he concluded. He also noticed the number 3 on his device, indicating he was a 3rd year. Glancing at the others, Atticus picked up on their wry smiles, and then turned his gaze back to the guy, regarding him silently for a while. After a moment, he responded in a measured and neutral tone, Or else. The boy's frustration grew as he exclaimed, I am the vice captain of this squad, and you have to listen to me. Atticus furrowed his eyebrows. No, I don't. Just as the boy seemed ready to physically confront Atticus, a girl intervened. Calm down, Heloder. Her intervention caused the boy, Heloder, to back down while looking away, clearly angry. The girl then turned her attention to Atticus. Hello, I am Hella, the captain of this squad. Atticus noticed that she had the number 3 on her device, indicating she was also 3rd-year student. She had an assertive demeanor. There was no mistaking her for anything but someone who took charge. Intermediate and air element. Not bad, she explained. Now, what Heloder was trying to say is that as 3rd years, we're more experienced. It'll be in your best interest to listen to our instructions. Atticus acknowledged her point with a nod and replied, I understand you guys have experience doing this, and I'll be sure to listen to whatever advice you give. However, the thing is that no matter how much experience you think you have, you're still 13-year-olds. Even veterans make mistakes. If I feel like your instructions are going to compromise my safety, I'd probably ignore them. Helloder couldn't contain his anger and wanted to shout at Atticus, but Hella's stern gaze silenced him. She then turned her attention back to Atticus, attempting to intimidate him with a stern look. However, Atticus's expression remained unchanged. Hella smiled slightly and said, "Okay then, as long as your actions don't threaten the group, then it's okay." Agreed. Atticus nodded and replied, "Yeah, okay. Go get your equipment from Belle at the counter and meet us by the south gate." With that, she turned and walked away. Atticus proceeded to approach the woman at the counter, Belle, requesting his assigned equipment. Belle handed him a bodysuit. The bodysuit was crafted from sturdy beast skin, hugging the wearer like a second skin. Its sleek black design not only provided functionality but also made for a visually appealing attire. The suit was equipped with essential hunting tools securely fastened to its waist area, including a coiled rope and various other necessities. Along with the suit, he received a space storage ring, intended for storing any kills or items obtained during the hunt, and one healing potion. She offered him a weapon, but Atticus declined, his katana being more than enough. Those were the basic equipment each first years would be given upon joining the division. After that, any change in equipment or potions needed has to be bought. Clad in his equipment, Atticus headed to the south gate, where they were already gathered and equipped for the hunt. Without wasting any time, Hella scanned her device, prompting the others to do the same. As they did, a small door opened, leading to the outside. They stepped through the door, which closed behind them. Chapter 52 Hunt. The forest located to the south of the camp was designated for the youths to go hunting, with the highest-ranking magical beast in the forest being an intermediate plus. The forest to the north was reserved for the camp's tests and contained only novice plus rank beasts and those of lower ranks. The western and southern sides of the camp were strictly off-limits and heavily guarded, preventing any access to those areas. As they began jogging into the forest, Sophie took the opportunity to explain the mission to Atticus. "Yesterday we picked a Draken mission. Their nests are commonly located near rocky regions. Our target is a young Draken, so you only need to keep an eye on its tail, and it's expected to be an intermediate-grade beast." Atticus paid attention to Sophie's explanation, even though he was already familiar with the information. The Draken's bloodline abilities include breathing fire and turning its body to stone, but typically only adult Drakens possess these capabilities. "We shouldn't have any problems if everything goes well," he thought. Sophie continued in a whisper, "Also, don't mind Helloder. I think he wanted to be the captain, but since Hella was ranked 4th in their year, he wasn't able to." Atticus simply nodded, not showing much interest in the conversation. "If he crosses the line, I'll simply deal with him." He wasn't one to tolerate nonsense. Even in his past life, despite being somewhat of a nerd, there was a reason bullies steered clear of him like the plague. Whenever someone messed with him, he made sure to repay them tenfold. They continued to move through the forest for an hour, each member's unfazed by running for that long. Only Nate showed signs of fatigue, but his pride not letting him ask the squad to slow down. Helloder tuned his gaze at Atticus, expecting to see him tired, but was shocked to see him unfazed. "Not bad," he criticized, letting out a huff, and turned his gaze away. Atticus didn't even glance at him and simply kept running. Running for an hour, they eventually reached a rocky clearing, where they spotted a sleeping beast in the middle. The creature seemed completely unaware of their presence as it dozed peacefully. Its scales shimmer with fiery hues of red, orange, and gold. Its body, 15 feet long, is sleek and muscular. The most distinctive feature of the beast was its tail, which ended in a wickedly spiked appendage. Hella put her finger to her lips, signaling everyone to remain quiet. She then instructed them to form a specific formation. Helloder at the front with his sword and shield, Nate and Hella behind him with a broadsword and sword respectively, and Atticus positioned behind them, ready to protect Sophie, the archer. Atticus observed the formation with a neutral gaze, I can't wait to hunt alone, he thought. He had been searching for stronger beasts to battle, aiming to boost his combat prowess. However, hunting with the squad meant he couldn't unleash his full power or engage in solo fights to see how strong he was compared to beasts. As the formation advanced, Helodor unknowingly stepped on a fragile rock, shattering it. This sudden noise caused the Draken's eyes to snap open. Hela, who noticed this, immediately shouted, "Don't let it get ready!" Helodor reacted immediately and charged at the Draken, who responded by slamming its tail against his shield, sending him flying back several meters. Hela swiftly enhanced her body with mana and harnessed the wind to boost her speed, closing the gap as she attempted to slice the Draken's tail. However, its entire body unexpectedly hardened, and the strike sent shockwaves through her body, briefly incapacitating her. "Damn, it's an adult," Hela shouted, her voice vibrating with alarm. As the Draken prepared to strike Hela with its tail, an arrow from Sophie's bow pierced its eye, eliciting a piercing scream from the creature. Nate, taking advantage of the opportunity, leaped in with his broadsword, aiming for the Draken's head, but the creature managed to swiftly dodge the attack, despite its pain. The unexpected dodge left Nate vulnerable, and the Draken attempted to strike him with its tail. However, Helodor suddenly appeared and blocked the attack with his shield, reinforcing his stance by channeling the earth element to remain firm. Hela launched another attack, this time aiming to pierce the Draken's remaining eye, but the Draken's response was swift. It opened its mouth, revealing an ominous orange glow within. Hela's eyes widened. It was preparing to unleash a fiery attack. Perfect! Atticus had been waiting for this chance. He reacted swiftly, enhancing his legs with mana and using the power of the air element to boost his speed. In an instant, he appeared beside Hela, grabbed her, and moved her out of the way, causing the Draken's fiery breath to miss its intended target. "See what I said about not completely following orders?" Atticus said, releasing Hela. Then he unsheathed his katana and launched himself toward the Draken. As the creature swung its tail, Atticus skillfully employed the air and dodged the attack. With incredible speed, he closed the distance and stabbed the Draken's other eye. Hela was shocked. He had awakened his bloodline? Wasn't he a first year? While people had seen Atticus beaten that second year, not all were aware that he was already an intermediate rank. Most of the second years were still novice plus. Only the most talented in the second year had awakened their bloodlines. She quickly shook her head and regained her composure. They were still on the battlefield. "Nate!" she shouted. Nate responded swiftly, leaping forward and raising his sword skyward, shouting, "Tiger's Descent!" His broadsword immediately radiated a golden glow. The glow expanded, transforming into the shape of a tiger. Without hesitation, Nate brought it down upon the Draken's head, the strike generating a small shockwave and prompting a painful cry from the beast. Seizing the opportunity, Hela went on the offensive again. She muttered under her breath, "Elemental mimicry." Her body seemed to become weightless. It was as if the air around her was disregarding her presence. With twice the speed as before, she dashed towards the beast, leaving it unable to follow her movement. This time, she aimed for a weak point below the Draken's chin. Hela thrust her sword with precision, driving it through the Draken's brain, delivering a fatal blow that ended its life. The Draken let out one last agonized roar before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Atticus narrowed his eyes. What was that? He was able to notice the subtle changes around her, and he saw that what she just did went beyond manipulating the air. It was as if she became the air? He sheathed his katana, observing Hela walking towards him with a serious expression. As she got to him, she simply said, "Thank you." However, before Atticus could respond, Hela turned and walked away without waiting for his reply. "Why do I keep meeting weird people?" Atticus wasn't heroic. He only helped her because he needed her permission later to be able to hunt alone. Although it wasn't planned, having her owe him a favor was the perfect opportunity. An opportunity he took without hesitation. But at least wait for a response. Hela proceeded to store the Draken's corpse in her storage ring and check to see if anyone was injured. After checking and seeing no injuries, they began making their way back to camp. During their return journey, Sophie couldn't help but comment, "Atticus, how did you get so strong?" she said while staring at Atticus with bright eyes, as if she found some kind of treasure. Nate and Hella glanced at Atticus, seemingly curious about that too. He's too fast for an intermediate rank, Hella thought. Despite being shocked that he was an intermediate already, the speed she had seen was not something an intermediate rank could bring out. Atticus simply smiled in response, not saying anything. Then he turned his gaze at Helloder, who was glaring at him. Atticus questioned, "Why are you staring at me?" Helloder responded immediately, "If you know you were that strong, why didn't you help in the first place? You probably wanted to look like some kind of hero." Atticus replied, his gaze cold. "So what?" Helloder appeared ready to confront Atticus physically, but Hella intervened, preventing him from doing so. "Drop it, Helloder," she admonished. "I would have gotten hurt if it wasn't for him. Besides, I was the one who asked him to protect Sophie." Helloder begrudgingly responded with a dismissive sound, and the confrontation was put to rest. Atticus couldn't help but think with a small sigh, "Drama. This is going to be a long 3 years." Chapter 53, Return. Upon returning to the division building after their hunt, Hella confronted Belle. "Hey, we almost got hurt because of wrong information. The Draken was an adult," she said angrily, slamming her hands on the counter. Belle was taken aback but composed herself, saying, "I don't know how the Assassination Division could have made such a mistake." The Assassination Division were responsible for gathering intel on the monsters around the camp. They were trained in the art of infiltration, assassination, and gathering information. Belle continued, "It either evolved recently or maybe because it was an intermediate rank, they just assumed it was young." The classification of Drakens by rank and age held significant importance. Typically, young Drakens were categorized as intermediate rank, while the adults were considered at least intermediate plus rank. Encountering an intermediate-ranked adult Draken was an exceedingly rare occurrence. Despite bloodlines and ranks being separate aspects, individuals could choose not to advance in rank and instead focus on developing their bloodline powers. However, this choice had its limits, as one's physical body could only accommodate their bloodline powers up to a certain point. Additionally, your rank affected the power you could unleash with your bloodline. Hella's frustration was evident. "Those damn bastards. They'd better pay for this." Atticus watched all of this with an amused expression. In the short time he had known Hella, she had always been serious and bossy. He hadn't expected to see her act this way. After a while, she calmed down and handed over the loot from the Draken to Belle for inspection. Belle examined the corpse and recorded the information on her holoscreen. Notifications popped up for Atticus and the team members, each receiving 100 points for the loot. Belle reassured them that she would investigate the matter further, and the group disbanded. Throughout the process, Helloder was giving Atticus an intense death glare. However, Atticus completely ignored it, a reaction that seemed to further fuel Hellodor's anger. As Atticus headed back, he reflected on the day's experience. "I should be better prepared next time. Today was an important lesson. Although my life wasn't in danger, it could have been worse." He too had been caught off guard by the Draken. He wanted to be better prepared next time in case of anything. "I really need to visit the Emporium when I have enough point. I should be able to get something useful there." From the information Atticus had gathered, he found out that there was a market where recruits can buy arts, potions, and other things with their points. In the midst of his thoughts, his device rang, and Ember's call appeared on the screen. Upon answering, Ember informed him that she was in the cafeteria. Considering his hunger and the chance to spend time with her, Atticus decided to join her. He entered the cafeteria after a few minutes and found her sitting alone and approached. "Hey, Ember." "Hey," she replied, a small smile forming on her lips. Atticus sat down and they started talking while Atticus did most of the talking. As they were comfortably seated in the cafeteria, Nate and Lucas approached. Nate grinned and playfully exclaimed, "Hey!" after Atticus had demonstrated his strength by securing first rank and excelling during their hunt. Nate fully grasped that Atticus was not someone to be trifled with. Although he still felt a hint of caution, he became more at ease as he observed Atticus's relaxed demeanor. Lucas's demeanor appeared more composed. "Hello, I'm Lucas. Can we join you?" he asked. Atticus glanced at Ember, silently seeking her approval, and upon finding her assent, gestured for them to take a seat. Atticus wasn't antisocial. He had numerous friends back on Earth. Although he was fully focused on getting stronger, that didn't mean he would become some kind of recluse who only kept to himself. Despite that, he recognized the need for caution, especially in this war-ridden world. He would make friends with those he deemed trustworthy enough. As they sat down, Nate couldn't hold back his curiosity, blurting out, "How on earth are you so strong? I mean, you were lightning fast during the test and that showdown with the Draken." Lucas studied Atticus too. He knew Atticus consistently outperformed everyone in their morning training sessions, and there was an uncanny aura about him, one that makes him feel that he shouldn't be messed with. Atticus, meeting their inquiries with a small smile, answered Nate succinctly, "I train hard." Nate chuckled in response. "If only it were that easy. Is there so kind of special training in the main family we don't know about?" Lucas asked. Lucas had always been the smarter one of the duo. Although he wasn't as physically talented as Nate, he made up for it with his intelligence. Piecing together that Atticus was from the main family was easy. The fact that Atticus was close with Ember, who everyone knew was from the main family, was a dead giveaway. Atticus observed Lucas with a smile. At least not all of them are brainless. He wasn't actively concealing this information, but he had no intentions of openly announcing that he was from the main family. That would make him feel like a 16-year-old teen seeking attention. "Not that I know of. The training facility is a good training source if you ask me." "Well, yeah, but we need Raven points to access it," Nate replied sadly. "Mine was free, though," Atticus mentioned casually. He had never needed points to access the training room. "My guess was right. The ranks determine how you're treated. If I guess correctly, the first to third ranks use the facility for free." Lucas deduced, using his index finger to adjust his glasses. "Yeah, Ember, you use it for free, right?" Atticus turned to Ember. "Yes." She nodded without a change in expression. "They're both monsters," Nate muttered, playfully sulking, earning a chuckle from Lucas. "Have you guys checked out the Emporium?" Lucas changed the topic. Atticus replied, "No, I haven't checked it yet. I was thinking of gathering enough points first." "Yeah, you should. Nate and I checked it out and the prices were high. One health potion costs 200 points. Atticus couldn't help but be a little surprised by the high prices at the Emporium. Wouldn't people go bankrupt at this rate? He pondered. The fights happening in camp are numerous, and there would be lots of injured people. If the price of a single health potion was this high, how much would it cost for a severe injury? Atticus shook his head, putting the useless thoughts aside. "Well, it doesn't matter. I should gather enough points and visit the Emporium soon," he decided. Speaking for some minutes, Atticus and Ember left the cafeteria. They decided to engage in a friendly spar, so they headed to Atticus's room and into his training room. Ember was holding a wooden spear with the tip blunt and Atticus a wooden sword. They agreed not to use their bloodlines during the spar. Ember was already aware of Atticus' quadruple elements. He had revealed it during their earlier talks. She wasn't as surprised as the others. She had always known Atticus was different, but it still gave her a little shock. Seeing someone that can control four elements was not something you see every day. They each got into a stance. Without wasting time, they dashed towards each other. Chapter 54. 1 month. 1 month had passed, and rumors about Atticus had spread throughout the camp. Most people had discovered his true identity as the family head's son. Those who were discerning enough started treating Atticus with respect, hoping to gain his favor. However, a few prideful individuals still held out. During this time, Atticus had sparred with Ember on several occasions. He had also occasionally joined Nate and Lucas for lunch. Although they weren't yet close enough to be considered friends, their relationship had improved over the course of the month. After today's training session, Elias informed them to prepare for a change in their morning routine. Nearly all the youths had managed to arrive on time, prompting the instructor to decide that it was time to intensify their training. Atticus was scheduled to go beast hunting with the squad today. As he approached the building, he encountered the usual curious gazes from others, but as usual, he paid them no mind. People had learned not to cross him, and that was satisfactory for him. He entered the building and found his teammates at the counter. "Hey Atticus, you're finally here." Sophie greeted him cheerfully as he approached. "Yeah, sorry I'm late. I lost track of time training," he replied with a small smile. "You should consider taking it easy, or how will we ever catch up if you continue to grow stronger so rapidly?" Nate exclaimed, a mixture of awe and concern in his voice. Atticus responded with a smile, seemingly unfazed by Nate's comment. Then, he turned his attention to Heloder, who had been glaring at him intensely throughout the exchange. "I'll have to deal with him soon." Atticus's decision to consistently ignore Heloder stemmed from the fact that he hadn't crossed any major lines. He had simply been fussing over trivial matters and hadn't gone beyond that. Atticus found it suspicious that he was receiving such treatment. Heloder had suddenly started harboring animosity towards him for no apparent reason. "It's becoming annoying," he thought. While Atticus wasn't one to resort to violence for mere stares, he did have a breaking point. And it was becoming increasingly concerning. "You'd think he has a crush on me or something," he mused. After a brief wait, Hella arrived. She exchanged quick greetings with the squad and then said, "Let's go choose our mission," directing them to the second floor where they could select their assignments. Hella remained her usual direct and bossy self, though she was cautious in her interactions with Atticus. Over the past month, Atticus had consistently demonstrated his strength, which left her both shocked and wary, especially after she had learned about his background. While in the camp, everyone was meant to be equal. Anyone with at least a functioning neuron would understand that it wasn't wise to earn the disdain of someone likely to become the heir. One could only wonder about the thought processes of certain individuals. Upon reaching the second floor, they encountered a small gathering in front of a large holographic wall. As they got closer, Atticus recognized one of the individuals, Orion, Sirius's son. Orion had previously challenged Atticus to a fight and had persistently pestered him after Atticus initially declined. Orion was accompanied by his squad. As Atticus and the others approached, he couldn't help but notice Orion's smirking expression. "Not this again," Atticus thought, fully aware that something foolish was about to transpire, and indeed it did. "Hey, if it isn't the coward," Orion quipped, his squad members adding to the provocation by laughing. They were all well aware that Atticus was from the main family, but were relying on Orion to protect them. "You owe me one, old man," Atticus thought. His patience was wearing thin, and the only reason Atticus was keeping up with this was because of Sirius. "Since I can't beat him up, I might as well speak my mind." Atticus couldn't resist delivering a comeback. "Seems like your father held a different opinion, though. Or were you just more of a coward than I am?" Orion, infuriated, began to approach Atticus, but Hella blocked his path. "He's a member of my team. You'll have to get through me first," she declared, looking at Orion coldly. "She should be aware that he can't attack me. Why is she acting this way?" Atticus pondered. Every recruit knew the rule that a higher year couldn't initiate an attack against a lower year. Atticus found it strange that she would intervene despite being aware of this rule. "Move. Do you think your measly 4th rank can challenge me?" Orion replied, taking a step toward Hella. In response to this, Heloder, Nate, and Sophie stepped forward to support Hella. Even Sophie, who was usually all smiles, was giving Orion a cold stare. Orion's teammates also moved forward. Just as the situation seemed about to reach a breaking point, an AI voice suddenly resounded from each of their devices. "Fighting inside the building is prohibited. Punishment will be severe if broken." Orion clicked his tongue in annoyance at that message. "Lucky bastards," he muttered. He swiftly selected a mission, and he and his squad left. The situation was defused before it could escalate further. After they left, Heloder immediately turned to Atticus and placed blame on him, This is all your fault. Atticus narrowed his eyes threateningly, about to take a step towards Helodor, but Nate stepped in. How is it his fault? He was growing tired of Helodor constantly seeking trouble. Helodor appeared ready to respond, but Hela intervened. Stop, Helodor. It's not important. What matters is that we as a team support each other. Helodor huffed in response and turned away. After that, Hela quickly selected a mission. Choosing a mission was straightforward. They were all displayed on a large holographic wall, and all you had to do was enter the mission's serial number on your device. The wall would then blur out the mission with the label in progress, and the mission details would be transferred to each teammate's devices. After picking the mission, they received a notification about the mission details. Atticus decided to check it as they started moving toward the gate. Their hunt this time was an arachnyx, beast bearing a resemblance to spiders with multiple legs and intricate patterns adorning their robust bodies. Arachnyx had evolved to be masters of the rocky terrain they inhabited. Their legs were adapted for scaling cliffs and navigating narrow crevices, granting them exceptional mobility and agility. The arachnyx they were after was of intermediate rank. The most troublesome aspect of an arachnyx is their unique reproductive cycle, Atticus thought as he ran through the forest. Arachnyx laid their eggs within the protective confines of their cave sanctuaries and could hatch them at any time, using their offspring as a small army. 200 points each for the hunt and more depending on how many of their offspring we kill. It's no wonder she picked it, Atticus thought. Although it was obvious, the points awarded for hunts weren't uniform. They varied based on the difficulty of the beast. I should have enough points after this hunt to get something useful from the Emporium, Atticus thought. He had postponed visiting the Emporium until he had accumulated enough points, and during this past month, he had gathered quite a substantial amount. He decided that it was finally time to pay a visit to the Emporium after this hunt. As they were running through the forest, Nate glanced back at Atticus, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Atticus, I bet I can kill more arachnyx newborns than you, he challenged, his voice carrying a hint of playful rivalry. Atticus's lips curled into a knowing smile. 100 points, he responded. I won't say no to free points. Nate chuckled, his excitement evident. You're on, he exclaimed, quickening his pace to take the lead. I want in, Sophie declared, her tone eager as she expressed her desire to join in on the fun. Atticus chuckled at Sophie's enthusiasm. Sure, more points for me then. The response made Helena beam, but it was ruined by the clicking of a tongue. Helodor's. Chapter 55 Retreat. After running through the forest for some time, they reached a cliffside, and Hela turned towards the squad. Keep in mind, while the arachnyx isn't that strong in direct combat, it has an army at its disposal, she instructed. Plus, there's a chance that reinforcements might arrive while we're in combat. If that happens, we'll withdraw without hesitation. The interconnected nature of the caves meant that another arachnyx could potentially pick up on the sounds of battle. These creatures were territorial, and encountering humans would likely trigger them to launch a coordinated attack together. After receiving nods of approval from all of them, they took the ropes strapped to their suits and began lowering themselves into the cave. Using flying artifacts to descend into a cave where a beast could emerge at any moment was risky, having a stable handhold being a safer choice. Upon entering the dark cave, where their visibility was non-existent, Hela retrieved a spherical object from her storage ring. Infusing it with mana, the ball emitted a radiant glow, illuminating their surroundings. It hovered behind the group as they ventured deeper into the cave. Atticus looked at the artifact in intrigue, and Sophie seemed to notice his curiosity. She offered an explanation. Those are known as lumine crystals. By infusing a small amount of mana into them, they emit light. Atticus nodded in appreciation. I really need to learn more about these artifacts, he thought. Their footsteps echoed against the rocky floor as they continued their path deeper into the cave. The interior of the cave presented a mesmerizing blend of textures and shapes. Stalactites hung like frozen icicles from the ceiling, while stalagmites rose like ancient sentinels from the ground. The occasional drip of water echoed through the cave, as if nature itself was composing a mysterious symphony. After a few minutes of walking, they reached a large space within the cave with brightly lit rocks embedded on the walls, providing visibility to the area. There, Atticus laid eyes on the largest and most grotesque spider he had ever seen in his life. A massive arachnix rested on a vast web in the center of the space. It had a sleek and iridescent exoskeleton that shimmered with hues ranging from deep purples to vibrant blues. The creature possessed 8 long, delicate legs that enabled it to traverse even the most treacherous terrain with uncanny grace and numerous eerie purple eyes. "I'm glad I'm not afraid of spiders," Atticus couldn't help but comment inwardly. The massive arachnix had not noticed them yet. Hela motioned for the others to stop at the entrance of the clearing. She lifted her hands. Her voice was barely audible as she whispered, "Sophie, see if you can hit it from here." Sophie acknowledged the instruction with a nod. She deftly nocked an arrow, drew the bowstring, and focused on her mana. She then muttered, "Falcon strike," and the arrow immediately radiated a blue light. Focusing on one of the creature's many eyes, she released the arrow with remarkable swiftness. However, just as the arrow left the bowstring, the arachnix's acute senses detected the projectile. Swiftly pivoting, it repositioned itself, evading the incoming arrow by moving away from its initial spot. "It spotted us. Form up and attack." Hela's command immediately rang out as soon as she saw the failed attack. In an instant, Helodor surged forward with his shield, Hela and Nate following closely behind him. Meanwhile, Sophie continued to fire arrows, and Atticus assumed his usual protective stance by her side. "I can't wait to start hunting on my own. These past few weeks have been quite dull," Atticus thought inwardly. He had been unable to use his full abilities during group missions. Although he would use his full power if necessary, he'd rather not openly display his full strength. He needed to face the beasts alone to truly assess how much he'd grown. These weeks had felt like a mere waiting period, and he looked forward to their conclusion. "Today's the last day," he thought with anticipation. At the forefront, the confrontation had escalated to a new level as the massive arachnix attempted to trap the group using its sticky webs. Helodor stepped forward, his massive shield raised, effectively blocking the web projectiles that shot from the spider's abdomen. Amidst the chaos, Hela's voice cut through the commotion. "Shoot the webs it's standing on," she commanded, directing Sophie's attention to the threads the spider was standing on. Sophie responded quickly, drawing her bow and releasing mana-imbued arrows toward the webs. The arachnix's response was immediate and startling. It emitted a piercing shriek, and immediately, the sounds of something breaking could be heard around the cave. The group knew what was coming. The arachnix's eggs had begun to hatch. A swarm of tiny arachnids, equally as grotesque as their mother, emerged from the eggs, scurrying in all directions. Hela's voice rang out again. "Maintain formation, and Sophie, keep shooting the webs." Atticus observed as the horde of baby arachnids rushed toward him. Reacting with precise and calculated movements, he dispatched them with swift slashes of his katana. Each spider that came within his reach was sliced cleanly in two, his blade moving with a fluid grace that belied his strength. Atticus had grown accustomed to fighting beasts over the past month, and what used to require mental preparation and planning had become almost instinctual for him. He was confident that he could single-handedly kill the arachnids and her babies if he got serious. This is not the strength a first year should have, Sophie thought as she watched Atticus's prowess in action. She couldn't help but admire his exceptional abilities and power. He's really strong, and he's quite handsome too. Wait, hold on, he's my cousin. She mentally scolded herself for such fleeting thoughts, swiftly redirecting her focus back to the task at hand, shooting webs. Although, people do marry their cousins these days, right? Her mind ventured again, only to be met with a firm mental rebuke. "What the heck are you even thinking, Sophie?" She chastised herself, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Shaking off her momentary distraction, she redoubled her efforts, shooting arrows with heightened determination and a renewed flush of embarrassment. As the battle raged on, Sophie continued to heed Hela's instructions. Her arrows flew with accuracy, striking down the remaining webs that the spider had woven. With each impact, the threads snapped and crumbled. With time, Sophie's focused archery managed to take down the last of the webs. As Sophie shot the last web, the arachnids fell down with a loud thud. "Attack! Don't let it recover!" Hela shouted. In a swift maneuver, Hela propelled herself through the air toward the arachnids. Infusing her sword with mana, she swung it deftly and severed one of the arachnids' legs. The creature emitted a piercing screech that reverberated throughout the cave, forcing everyone to cover their ears due to the intensity. Amidst the chaos, Nate leaped into action, attacking the arachnids and hitting it on the head with his broadsword, eliciting another painful screech. Just as Hela was about to sever another leg of the arachnids they were battling, a shrill shriek pierced the air. But this cry didn't originate from the arachnids they were fighting. The group immediately swiveled their attention to witness another massive arachnid emerging from a different exit. Hela's command was immediate and decisive. "Retreat!" Chapter 56. Unchanging. Without a moment's delay, they sprinted towards the exit. Hela led the way, followed closely by Nate and Sophie. Heloder positioned himself in front of Atticus, who was bringing up the rear. After a few minutes, they got to the entrance. Sophie and Nate swiftly leaped up, grasping the ropes they had previously used to descend, and began ascending with urgency. Hela turned and was about to ask Atticus to go first. However, Helodor's voice interjected, "Go quickly. We'll follow closely behind." Though hesitant, the urgency of the situation was evident, and Hela shifted her attention back to the rope, swiftly grabbing hold and starting her ascent. With Hela on her way up, Helodor directed an intense glare at Atticus, who maintained a composed demeanor as he observed the unfolding dynamic. Without delay, Helodor grasped the rope and began moving up. "What's he planning?" Atticus noticed the subtle change in Helodor's expression, which was different from the usual glare. It seemed like he was happy. He shrugged it off and started climbing the rope, but with a hint of caution. As Atticus steadily climbed the rope, his awareness heightened when he noticed Helodor extracting an item from his storage ring. His eyes widened as he saw Helodor position the object on the rope he was on. In a split-second action that took Atticus by surprise, Helodor's smirk became all too telling. He infused mana into the artifact, which abruptly unleashed a laser-like beam, slicing through the rope. The moment Atticus observed Helodor placing the artifact on the rope, his instincts kicked in. Swiftly, he concentrated and harnessed his fire element to propel himself upward. Witnessing Atticus's unexpected reaction, Helodor's panic was palpable. "He can use more than one element?" Helodor thought, surprised and alarmed by this revelation. Throughout their hunts, Atticus had exclusively showcased his control over the air element, keeping his proficiency with other elements concealed from the rest of the group. As Atticus employed the fire element to launch himself upward, a sudden and forceful spider web ensnared his left leg, yanking him back with unexpected strength. Caught off guard, he found himself being pulled back into the depths of the cave against his will. In that moment, Atticus's gaze fixed onto Helodor with an iciness that sent shivers down the latter's spine. "You'll regret this," Atticus's chilling expression seemed to convey. And just like that, Atticus was pulled into the depths of the cave, disappearing from sight. Within the depths of the cave, Atticus saw the arachnids running back into the cave, dragging him along with it. He quickly unsheathed his katana, preparing to cut the web. However, as if the arachnids knew his intentions, the web suddenly hurled him towards the wall. Atticus's eyes widened, and he immediately used fire to propel himself in the other direction, avoiding hitting the wall. With that brief distraction, Atticus was dragged back into the large space where they were fighting before. Seeing his chance, he quickly used his katana to slice through the ensnaring web, freeing himself. He turned and saw the massive, grotesque forms of the spiders. The one who had pulled him was the new arachnids who had interrupted their fight, with the other arachnids directly behind it. "Well, I guess this is a good opportunity," he muttered calmly, still suspended on the air. After years of intense training, Atticus had improved his proficiency in the first style of the katana to staggering levels. He was at a level where he didn't even need to be on the floor to perform it. Sheathing his katana and clutching it with both hands, he took a stance mid-air, maintaining equilibrium by manipulating controlled gusts of air under his legs. With the whispered incantation, Transcendent/Godspeed Grace, Atticus erupted into motion. His strike was a blend of velocity and precision, cleanly severing both the arachnids' heads in a single, well-calculated motion. Methodically and gracefully, he proceeded to eliminate the remaining baby arachnids, stowing their lifeless forms within his storage ring. As he made his way toward the cave entrance, his demeanor remained composed and chilling. Upon reaching the entrance, Atticus harnessed his fire element to propel himself upward, latching onto a rock and using it as leverage to continue his ascent. Reaching the top, he was met with the sound of people engaged in a heated argument. "We need to go back for him." Hela's voice rang out, her concern evident. Helodor, on the other hand, feigned an appearance of worry, saying, "It's just too risky." The bizarre situation of the rope being cut drew immediate suspicion. How is it even possible for the rope to be cut? It's fucking made of titanium. "What did you do, Helodor?" Hela accused him, with Nate and Sophie joining in, their expressions laden with skepticism. Although hearing the typically serious Hela use such strong language was shocking, the situation was too dire to focus on that. Nate sided with Hela. "We should go back and help him," already bringing his broadsword out of his storage ring. In the midst of their argument, a sound reached their ears, causing them to all turn and witness Atticus climbing up. Nate, Sophie, and Hela's faces lit up with relief at the sight of Atticus's return. Yet, their joy was short-lived, replaced by an icy shock when they observed the cold, chilling expression on Atticus's face. Atticus's gaze was fixed on a single individual, Helodor. His countenance exuded an aura of sheer coldness, his features unyielding and unforgiving. Two unchanging aspects of Atticus's nature were his unwavering love for his family and his vengeful disposition. Regardless of the circumstances or reasons, Atticus remained unswayed by justifications. What mattered was that someone had attempted to harm him, and that alone was enough to invoke his merciless retaliation. With each step Atticus took, it was as if the very ground trembled around him. His gaze was unwavering, fixed directly on Helodor. At the sight of Atticus's determined approach, Helodor's initial panic was followed by a calculated calmness. He reminded himself that Atticus was merely a first year. While Atticus had managed to defeat a second year, taking on a third year was a different proposition altogether. "Once he strikes, I'll defend myself and show him his place," Helodor strategized internally. As Atticus closed in, Helodor readied himself for any potential action. His hand tightly gripped his sword, shield held defensively before him. And then, in a split second, Atticus vanished from Helodor's vision at a velocity Helodor couldn't even begin to fathom. Before he could react, a bone-crushing force connected with his left cheek. The impact of the kick was immense. Helodor found himself suspended mid-air for a brief moment, before all the pent-up momentum coalesced into a singular force, propelling his body headfirst away into multiple trees. Atticus wasn't holding back. Chapter 57. Cruelty. I hope you're enjoying the journey we're embarking on together. The characters, the plot twists, and the mysteries that lie ahead are just the beginning of what I have in store. Smiling face with smiling eyes. If you found this story interesting, I'd be incredibly grateful for your support. Consider sharing the story, leaving reviews, and most importantly, send gifts and golden tickets my way. Your support not only fuels my creativity, but also helps ensure that more readers can discover and enjoy this tale. Let's make this adventure even more remarkable together. And I have great news. I'll start releasing 2 chapters daily soon. Stay tuned. Happy reading. And if you have any questions or any complaints, please let me know. =============================================================================================================================================::::::::::. As Atticus took a step forward, Atticus, Hela called out, intending to stop the situation. But Atticus simply gave her a chilling look, one that froze her in her track. I'm an intermediate rank. Why am I scared? She was shocked at the aura Atticus was emanating. Meeting his gaze was like being bathed in ice-cold water. Atticus kept walking toward Helodor, whose momentum was stopped by a huge tree. Helodor seemed to be in a daze, not having gotten himself together. His chin was shattered, his form battered and broken. Every attempt at getting up seemed futile. His eyes opened to behold the one he considered the source of his pain. Estiawi, Helodor's attempts to speak were incoherent, his words unintelligible. Atticus's cold, unfeeling expression remained unchanged as he methodically closed the distance. Step by deliberate step, Helodor's heart pounded with terror at each advancing footfall. Regret flooded his thoughts. Why did I mess with him? Tears streaming out of his eyes. Desperation shone in Helodor's eyes, his tears mixing with his pain. I'm Suri, he managed to utter as Atticus finally reached him. Helodor's pleas were met with a chilling silence, Atticus's face offering no solace. Slowly, Atticus raised his leg, each passing second stretching into what felt like eternity for Helodor. And then, in a swift and sickening crunch, Atticus brought his leg down, breaking Helodor's right leg. A gut-wrenching scream echoed through the forest, a manifestation of the agony Helodor was enduring. Nate, Sophie, and Hella watched in shock and horror, their eyes wide and their bodies subtly trembling as they witnessed Atticus inflict excruciating pain by breaking each of Helodor's limbs. The Atticus they had known for the past month was someone who had always appeared composed, amiable, and approachable. He had a straightforward demeanor, treating others based on how they treated him. During their limited interactions, they had seen both his friendly and more distant sides, depending on the situations. However, they had never witnessed the depths of his wrath, nor the extent of his capacity for cruelty. The rumors they had heard about Atticus's anger in the cafeteria were only vague whispers to them, nothing concrete. Thus, this was their first exposure to the terrifying aspect of his character, a side they could never have anticipated. Seeing him calmly and deliberately inflict pain on Helodor was a jarring experience for them, shattering their perception of him and replacing it with an unsettling reality. Nate's relief was palpable. Thank goodness I turned back, gratitude sweeping over him for having made the decision to turn back when he did. Hella's feelings were different. Although she had always seemed bossy, this was how she had been raised. Her parents held a decently high position in the Ravenstein family, controlling one of the major branches of the Raven Vanguard. She had been trained and taught from a young age to always be responsible, and that's just how she was. She believed, as the captain of the squad, that her teammates' lives were in her hands, which was why she was always so serious. Hella had trained day and night to attain her current strength. Although many said she was talented, she believed it was her hard work that had gotten her this far. She was already prepared to stop Atticus when she saw him approaching Helodor, but she was astonished when she couldn't even follow his movements. How can he be so strong? She thought, clenching her hands. I guess talent really does matter, huh? The forest echoed only with the anguished cries of Helodor as Atticus methodically carried out his actions. Atticus was meticulous, well aware of the artifact's ability to generate a shield when it sensed a life-threatening situation. This knowledge guided his approach. He selectively broke bones that wouldn't pose such a danger. With his heightened perception, it was child's play. With each punch, Atticus delivered a fierce blow, some landing on Helodor's already shattered limbs, and others striking his face. Minutes felt like an eternity for Helodor, the pain and torment seemingly unending. Eventually, Atticus ceased his assault. He rose to his feet, his gaze shifting to the squad, a look that caused them to involuntarily flinch. Raising his hands, he extracted the spider carcasses from his storage ring. I'll be expecting my points, he declared. Then, without further ado, he turned and walked away. As Atticus left, a collective exhalation seemed to release the tension that had enveloped the squad. Nate, carry him and let's go back. Hella took charge immediately, already having composed herself. She stepped forward and began to store the carcasses in her storage ring. It wasn't surprising to her that Atticus had managed to defeat the beasts alone. With the power he showed, it was expected. Nate listened and quickly picked up the completely battered body of Helodor. Sophie remained utterly stunned by what she had just witnessed. He was even stronger than I imagined. While she had initially believed he was strong, she hadn't anticipated him still concealing his true strength. He was kind of hot, she thought, a faint smile playing on her lips as her cheeks flushed a light shade of red. She followed Hella and Nate back to the camp, thoughts racing through her mind. Getting to the camp, Nate carried Helodor to the infirmary while Hella and Sophie headed straight to the beast division. They turned in the carcass and got a notification about their points. Then they left silently, each with different thoughts in their head. Chapter 58. Extra firm. Upon arriving at the camp, Atticus went directly to his room. When he reached his door, he noticed a girl holding a tray of food, waiting patiently outside his door. She had white hair and stood at 5 feet tall, exuding an aloof demeanor. It was none other than Ember who stood against the wall, her eyes fixed on the door, anticipating his arrival. Seeing her brought a smile to Atticus's lips. "Hey Ember, what's up?" he greeted, walking up to her. Ember, noticing his arrival, turned her gaze to him and smiled a little. Her response was simple. She raised the food she had brought. Atticus chuckled in appreciation. "Thanks, I'm a bit hungry. Did you wait long?" he inquired as he walked toward the door and opened it. Ember shook her head in response and followed him inside the room. As they entered, Atticus continued the conversation. "So, how's training?" "It's fine," Ember answered, seating herself at the table and placing the food on it. That's great," Atticus acknowledged, taking a seat as well, his senses picking up the inviting aroma of the food. Then they started eating, the memory of the torment he had inflicted on Helodor completely pushed aside. In the Raven Camp infirmary, a few hours later, Helodor had been patched up after the beating inflicted by Atticus. Bandages covered his body, addressing the injuries sustained during the encounter. While his jaw wasn't fully healed, it showed significant improvement compared to earlier. The camp invested a lot in their infirmary, remaining ready to respond to any injuries. Given that fights were permitted, injuries were a common occurrence and the infirmary staff stayed on high alert, ready to deal with any cases that might pop up. Lying on the bed, thinking about his life, a man suddenly walked into the room. Helodor stiffened as he saw the man. The sight of this man compelled him to push past the pain, rising from the bed and bowing deeply, despite the protest of his still healing body. The man observed this display with an unmoved expression. After a few seconds, during which Helodor remained bowed, he spoke. "You couldn't even manage this simple thing, Helodor. How do you expect to earn his favor?" His gaze bore down on Helodor, cold and unwavering. Helodor swiftly attempted to provide an explanation, his words spilling out in his desperation. "I'm sorry. I didn't know he was that strong. He had a second element. If I could get an..." "He had a second element?" The man's tone shifted, becoming considerably more serious. "Yes, Master Finn. He used fire when I cut the rope." Helodor responded with haste, clinging to this revelation as a potential reprieve. "I see. Master would want to hear this." "Good job," Finn acknowledged, yet his eyes retained their cold regard. Helodor felt a glimmer of relief. "Maybe I still have a chance." Attempting to continue, then he was abruptly halted. "Unfortunately, Master doesn't offer second chances. You're on your own from now on, Helodor." Finn's tone remained frigid as he delivered the final blow. With that, he turned and departed the room, leaving behind a Helodor whose eyes had grown devoid of life. "It's over," Helodor whispered, tears streaming down his cheeks in silent despair. Coming from a lower status within the Ravenstein hierarchy, his recruitment by Rowan upon joining the camp in his first year had left him ecstatic. Ever since then, he had been actively assisting their cause. His efforts included recruiting new members, contributing to their shared objectives through various means. A recent task had been assigned to him dealing with Atticus. Initially, the plan involved provoking Atticus to the point where he would attack, giving Heloder the opportunity to retaliate and subdue him. This strategy aimed to tarnish Atticus's reputation, undermining the respect people held for the heir and lowering his self-esteem. Despite Atticus's status in the main family, Heloder placed his trust in Rowan's protection. However, the plan went awry as Atticus didn't fall for the bait. Frustrated, Heloder opted for a more direct approach, seizing an opportunity when Hela selected the mission. He was aware that the AI would record any direct harm toward Atticus, potentially alerting the instructors. However, the act of simply cutting a rope carried a different implication. But he never would have guessed that Atticus was a monster in human skin. The torture Atticus had inflicted on him was something he would remember for the rest of his life. But it's all over now. Within the room, only the sound of a young boy sobbing echoed. The next day, Atticus woke up early, went through his training routine, and arrived at the morning training session, ready for whatever Elias could dish out. He got to the training ground early and was surprised that Aurora hadn't arrived yet. After a few minutes, other youths began to arrive at the training grounds. Lucas and Nate approached him and greeted. "Good morning." Lucas greeted with a smile. "Hey," Nate said awkwardly. Atticus noticed that Nate was acting slightly cautious around him. Did I take it too far? Atticus thought inwardly. Then he shrugged. Nothing's going to change. This is how I will always treat my enemies. Atticus had no intention of changing his ideals because of him. In fact, he thought it was necessary for them to know how he treats those he considers enemies. He felt it would be a huge deterrent for betrayers in the future. They stood together and waited for the instructor to arrive. A few minutes later, Aurora eventually showed up, just 2 minutes before the scheduled time. She appeared tired and worn out, a sight that was becoming familiar to Atticus. His heightened perception allowed him to notice bruises on her body that couldn't have been caused by hard training alone. She's like that again, he thought. However, he quickly reminded himself, but it changes nothing. It's still not my business. As he was contemplating Aurora's condition, Elias walked into the training ground, and the youths couldn't help but gulp when they saw the extra firm look on his face. Chapter 59, New Training. As soon as Elias walked into the training grounds, everyone stiffened. It was as if their bodies were already anticipating the impending hardship. Elias began to speak. "Congratulations. Most of you have been able to make it back in time during these past months." His words were praiseworthy, yet none of them felt elation. They knew from experience that when this stern instructor adopted a seemingly friendly tone, it signified impending challenges, and not the pleasant kind. This new training session must be hell, Atticus mused. Even he knew about the sadistic nature of Elias. Elias's smile grew as he noticed the resolute expressions on each of their faces. Good. They're learning, he thought. The camp's main aim was always to bring the youths out of their shells, change their mindset, and make them strive for strength. He was glad to see they were already showing signs of changing. From now on, the morning training session will undergo a slight change. Follow me. Without delay, he pivoted and began running. Running behind Elias, Atticus and the others observed that the direction he was leading them in was not the usual path they took for the morning routine. After running for a minute, they reached the base of the mountain at a different location than the one they were accustomed to. Elias stopped and turned to address them, saying, "Listen up. Now, this will be your new starting line from now on." He continued, "There will be many traps and obstacles on the way that I believe you all would love. I'll let you discover them on your own." His words caused them to tense up, a reaction that Elias clearly noticed. He smirked and produced weights out of his storage ring. "Now, put these on and activate the mana block feature. You have 3 hours, move." Atticus and the others promptly followed the instructions. Upon activating the mana block feature, Atticus felt the familiar sensation of powerlessness that came from being unable to use mana. He then donned the weights and began jogging up the mountain. This new path differed from their usual route, which was a straightforward ascent without any obstacles. Atticus found himself navigating through a forested area this time. Tall trees surrounded them, their branches stretching upwards like ancient guardians of the woods. The canopy above cast dappled shadows on the forest floor as the first light of the morning sun filtered through the leaves. Each step they took on the damp earth was accompanied by the soft crunch of fallen leaves and twigs underfoot. Atticus positioned himself in the middle of the group, opting to observe how the situation would unfold for now. Since Elias had mentioned the possibility of traps, Atticus decided to let the others test the waters first. Most of the youths, still overflowing with confidence, were at the forefront. After 1 month of rigorous training, both with weights and without mana, they had grown accustomed to the demanding training. As a result, no one was fatigued even after a few minutes of running without mana. However, Atticus couldn't help but notice Aurora at the back, struggling to keep up. He turned his gaze to the front and kept running, choosing not to interfere. As they were running through the forest, suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the silence. Atticus quickly turned to see a boy being hurled backward by a massive boulder suspended on a rope. The sight left the trainees visibly shaken, prompting them to become more vigilant about their surroundings. They each decided to slow down their pace and watch for traps. Meanwhile, Atticus continued running through the forest, his emotionless gaze fixed upon his surroundings. The traps won't pose a problem, he thought. Given his heightened perception, he was able to see minute details that one would normally miss. Detecting traps from several meters away was easy for him. Minutes later, another scream tore through the air as another boy fell into a pit in front of him. Atticus didn't spare the fallen boy a glance and instead effortlessly leaped over the pit. He kept running for a few minutes, and then, further ahead, Atticus noticed a girl about to trigger a trap. He quickly adjusted his course to distance himself far away from her. She was a petite girl with determination etched on her face. Throughout her upbringing, she had been showered with affection by her parents, who held high expectations for her performance at the camp, even though she had struggled during her initial training. Through relentless effort and constant training, she had managed to improve. "I won't let them down," she whispered to herself, her determination unwavering. As she sprinted forward, her expression resolute, she inadvertently tripped a wire. A burst of colored smoke erupted from a nearby tree and engulfed her face. Instantly, she became disoriented, shaking her head in an attempt to clear her mind. "What was that?" she muttered. After realizing that she was unharmed, she dismissed the peculiar sensation. Then, as if it was the normal thing to do, she turned and started running back toward the starting point, her determination still evident. "Paradoxium fumes," Atticus murmured to himself. He had read about such substances during his lessons. It was an alchemical gas capable of inducing behavior contrary to one's current intentions. For example, a guard who was diligently protecting a location and maintaining his vigilance could suddenly abandon his post upon inhaling the smoke, influenced by its effects. However, it wasn't foolproof. By promptly channeling one's mana after exposure, the effect could be neutralized. It's the perfect trap for our current situation, Atticus realized. Given the youth's inability to harness their mana, they would be helpless against the substance once exposed to it. After running for a few minutes and avoiding numerous traps, Atticus and the others emerged from the forest and were met with the sight of a vast pool shimmering in the morning light. The pool stretched for 1 kilometer, and they had to swim across it to reach the other side. Chapter 60. Bonus Chapter Pool. As Atticus emerged from the forest, he observed some of his fellow trainees already in the water. He remained cautious, knowing that there could be traps hidden beneath the surface. His instincts told him to wait and see, and he didn't have to wait long. A boy at the front of the group suddenly experienced a shocking encounter. A powerful burst of water erupted from below, propelling the boy high into the air before sending him crashing back into the forest area with terrified screams echoing in his wake. Atticus couldn't help but think, "Damn, aren't they taking this too far?" After observing the situation for a while, Atticus decided to enter the pool. He walked to the water's edge but came to an abrupt halt. "Fuck, I don't know how to swim," he thought with frustration. In his past life, he had never learned to swim. His mother had always been busy with work, and he never had the opportunity. Even in this new life, his focus had been solely on becoming stronger, and he hadn't had time for recreational activities like swimming. With my intelligence, I should be able to learn easily, he reasoned. Atticus turned his gaze to a boy who was about to jump into the pool. He focused intently on the boy's movements, observing how he smoothly moved his hands through the water with purposeful strokes. He paid attention to how the boy's fingers extended and caught the water's resistance, and how his legs kicked in a controlled and powerful manner, propelling him forward with each stroke. Atticus noticed how the boy turned his head to the side to breathe, perfectly timed with his arm movements, maintaining a seamless flow in his swimming technique. Atticus jumped into the water and seamlessly mirrored the movements he had observed earlier. He swam effortlessly, even surpassing the speed of the trainee he had been watching. I love this intelligence stats. Atticus marveled at the benefits of his intelligence stat, appreciating how it made learning new skills almost second nature to him. He passed the trainee with ease, his swimming speed surpassing that of professional athletes on Earth. Despite the weight he was carrying and the absence of mana, Atticus, an awakened intermediate plus 10-year-old, proved to be incredibly powerful. He continued swimming at an astonishing pace. However, after a few minutes, Atticus began to feel the strain. The weights he was wearing were making the task more challenging. He decided to reduce his speed momentarily to catch his breath. But then, his heightened perception detected something subtle around him. It was an almost imperceptible change, but it couldn't escape Atticus's notice. He reacted instantly, utilizing his newly acquired skill to swim rapidly to his left just as a powerful burst of water jet erupted from below, its intensity alarming. Close call. That was even crazier in person, Atticus thought, a slight chill running down his spine. After a few seconds, he continued moving forward. At the forefront of the group, Nate and Lucas were swimming. Nate's competitive spirit refused to let him lose, despite his body's silent protest. Without the passive recovery provided by mana, the trainees enduring this intense training session were all succumbing to body aches and soreness, but Nate pushed through. Lucas, on the other hand, was not as physically inclined as his friend. He excelled more in intellectual pursuits, and the physical exertion was taking a toll on him. Nate, slow down, let's catch our breath, he pleaded. We have to keep going, Lucas. We'll rest after we get across. Nate responded, swimming even faster, much to Lucas's dismay. Just as Lucas was about to protest further, the water around him started to move. A miniature whirlwind formed around him, creating a swirling motion that disoriented him and disrupted his swimming rhythm. Nate! Lucas shouted, but it was too late. He was propelled toward a spot where a burst of water jet shot from below, carrying him with it. Nate! This is all your fault. Nate turned and saw Lucas being shot back toward the forest. I'll make sure I win, Lucas! He shouted determinedly and continued swimming. As more and more trainees fell victim to the traps and were sent back, Aurora struggled at the back of the group. Her exhaustion was evident as she paddled through the water with trembling hands. The intense training session she had endured the previous night, coupled with her lack of sleep, had left her physically drained. For some reason, her father had personally trained her yesterday, pushing her to her limits. I have to keep moving, she muttered, her determination shining through her weary state. Despite her body's protests and aching muscles, she refused to give up. Suddenly, Aurora's heightened senses detected the water around her beginning to move. She tried to swim away, but her tired body wouldn't cooperate. No, tears forming in her eyes, as she was carried away by a burst of water. After approximately 10 minutes, Atticus reached the other side of the pool. His entire body screamed with exhaustion, and he panted heavily. Despite the physical strain, he couldn't help but feel a sense of exhilaration. He knew that enduring these hardships now would pave the way for greater strength in the future. After catching his breath for a few moments, Atticus turned his gaze forward and was met with the sight of a massive cliff, towering around 500 meters tall. Some trainees had already started climbing it. The more challenging, the better, he muttered, determination coursing through him as he clenched his fists. With resolute steps, he approached the imposing cliff, ready to face the next phase of their training. Chapter 61. End of Training. Atticus reached the bottom of the cliff and observed how other trainees were climbing. Although he hadn't done it before, he knew it was a straightforward process. Ensure you have a stable foothold before moving upwards. The traps here are obvious, the handholds, Atticus realized. He knew that some of the handholds used by trainees to ascend would be traps. I'll have to be extra careful. They aren't so easy to spot, he thought. With this in mind, he placed one hand on a rock, raised his leg, and started climbing. Atticus decided to follow the same route as the other trainees, making it easier for him to navigate. He kept his gaze fixed on a boy ahead of him, mimicking every hand and foothold the boy took. After Atticus had covered a distance of 50 meters, the boy ahead of him reached out and placed his hand on what seemed to be a stable rock jutting from the wall. To his surprise, the rock dislodged, causing him to lose his balance momentarily. Reacting quickly, he managed to catch himself by grabbing onto another rock with his free hand. Breathing a sigh of relief, the boy's momentary respite was abruptly interrupted as a hole materialized near his abdomen. A stone projectile shot forth from the hole at remarkable speed, impacting his stomach with force and knocking the wind out of him. Thankfully, the impact's momentum propelled him away from the cliff's edge, sparing him from falling onto Atticus, who was positioned below. Atticus observed the boy's screaming descent toward the ground, his keen senses alert to any developments. Suddenly, the ground beneath the boy illuminated with intricate runes, casting a radiant glow. Before Atticus's eyes, the boy vanished into the brilliance of the light. Teleportation runes, he realized. He turned and continued climbing. As if not wanting him to rest, a trainee close to him triggered another trap, and a strong wind gushed out of the mountain, pushing the trainee and those near him away from the mountain. Atticus was also slightly affected, but he had detected the trainee triggering the trap, and he quickly jumped away from him, landing on a hand and foothold another trainee had just climbed. After a few minutes and lots of screams, only a quarter of the trainees remained. Atticus and many others had stopped to rest when they reached a place where they could maintain their balance. At this point, Nate couldn't feel his limbs anymore. He was resting on a slanted part of the mountain, sweat covering his body, huffing and puffing. He was still amongst the leaders, but he just couldn't keep up anymore. Atticus had passed him a while back, but he didn't even look at him as he was focused on climbing. After a few minutes of rest, they started moving up again. However, as Nate grabbed a handhold and was about to pull himself up, he lost the strength in his body and fell, thinking, "I'm sorry, Lucas," as he descended. Atticus was currently in the lead. There were about 3 trainees remaining, and after a while, Atticus eventually reached the top. He got down and lay on the ground, his chest rising and falling as he took deep breaths and panted. After a few minutes on the ground, he got up despite the screaming of his muscles and took deep breaths. No one had arrived at the top during that time. He turned his gaze and saw that he was in a flat clearing. Catching his breath for a bit more, he started running. After a few moments, he reached a steep slope that dropped precipitously below. It was a single pathway cutting through a forest, with trees on both sides. "Shit, I don't have any guinea pigs to test the waters for me this time," he thought. He took a step forward, inhaling deeply, and muttered to himself, "Looks like I'll have to rely on my perception for this." With determination, Atticus started his descent down the slope, his senses on high alert, ready to react to any unexpected danger. After a minute of sprinting down the steep terrain, his keen senses detected multiple high-speed projectiles hurtling towards him. Acting with lightning-fast reflexes, Atticus shifted his center of balance onto one leg and executed a precise spin, narrowly evading the projectiles that whizzed past him. As he landed, he wasted no time and continued his rapid descent down the slope. In less than a minute, Atticus detected more projectiles closing in on him from both sides. With remarkable agility, he skillfully evaded them. Dodging projectiles at his speed, without relying on mana, was a testament to his heightened perception. After a few minutes of sprinting and dodging numerous projectiles, Atticus successfully reached the end of the slope. He couldn't help but notice that it felt relatively easier than the previous challenges. I'm really glad I awakened this perception, he thought. Upon reaching the bottom, he found himself once again navigating the forest, maintaining a vigilant stance as he spotted and carefully avoided traps. After a few more minutes, he finally returned to the starting point. Coming out of the forest, Elias was absolutely shocked, but he quickly regained his composure. Congrats! You made it on your first try and within the required time. 50 points, he said to Atticus, who was panting on the floor. But he couldn't help but think, what the hell? He didn't expect anyone to make it down on their first try. There was a reason every trainee had to build up stamina first before attempting this course. It was because of the hellish experience one would go through to complete it. Before Atticus, no other trainee had ever made it to the finish line on the first try. Even that monster, Elias remembered how much of a genius Avalon was, and even he was unable to perform this feat when he was 10. I'm excited, Elias thought inwardly in exhilaration. Chapter 62, Elemental Mimicry. Elias, foreseeing that no other trainee would be returning soon, instructed Atticus to make his way back on his own. As he retraced his steps, his thoughts couldn't help but circle back to a particular red-eyed girl. I didn't see her at all. With his limited knowledge of Aurora, Atticus understood her to be highly competitive, and it was unlikely she would have been trailing at the rear if she had a choice. She must have been too exhausted to keep up, he surmised. After a few minutes of navigating the camp's familiar paths, Atticus finally reached his room. He promptly shed his sweat-drenched clothes and sought solace in a refreshing shower. The sensation of warm water cascading over his weary body was a brief respite before he succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing face first onto his bed. Although he loved training, even he acknowledged the necessity of rest after enduring such a brutal training session. Hours later, the intrusive sound of his doorbell startled him from a deep slumber. He groaned, rubbing the sleep from his eyes before reluctantly rising to answer the door. There, on the other side, stood Ember, bearing a tray of food in her hands. A genuine smile spread across his face as he greeted her. You're a lifesaver, Ember. Thank you. And he gestured for her to enter. Ember, ever the epitome of aloofness, simply nodded and walked into the room. They settled down at the table, sharing a meal while exchanging words and catching up on recent events. As the hours passed, Atticus decided it was time to visit the Emporium, and Ember decided to tag along. Together they exited the room, making their way toward the Emporium. The Emporium was situated on the western side of the camp, and their journey led them through the lively campgrounds. Soon, they arrived at the bustling front of the Emporium, its entrance teeming with white-haired youths coming and going. The Emporium was one of the largest buildings in the camp, as many trainees visited it daily to buy various items. It was no surprise that it had become a bustling hub. As Atticus and Ember approached, they couldn't help but notice the curious glances directed their way. Everyone in the camp already knew that Ember was from the main family, and recently, they had also discovered that Atticus was the son of the family head. Many had tried to approach Atticus, but of course, one cold look from him sent them away. He had no time for trivial nonsense. Undeterred, Atticus and Ember entered the bustling entrance of the Emporium. Inside, the place was a hive of activity, with multiple counters, each attended by a camp employee. They approached a vacant counter, where a friendly attendant greeted them with a warm smile. Good day. How may I help you today? Hello, Atticus responded. I would like to see the list of items for sale. The attendant directed him to a scanner on the counter and instructed. All right, scan your device here, and you'll get the list. Atticus promptly followed her instructions and received a notification on his device. He quickly perused the list, exploring the various categories of items available. Among the categories, he found the two that he was interested in. One was related to combat arts, and the other focused on potions. Turning his attention to the arts category, he discovered a range of martial techniques and styles, each with its own price tag. With the points the first rank was entitled to plus all the hunts he had been on, he had gathered quite a bit. Checking his current points, he found he had accumulated a decent amount. Contribution points, 2,900. Satisfied with his points, Atticus contemplated his choices. He had long desired to expand his combat repertoire beyond the katana. There are times when I won't use my katana. I should learn how to use my hands, he thought. As Atticus perused the available martial arts, Ember's voice reached him from behind, elemental mimicry. Turning to look at her, he saw her gazing intently at a specific section on the list. He followed her gaze, finding that she was focused on the movement arts section. Is it that good? He inquired. Ember nodded, her usual aloof expression undisturbed. This was surprising because Ember was not one to be insistent about anything, making her recommendation all the more noteworthy. Suddenly, Atticus recalled something. Wait, wasn't that what Hela muttered before she used that technique? His curiosity piqued. He quickly clicked on the movement arts section to investigate further. Elemental mimicry potential, transcendent 2000 RP. Description: Elemental mimicry is a dynamic art that melds the user's bloodline element, enabling the user's movement to mimic the characteristics of their bloodline element. The elemental properties you can mimic depend on your bloodline element. Oh! The description left Atticus awestruck. How on earth is this so cheap? It was a transcendent potential art, and its low price astounded him. His mind raced with possibilities, trying to figure out why it was so cheap. Eventually, he settled on two theories. Either the family decided that learning this was important for us earlier on, so they put it on sale at a low price despite their losses, or the art isn't really that costly to begin with. Atticus thought. He decided to stop speculating and promptly purchased the elemental mimicry art, a surge of excitement coursing through him. Moving on to the potion section, he noticed that only basic potions were available. However, this restriction made sense. Potions can be dangerous depending on how they are used. Given that fights are allowed in the camp, they will of course limit the types of potions available to ensure safety. Atticus simply purchased a few health potions and decided to leave the Emporium for now. After parting ways with Ember, he returned to his room to learn his new art. Entering the training room, he quickly sat cross-legged and brought out the art. Chapter 63, New Art. Atticus settled in his training room and retrieved the art from his storage ring. With focused determination, he channeled his mana into it. The runes upon the pages ignited, bathing the room in a blinding light. It was a surreal and almost ticklish sensation as a surge of knowledge flowed into his mind. After a few seconds that felt both eternal and fleeting, the brilliance dimmed, and the book crumbled to dust. The art's knowledge now resided within Atticus's mind. Delving into its depths, he discovered why it was important to expose this art to trainees early on. Mastery of the art depended mainly on an individual's talent and their body's adaptability. At the initial level, one could superficially mimic the movement of their bloodline element's characteristics. The effects grew more remarkable as one's mana capacity increased and their body adapted. It takes time to master and it heavily depends on talent, Atticus realized. Talents were simply a measure of how adeptly an individual's body could adapt to mana, and this art thrived on such adaptability. The more adaptable the body, the swifter the progress in mastering the art. The art was a boon for Ravensteins, primarily elementalists. This art would increase the base strength and give the trainees a stable foundation to better master their bloodline element. Atticus concluded, his mind brimming with possibilities. With a newfound sense of purpose, he decided to cease pondering and commence training. The knowledge he had gained described how this art would make his body movements mimic the characteristics of any elemental bloodline abilities he possessed. For example, an individual with a water elemental bloodline could mimic the flexibility and fluidity of water, while air would grant swiftness, fire would bring explosiveness, and earth would offer firmness, all without the need to actually control the elements. Since I possess all four elements, I should be able to use all four, Atticus thought, his anticipation building. This was the first thing he thought about when he first saw the description of the art. Learning this art would significantly enhance his fighting repertoire. So, the first step is to stimulate my bloodline with mana from my core and stabilize the mixture, then move it around my body a certain way until my body gets used to it, he recalled from his newfound knowledge. He then closed his eyes and focused inward. He concentrated on the 4 tiny glowing orbs around his heart, starting with the blue one representing water. It was the safer choice to begin with. Atticus willed the essence of water to flow out of the orb, moving down toward his mana core. Simultaneously, he controlled the mana from his core, directing it toward the same point. The two met in the middle and immediately began to react. After giving them a moment to stabilize, he initiated the process of circulating this mixture throughout his body as he had learned. At first, it felt like an intense coldness flowing through his veins, slightly painful. However, as he continued to move the mixture back and forth throughout his body, his system gradually grew accustomed to the sensation. Atticus persisted for a while, and he began to sense changes. His body felt more fluid, his joints exceptionally flexible, expanding his range of motion. After acclimating to this new sensation, he opened his eyes and started moving his arms. It was as if his hands were flowing like water, every motion adopting the graceful form of liquid. "This is awesome," he thought. He stood up and tested his legs, discovering that they too had become more fluid. The art seemed to affect every movement he made, imbuing him with a newfound grace and adaptability. After becoming accustomed to the water-like movements, Atticus decided to shift to another element. He sat back down, focusing his attention on the element of air. Following the same steps, he concentrated on the transparent orb within his heart, willing it to move and simultaneously channeling mana from his core. As the elements met and merged, Atticus initiated the process of circulating this mixture throughout his body, following the art's instructions. This time, Atticus felt something coursing through his veins, akin to a maddening itch he couldn't scratch from within. After some time of practice, he opened his eyes and executed a punch. The punch was noticeably faster than his regular mana-infused punches. While not as potent as Hela's, he sensed that his body had become incredibly lightweight, almost weightless. This sensation was fundamentally different from manipulating the air around him. It felt as if his hands and body were made of air itself. As Atticus delved deeper into his training, he followed the same procedure for the element of fire. Proved to be the most painful of all. The sensation of hot lava coursing through his veins wasn't exhilarating, to say the least. Nonetheless, he persevered and managed to produce punches with an explosive quality. His movements became swift and agile, resembling the dancing flames of fire. This newfound movement allowed him to change direction rapidly, making it challenging for an opponent to predict his next move. Next, he focused on the element of earth. The earth-based movement didn't have the same visual flair as the other elements, but Atticus sensed a difference compared to his regular punches. They felt harder, heavier, and more solid. As he practiced, Atticus couldn't help but notice that switching between elements took a considerable amount of time. The transition wasn't as seamless as he'd hoped, so he decided to dedicate more time to increase his proficiency. Sitting cross-legged, he stimulated each bloodline element in turn, moving it around his body and maintaining the sensation for a while before transitioning to another element. Atticus persisted in his practice for several hours. When nightfall arrived, he paused to have dinner before retiring to bed, fully prepared to continue his training the following day. Chapter 64. Budding. The next morning, Atticus followed his usual training regimen and made his way to the training grounds for the morning session. Once again, Atticus was the first to arrive at the training grounds. He noticed Aurora was absent, a recurring pattern he had observed recently. He shrugged it off and decided to wait for the other trainees to join. Gradually, the rest of the trainees began to arrive. Unlike the previous day, none of them showed signs of exhaustion. After regaining control of their mana, its passive recovery nature dissipated their fatigue. As he waited, Nate and Lucas approached. Lucas exchanged brief greetings, while Nate boldly declared, "I'll be the first this time." Amused by Nate's sudden confidence, Atticus couldn't help but challenge him. "Want to make a bet?" he asked with a smirk. Nate promptly cleared his throat, avoiding eye contact, and mumbled, "No, I don't want to lose any points." Lucas burst into laughter, earning an embarrassed glare from Nate. Atticus joined in the laughter. It seems he got a little more comfortable. he observed that Nate appeared more comfortable than before after he had witnessed the incident with Helodor. I almost forgot about him. His thoughts suddenly drifted to Helodor. He had long suspected there was more to Helodor's animosity toward him. Helodor's blatant attempt to harm him had left Atticus perplexed. I should pay him a visit soon. Determined to get to the bottom of it, Atticus decided to pay Helodor a visit. His thoughts were interrupted when he noticed Aurora entering the training ground. She appeared as usual, fatigued and weak. Lucas, noticing Atticus's gaze, remarked, "She must have been training with her father." Atticus shifted his attention away from her and inquired, "Her father?" Lucas, surprised at Atticus's apparent ignorance, explained, "Yes, you know, Sir Rowan. Everyone in camp knows about it." "Don't tell me you didn't know?" It was pretty obvious, blood-red eyes. Atticus was taken aback by his own oversight. He felt a pang of embarrassment for not recognizing the resemblance between Aurora and Rowan earlier. With his sharp intelligence and perception, overlooking the resemblance between Aurora and Rowan felt like a glaring oversight. "How the hell did I miss this?" he asked himself, shaking his head in disbelief. "It makes sense why she's so talented and competitive now," he deduced. Elias arrived precisely at 6 a.m. and immediately led them to the base of the mountain area. They donned their weights and activated the mana-blocking feature before beginning their run. Today's training session was just as grueling as the previous one, with no immediate noticeable changes in the trainees' performance. A single day wasn't enough to bring about significant improvements. As the trainees dashed through the forest, they triggered traps once again, sending them tumbling backward. This time, Atticus decided not to linger in the middle of the pack. With an understanding of what the course entailed, he chose to lead from the front. His heightened perception was in full swing, allowing him to move swiftly and evade traps with ease. Emerging from the forest after a few minutes, Atticus plunged into the water. After watching and learning how to swim from that trainee, swimming became second nature to him. He swam fast and avoided the water blasts and swirls and got to shore in just 25 minutes. After catching his breath, Atticus made his way to the imposing cliff. Climbing this part of the course was a daunting challenge, even for him. Each handhold on the cliff required Atticus's full attention, and he climbed methodically. The rigorous training was proving to be a boon for his perception and intelligence as every single handhold demanded his scrutiny, making sure not to trigger any traps. Atticus understood that the key to their growth lay in consistent use and pushing them to their limits. As he scaled the cliff, his intelligence and perception gradually flourished, becoming sharper and more refined with every deliberate move. Minutes passed, and Atticus found himself halfway up the mountain. Below, other trainees just started emerging from the water. Not everyone was blessed with high perception like Atticus. As they looked up and saw Atticus nearing the top, a single thought echoed in their minds. Monster! Nate, determined not to be left behind, clenched his fists and raced toward the cliff, leaving an exhausted Lucas behind. Lucas pleaded, "Nate, wait, let's take a short break," as he sprawled on the ground, gasping for air. "This is so difficult," he thought, struggling to regain his breath. After another 20 minutes, Atticus reached the summit. He collapsed onto the ground, resting for a brief moment. His entire body ached, but he knew it would all be worthwhile in the end. Afterward, he picked himself up and sprinted toward the slope. In a matter of minutes, he descended, skillfully dodging projectiles he knew were coming. Reaching the base of the mountain, he sprinted through the forest, returning to the starting point much to Elias's surprise. But Elias was prepared this time around. He knew geniuses hardly follow the conventional norms and already decided to take every spectacular achievement Atticus made as the new standard. With a smile, he remarked, "You're 20 minutes earlier than yesterday. 60 points. Atticus nodded, hands on his knees as he tried to regain his breath. Elias continued, "You can leave when you're ready. I don't think anyone else will be coming." "Okay," Atticus replied, still catching his breath, and after a few minutes of rest, he stood up straight and departed. As Atticus departed, Elias watched his retreating figure with a smile, recognizing the budding genius in the making. Yet, his thoughts couldn't help but drift to the situation of a certain red-eyed girl. He let out a short sigh. Chapter 65. Trying out the art. Atticus returned to his room after training, taking a refreshing shower before deciding to rest for a while. A few hours later, he woke up, feeling recharged, and made his way to the Beast Division. The day before, Atticus had sent a message to Hela through his device, expressing his desire to hunt alone from now on. Knowing Atticus's strength, Hela readily agreed. While any trainee could apply to hunt alone, permission to hunt without a squad was typically for more experienced second- and third-year trainees. No one expected a first year to go solo. He entered the Beast Division and exchanged a brief greeting with Bella at the counter. Then, he proceeded to the mission wall in the second floor. Today, he couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of gratitude that there were no useless situation to contend with. Without delay, Atticus selected a mission. He was restricted to hunting only intermediate-level beasts, a precaution taken due to his status as a first year. This restriction wouldn't apply if he were hunting with a squad. With his gear on, he left the Beast Division and headed toward the south gate. He scanned his device and the gate slid open. Stepping outside, he used the device for navigation and swiftly set off toward his designated hunting area. Atticus moved with an uncanny swiftness through the forest, surpassing his typical pace when he was with his teammates. It was as if his katana could sense his excitement, vibrating with anticipation. The forest yielded effortlessly before him, the breeze caressed his face, and the gentle rustling of leaves provided a soothing backdrop. In this moment, he drew in a deep breath, savoring the sensation. For the first time since his reincarnation, he felt truly free, unshackled from Arya's constant companionship or Anastasia's watchful eye. Alone in the forest, he experienced a profound sense of renewal. As Atticus continued to navigate the terrain, guided by his device's directions, his heightened senses detected movement up ahead. He swiftly stopped, taking cover behind a tree and cautiously surveyed the scene below. Before him, a pack of imposing wolf-like creatures came into view, horned lupiners. These creatures were renowned for their formidable presence, characterized by sleek, obsidian-black fur coats. They boasted an array of distinctive features, including razor-sharp claws, massive fangs protruding from their mouths, and gracefully curved horns adorning their heads. These horns were not just for show. Their length and complexity served as visual indicators of a lupiner's age and rank. Observing the lupiners below, Atticus noted that each one sported relatively short horns, all intermediate he identified. This will end easily with my katana. It's a great opportunity to try out the art, he decided, choosing to rely solely on the elemental mimicry technique for this battle. He closed his eyes and focused inwardly, stimulating the fire element with his mana. Then he moved it around his body. The process was slightly faster and less painful than yesterday. Getting used to the feeling, he came out of hiding and dashed towards the lupiner. Atticus's movements were flickering and agile. He burst forward in a blaze of motion, closing the distance with astonishing swiftness. His approach wasn't subtle, to say the least. The lupiners spotted him immediately, reacting swiftly. They each stood up and started growling, revealing their fangs. Undeterred, Atticus zeroed in on one of them. With a burst of movement, he jumped with a spinning kick that hit the lupiner's neck with an explosive impact. The neck broke immediately under the force of the kick, leaving a burning mark. The force sent the lupiner hurtling through the air, crashing into a tree. As Atticus was in the air, another lupiner used the opportunity and lunged at him with its razor-sharp claws. The day before, while Atticus was experimenting and training, he made an astonishing discovery that excited him about the possibilities. While using the elemental mimicry art, he could still utilize his bloodline elements, but this was, for now, limited to the element he was mimicking. Atticus raised his hands up, focusing on the fire element, and released a burst of fire from his palms, propelling him downwards, effectively evading the lupiner's attack. Without missing a beat, Atticus pointed his arms downwards and released another burst, propelling him upwards towards the airborne lupiner. He used his knees to strike the lupiner in the belly with an explosive force, knocking the air out of its body. The impact sent it hurtling upward through the air. The remaining lupiners, seeing that Atticus wasn't an easy prey, began to circle him, their eyes filled with wariness as they sought an opportunity to attack. Atticus, realizing their cautious approach, decided to quickly try out another element. "Let's try air," he decided. He abruptly ceased circulating the elemental mixture and attempted to stimulate the air element and his mana. However, this brief distraction was precisely what the lupiners needed. In a sudden and coordinated strike, one of them lunged at him with its claws, thinking of catching him off guard. Atticus, of course, with his higher rank and heightened perception, caught its movement. But, curious about the strength of his protective suit, he used his arms to block. "Why do I feel like this is a stupid idea?" He felt a sense of foreboding. Then, as if a hot knife were cutting through butter, the lupiner's claws effortlessly tore through the suit. Reacting with lightning speed, Atticus managed to save his arm from being amputated, but he couldn't escape without injury. 3 deep claw marks now adorned his arm. "Fuck!" Atticus screamed inwardly. This was the first time he had been so grievously injured. While he had endured tough training and taken his fair share of beatings from Sirius, this kind of pain was in a league of its own. He could even see his bones through the wound. That was close. What a completely useless suit. He couldn't help but think. With haste, he retrieved a health potion from his storage ring and consumed it, all the while keeping his full attention on the circling wolves. He immediately felt the changes as the wound on his arm closed at a pace even the naked eye could perceive. As he healed, Atticus stared at the lupiners, his voice filled with chilling intensity. "You're all dead," he declared. Then he stimulated his air bloodline and mana together, seamlessly controlling the air element around his body. And in an instant he disappeared. Immediately, he reappeared directly in front of one lupiner, delivering a ferocious uppercut kick to its jaw from below. The force was overwhelming, and the lupiner's jaw shattered with a sickening crunch. Then, like a phantom, he vanished and reappeared in front of the other lupiners, dispatching them with brutal efficiency. After a few seconds, only Atticus remained, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of the lupiners. "I'm loving this art," he said with a triumphant smile. Chapter 66. Intermediate Plus. After dispatching the horned lupiners, Atticus quickly stored their bodies in his storage ring. As he turned to leave, he sensed some unexpected movement emanating from the cave. His eyebrows furrowed in suspicion. There shouldn't be any more beasts here, or could the information be wrong again? He couldn't help but contemplate. The reliability of the information they received on his first hunt with the squad had been questionable. Although nobody had been harmed during that incident, Atticus had learned the hard way that nothing could be taken as 100% trustworthy in the forest. He had since maintained caution and preparedness for unforeseen situations. His gaze sharpened as he observed a figure emerging from the cave. It was a horned lupiner, towering over the ones he had just defeated, twice as large in size. Intermediate Plus. Atticus observed silently, his alertness surging instantly. All the hunts he had undertaken with his squad had only involved intermediate-level beasts at most. Magical beasts inherently possessed superior strength and were more adept at utilizing their bloodlines compared to humans of the same rank. Although defeating them was not impossible, it would certainly be challenging. This was Atticus's inaugural encounter with an Intermediate Plus, a situation that demanded his utmost seriousness. The lupiner stood at an imposing 5 meters in height, boasting a 15-inch horn jutting from its head. Compared to the creatures Atticus had faced earlier, heightened intensity of crackling lightning surrounded its body. Suddenly, the lupiner released a resounding howl upon seeing its fallen brethren. Then, it locked eyes with Atticus, its gaze piercing into his soul, and just as swiftly, it vanished from his view. Atticus felt shivers course down his spine, his instincts screaming at him. His perception sharpened to its limits, but he knew that he wouldn't be able to move in time. Acting on sheer instinct, he moved with lightning speed, focusing intently on the fire element. With both hands extended to his right, he unleashed the most potent blast he had ever produced. The force of the explosion was immense, propelling his body away from the imminent danger of the Lupiner's deadly horn, a horn that threatened to skewer him mercilessly. Despite the fact that beasts, like humans, awaken their bloodlines when they reach the intermediate rank, most of them weren't able to use it immediately. It usually takes time before a beast becomes adept at using their bloodline, but when they learn to use it, they become even more adept than humans at the same level. The Lupiner, having missed its initial target, growled in frustration and increased its speed to unimaginable levels, employing the lightning element to charge at Atticus once more. But this time Atticus was ready. With his perception operating at full power, he accurately tracked the Lupiner's movements, predicting its trajectory. He raised his hands, pointing them forward, and released a fiery blast while keeping his legs firmly in place, simultaneously allowing his body to fall backward. Then, with supernatural swiftness, he raised his right leg, unleashing a burst of fire from his heels to intensify the force of the strike. As if it were a natural course of action, the Lupiner's jaw suddenly intersected with Atticus's kick. The blow landed from below with tremendous force, sending the massive beast hurtling upward through the air. However, Atticus didn't emerge from this interaction unscathed. The lightning enveloping the Lupiner's body destroyed the protective suit around his feet. "Shit, that hurts," he muttered, shaking his legs to alleviate the numbing sensation. "Did that do the trick?" He pondered as he shifted his gaze toward the Lupiner that had landed a few meters away. Its jaw was broken, and saliva mixed with blood oozed from its maw. But it remained tenacious, eyes fixated on Atticus with chilling intensity. "Looks like I've only made it angrier," he muttered. Atticus suddenly entertained a rather audacious idea. "I'll try using Earth," he decided. Employing Earth mimicry against a beast renowned for its lightning speed might seem foolhardy, and Atticus was well aware of the risk, but he was determined to use this encounter for practice. Even though he brimmed with confidence in his ability to handle whatever the beast could unleash, he maintained unflagging vigilance, ready to react to anything. Atticus swiftly stimulated his mana with the earth element, keeping his vigilant eyes locked on the menacing Lupiner. His body began to feel firm and heavy as the earth element took hold. Then he dashed towards the beast. Despite being slower than before, he retained an adequate speed. As he advanced toward the Lupiner, Atticus observed the lightning enveloping the beast intensify, and its horn started emitting a brilliant blue glow. Suddenly, the Lupiner bent its horn forward, unleashing a lightning beam at astonishing speed directly towards Atticus. Atticus's eyes widened, and with rapid reflexes, he placed both hands on the ground, focusing on the earth element. An earth wall 1 meter thick materialized instantly, successfully blocking the lethal strike. Capitalizing on this narrow window of opportunity, Atticus swiftly manipulated the earth to shroud his legs, using it to glide seamlessly around the protective wall and closing in on the Lupiner at an even greater speed than before. He reached the beast almost instantly, catching it off guard as it had yet to recover from its prior attack. Without hesitation, Atticus directed the earth enveloping his foot to become firmer and sturdier. With a powerful jump, he used his earth-covered foot to deliver a crushing blow to the Lupiner's head. The strike landed with brutal intensity, immediately shattering the creature's skull. The Lupiner was sent hurtling through the air, landing lifeless with a resounding thud. Atticus landed on the floor with grace, gazing at the aftermath of his new art. That was awesome. He couldn't contain his excitement over the potential of this new art. If these were just the initial levels, he couldn't even fathom the possibilities at higher tiers. After marveling at the newfound power of the art, Atticus stored the defeated beast in his storage ring and started heading back to the camp. Chapter 67. They mess with me, I mess them up. Getting to the camp, Atticus went straight to the beast division to turn in his hunt. "Hey, little genius. You came back quick." Belle greeted Atticus with a smile as he approached the counter. Atticus noticed she seemed a bit more cheerful today, and it didn't take him long to figure out why. "No paperwork today?" Atticus inquired as he handed over his kills. "No. It's like the heavens listen to my prayers. Belle replied cheerfully as she inspected the carcasses, and Atticus couldn't help but chuckle. While examining the carcass, Belle's eyes widened. "You killed an adult horned lupiner," she exclaimed, but then realizing her mistake, she quickly closed her mouth. However, it was too late. The trainees in the vicinity had heard her, and hushed whispers began to ripple through the hall. Atticus noticed most of them staring at him with shocked expressions, but he simply glanced at them before returning his attention to Belle, who was already giving him an apologetic look. "I'm sorry, but you're a first year." "How?" she whispered, leaning in and using one hand to cover her mouth, as if that would prevent others from overhearing. Atticus just shrugged casually. "It just happened." Betty stared at Atticus incredulously for a moment, then shook her head. "Don't bother yourself, Belle. Understanding geniuses is impossible," she thought to herself. She quickly entered a few things on her holographic screen, and Atticus immediately received 1,000 Raven points. Atticus's eyes widened at the number of points he received. "To think I wasted a whole month," he thought. In the past, each squad member had to divide the points among themselves, but now that he was hunting alone, all the points were his to keep. Atticus couldn't help but imagine how many points he could have amassed if he had been hunting solo from the beginning. He thanked Belle for her assistance and left the Beast Division. A few hours later, the camp was shrouded in darkness, with most trainees either training in their rooms or resting. The silence of the night hung heavy in the air as a young boy made his way through the camp. This boy had white hair and an unmistakable look of a bully. Who else but Helodor? Helodor had been feeling increasingly frustrated over the past 2 days. Since the incident involving Atticus, he had been desperately trying to beg his master, Rowan, to take him back. But Rowan was not listening, and this fear gnawed at Helodor. He worried that Atticus might use his power to come after him once camp was over. With Rowan no longer offering protection, Helodor felt vulnerable. Walking back to his room, Helodor decided to take a shortcut, cutting through a narrow alleyway-like space between the buildings. As he entered, an eerie feeling washed over him, and he felt a presence behind him. Reacting quickly, he turned and came face to face with the source of his fears. Atticus. Atticus, with his piercing blue eyes and spiky white hair, regarded Helodor with a cold gaze. Terrified, Helodor started backing away, stammering, "WH, what do you want? Haven't you beaten me enough?" His voice trembled with fear. Atticus remained silent, his eyes fixed on Helodor. He took a step closer, causing Helodor to retreat even faster. "Please," Helodor pleaded, his voice shaking. "I'm begging you. I won't do it again." He clasped his hands together in desperation as he backed up and eventually lost his balance and fell onto the ground. Atticus continued his advance without uttering a word. Helodor found himself unable to move, frozen in fear. As Atticus closed in, Helodor shut his eyes tightly and started crying, tears streaming down his face. "Please," he sobbed, his voice barely audible between sobs. And then, to Helodor's utter humiliation, he wet his pants, hot stream of liquid drenching his pants. Atticus finally stopped in front of him at a safe distance from the pool of urine forming and spoke, his tone icy. "I'm going to ask you only once. Who asked you to do it?" Hearing the question, Helodor's eyes widened, and his teeth began to chatter uncontrollably. As Atticus observed the terrified Helodor, his thoughts churned. He knew that someone had been plotting against him. The intensity of a 13-year-old's hatred was not enough to warrant an attempt on his life, especially when Atticus hadn't done anything significant to provoke such extreme actions. On that day, Atticus had been enraged, and he had gone too far with Helodor, rendering the boy's mouth practically unusable. That was why he had decided to have a more private conversation with him later, after he had calmed down. As Atticus maintained his cold gaze, Helodor trembled on the ground, the involuntary stream of urine showing no signs of stopping. Atticus crouched down, positioning himself at eye level with Helodor. The mere act caused Helodor to flinch and shut his eyes tightly, as if bracing for something terrible. In a tone that demanded compliance, Atticus spoke. "Open them." Heloder obeyed instantly, not daring to find out what might happen if he refused. His eyes met Atticus's piercing blue gaze, and his lips quivered as tears flowed freely, mucus clogging his nose and mouth. Atticus spoke again, his voice unwavering. "I won't repeat myself." Heloder stuttered in response, his voice high-pitched and choked. "Please, I can't." It sounded as if he was struggling to speak, with mucus obstructing his words. Frustrated by Helodor's hesitation, Atticus sighed and raised his arm. Heloder, terrified, began to speak. "Mana ko dash." But before he could finish, blood started seeping from his eyes and ears. Atticus, seeing this, quickly struck the back of Helodor's head, causing the boy to lose consciousness. Although Heloder hadn't been able to finish his sentence, anyone with at least 2 brain cells would have discerned his intent. "Mana contract," Atticus muttered. As Atticus's mind raced, he tried to piece together the puzzle of who might be plotting against him. "It has to be someone high," he surmised. While he couldn't be certain, Atticus was aware that obtaining a mana contract was not something anyone could do. He knew that the camp must have stringent checks and regulations in place to monitor everything coming in and out of the facility, especially given that it was a place dedicated to the development of the family's youth. Only someone high enough could acquire something like that. What Atticus didn't know was that the mana contract every staff member took was extremely thorough. No staff member could, at any time, try to harm or hire or command someone to harm the trainees. In fact, Rowan hadn't directly asked Heloder to harm Atticus. It was Heloder who had taken it upon himself to do so. As he was thinking, Atticus's thoughts suddenly shifted to a certain red-eyed girl. Rowan, he thought. He's high enough to let that happen, and that would explain why he's training Aurora so hard. Does he have some kind of feud with the main family? He pondered. It was all about timing. The first time he had met Aurora, she looked vibrant and full of life. The second time, after he got the first rank, she still looked okay the next day. But then he got first in the morning training, and Aurora started showing up weak and beaten. It was odd. But this assumption isn't foolproof. It might just be his nature. Maybe he simply wants his daughter to be the strongest. There are too many unknowns. I need more information. Atticus had recently discovered that Aurora's father was Rowan. With limited information about Rowan, he couldn't jump to conclusions, and he understood that everyone in the camp was a potential suspect. He decided to gather more information the next day. Leaving Heloder behind in the alley, Atticus made his way back to his room. Along the way, he couldn't help but think about how annoying the situation was becoming. Atticus was no stranger to the idea that, due to his position as the heir to the family, he would face many people attempting to harm or exploit him. This was an expected part of his life. Back on Earth, he had been a normal person. Although 10 years had passed since his reincarnation, his knowledge and experience were primarily derived from books he had read since childhood. His intelligence played a significant role in helping him acquire knowledge rapidly. However, he wasn't well-versed in dealing with situations like this. He entered his room with a cold look on his face and muttered, "Well, nothing changes. They mess with me. I mess them up." Regardless, Atticus had always been vengeful and always repays his enemies tenfold, no matter the circumstances. Chapter 68, Caution. The next day, Atticus woke up and followed his usual routine. Nothing had really changed. He was still the first and only person to complete the course. After the morning session, he returned to his room. A quick, refreshing shower later, he sat down cross-legged inside the training room and began the process of absorbing mana. Despite having numerous skills to train, Atticus knew that neglecting his mana absorption would be a mistake. It served as the foundation for all his skills, and without a strong body, the potential of his skills would remain limited. So, increasing his mana rank was a top priority. After several hours later, Atticus heard the doorbell ring. His eyes flickered open, and he halted his training. He stood up and went to answer the door. Upon opening it, he found a slender boy with square-shaped glasses standing there with a smile. Lucas. Atticus wasn't surprised by his visit. He was expecting it. He promptly invited Lucas inside. "Come in." Lucas nodded and entered. Atticus gestured for him to take a seat at the table, and they both sat down. Without wasting any time, Atticus got straight to the point. "Tell me about Rowan." Out of everyone in the camp, Atticus couldn't say he trusted anyone apart from Ember. However, knowing Ember's reclusive personality, he believed that he even knew more about the family than her. Atticus wasn't entirely sure if he could trust Lucas, but he didn't have much of a choice. Lucas was the only person he was acquainted with and knowledgeable enough about the inner workings of the family. He didn't have a way to ensure Lucas's loyalty, nor did he have any leverage. Torturing someone who wasn't involved didn't sit well with him, and it could easily backfire. Besides, despite not being an expert in reading people at a glance, Atticus had a sense that Lucas was smart enough to choose his alliances wisely. And indeed, Lucas didn't disappoint. He smiled, having always been a good judge of people. While he found it hard to read what Atticus was always thinking, he was certain that Atticus wasn't someone you'd want to be against. "What do you want to know?" Lucas quickly responded with a smile. "Everything you know," Atticus replied. His gaze locked onto Lucas's eyes. He was trying to see if there were any discrepancies in his behavior, anything that could indicate nervousness or deceit. Atticus trusted no one and was scrutinizing Lucas for any signs of deception. "All right, I don't know much, but I know he lost his wife some years back. It was due to some power struggle between our family and the Tier 1 family in Sector 5. Lucas spoke, adjusting his glasses with his finger. "The Ravensteins and the other Tier 1 family got into some kind of dispute, and his wife was killed during the fallout. He was enraged and wanted to go to war to wipe them out, but the Sentinel Guardians and other families intervened and convinced both families to stop. The rest of the Paragons had to put their foot down before Master Magnus agreed to stop the war. Sir Rowan became enraged after hearing that and wanted to continue the war, but the main family forbade him from doing that." Throughout Lucas's explanation, Atticus's expression remained mostly neutral. He wasn't particularly interested in Rowan's reasons. He just wanted to confirm his assumptions. After a few seconds, he simply said, "I see." Lucas continued, "I don't know if this is useful, but Sir Rowan's hatred for the main family is common knowledge." Atticus's eyes narrowed at Lucas's comment. Lucas smiled, as if reading Atticus's thoughts, and said, "So why did the main family not do anything?" Seeing Atticus's silence, Lucas went on, "Well, no one knows the actual reason, but I think it's because the main family has him bound by a mana contract due to his sensitive position. So, I believe they're not too worried about him betraying the family." Atticus nodded. He had also speculated that this was the case. However, he found this situation odd. Helodor had tried to kill him, and there was no denying that fact. Maybe he did that on his own? Atticus deduced, his mind working through the information he had gathered so far. But Rowan is not faultless either. He probably commanded Helodor to provoke me. Even though the higher years weren't allowed to attack, they were allowed to defend themselves, Atticus reasoned. It was natural for others to assume Atticus was weaker than a third year. Since Rowan hated the main family, Atticus knew that, being bounded by mana contract, the best he could ask Helodor to do was embarrass and lower his reputation by beating him up in public. Then, he had a sudden realization, his thoughts clicking into place like pieces of a puzzle falling into position. So that's why he was training her so hard. Seeing as she became an intermediate rank by 10, she obviously possesses high talent, maybe even transcendent. He must be planning something with her, and that needs her to be better than me, the heir of the main family, Atticus deduced. He had finally understood why Aurora was being treated in that manner. With all the information he had gathered from Lucas, it wasn't hard to come to this conclusion with his intelligence. All of this only took him a few seconds in reality. If Lucas found out that Atticus had reached this conclusion in just a few seconds, he would never be as proud of his intelligence again. "Thank you, Lucas. I guess I owe you one," Atticus said after a moment of contemplation. Lucas smiled and replied, "No need. It's my pleasure to help." After experiencing what he had gone through in his childhood, he recognized the importance of connections, the bigger, the better. In this camp, Atticus was the biggest fish one could catch. There was no way he was going to miss this opportunity. Atticus smiled back and thought, he's this shrewd at 10. He'll definitely be useful in the future. Atticus knew that Rowan wouldn't be his only enemy. Despite not actively seeking out enemies, they would come to him like flies because of his position in the family. It wouldn't hurt to have someone smart on his side. Atticus nodded, and after talking for a while, Lucas left, leaving Atticus sitting down deep in thought. Now, how should I deal with this? Rowan was a Grandmaster rank individual. No matter how powerful Atticus had become or how godly his intelligence was, he couldn't win in a fight against Rowan, not even in 1,000 years. There's nothing I can do for now, he concluded. Rowan obviously couldn't do anything harmful to Atticus, but if Atticus attacked him, Rowan was clearly allowed to defend himself. Atticus was vengeful but not stupid. This was clearly beyond his current capabilities, so he had to be cautious. But I won't forget this, he muttered, his gaze icy. Chapter 69, Combat Challenges. And just like that, 2 months had passed, and it was the day of the combat challenges. Atticus, Nate, and Lucas walked together to the location where it would take place. They had just come out of their room after freshening up following the morning training session. During the 2 months, the trainees had adapted spectacularly. While none had managed to make it to the finish line apart from Atticus, they had become more adept at spotting and avoiding the traps. Most of them were now capable of making it past the mountain. Finally, I've gotten so tired of my 5th rank. It's time for a change, Nate exclaimed happily. Changing one's rank could only be done during the combat challenges, which took place every 3 months. Nate had been eagerly waiting for this opportunity to upgrade his rank. I know for sure you're not going to challenge me. If you're planning on challenging Eric, I'd be more cautious if I were you, Lucas advised. Eric was one of the trainees Atticus had noticed during the test when they were falling, the one who wielded daggers. The first-year trainees numbered only 20. After 3 months spent together, knowing each other's names was expected. Don't worry, it'll be an easy fight, Nate replied confidently. He had absolute faith in his strength. He was among the very few Novice Plus ranks in the first years, a rank achieved by only the most exceptional first-year trainees. Apart from Atticus and Aurora, I can defeat anyone, Nate thought. Atticus simply stared at Nate without saying anything, having guessed his thoughts. He knew Nate was a simple-minded fellow. Atticus could gauge the strength of each first-year trainee easily, with his perception and given that he held a higher rank than them. He knew that Eric and Nate had similar power levels, but Eric was much more reserved and silent. Atticus could see that he was not the type to rush into battles like Nate. He could have warned Nate, but he believed that one should learn from their mistakes, especially when his life wasn't in danger. Plus, with how confident Nate sounded, he doubted that he would listen to him anyway. Lucas smiled and shook his head, having come to the same conclusion as Atticus. The trio continued walking towards the venue. They each followed their device's navigation, which led them towards the massive mountain situated in the middle of the camp. After walking for a while, they noticed a procession of trainees heading in a certain direction, so they decided to follow them. Not far from where they had initially done their morning training session, they stumbled upon an extraordinarily large opening leading into the mountain. They saw other trainees entering it and followed suit. After walking inside the opening for a while, they were greeted by a breathtaking sight. In the heart of the mountain, they saw a massive arena with rows of chairs encircling it, leaving an empty stage in the center. The arena was divided into 3 distinct areas, each marked with a huge sign bearing the numbers 1, 2, and 3, representing the first, second, and third years, forming a triangle around the central stage. The chairs were meticulously arranged, with the highest-ranking individuals enjoying more luxurious seats positioned at higher elevations. For the first rank in each year, their chairs resembled thrones, adorned with opulent gold and silver accents. This hierarchy continued for each rank, with second-rank chairs elevated above third-rank ones, and so forth. At the top of the arena, there stood a massive booth enclosed by tinted glass. Atticus surmised that it was likely where Rowan was situated. He couldn't help but cast a cold glance toward the booth. After taking in the spectacle for a few moments, they made their way to their seats. The arena was nearly full, with most trainees already occupying their designated spots. Atticus spotted Ember sitting on the throne for the first rank of the third year. She wore her typically aloof expression, with a cold and regal demeanor that seemed to suit her well in that position. Seeing her, Atticus couldn't help but smile. As she noticed him and their eyes met, Ember smiled and waved, her gesture a bit more subdued, with her hand raised just above her chest. Although it wasn't an exuberant wave, it still seemed to surprise the boy sitting just below her. The boy with the distinctive white hair and one sharp, thin eye was the second rank among the third years. He was utterly shocked by what he was witnessing. Ember smiling? He had never thought such a thing was possible. Ever since he first laid eyes on Ember during their first year, he had been immediately attracted to her. He had tried everything in his repertoire to get her to like him, but it was all in vain. It didn't help that he was constantly defeated by her during competitions. He didn't care that they were cousins. He was irresistibly drawn to her beauty and desired her above all else. After losing countless times to her, he had resorted to hiring a second-year student to harass her. Seeing Ember smile at someone other than him filled him with rage. He had been hearing rumors about Ember and Atticus always hanging out together, but he didn't think it was true. He gritted his teeth and shot Atticus a murderous glare. Atticus waved back at Ember and continued to his seat, oblivious to the intense hostility directed toward him. As he passed through the crowd, many people watched him with mixed reactions. Some viewed him with discontentment, feeling he was too arrogant. The fact that Atticus always drove away those who tried to approach him left many dissatisfied. Some, who hadn't given up hope of getting close to him, still harbored aspirations. And the majority were curious about his strength and eagerly anticipated the upcoming match between Atticus and Aurora. Who was stronger? The arena was filled with hushed whispers as Atticus made his way to his seat. Aurora was already seated in her designated spot, and she didn't even spare a glance in Atticus's direction as he passed her. Atticus noticed that today she appeared energetic, unlike her usual frail and worn-out look. Looks like Rowan wanted her to be at full strength before our fight. He brushed it off and took his seat casually, unfazed by the dramatic atmosphere. After a few minutes of anticipation and whispers in the crowd, a man with an aura of master rank walked onto the stage. Chapter 70, Runesmith. The man had the signature white hair of the Ravensteins, and, to Atticus's surprise, he possessed a slender figure. It was the first time he was seeing an individual of such strength being anything other than heavily muscled. The camp had separate instructors for each year, and with their various activities it was entirely possible not to encounter some of them. Welcome, trainees. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Reed, and I'll be the host for today's combat challenges, he announced, his words reaching the ears of each of the trainees. Turning his gaze toward the booth at the top of the arena, the tinted glass couldn't obscure the view of someone with his level of strength. In the booth, Rowan was seated on a lavish chair with Finn standing behind him, while the instructors who had chosen to watch were all seated at a lower elevation below him. After receiving a nod from Rowan, Reed continued, "Since we have new trainees among us, I'll reiterate the rules." He directed his attention to the first years. The rules are simple. Starting from the lowest rank, each trainee will issue a challenge to anyone of higher rank. The higher rank trainee cannot refuse the challenge unless they have already participated in a fight. In that case, they can refuse both a challenge and the choice to challenge someone else. Other than that, issuing a challenge and accepting one is mandatory. You are also not allowed to challenge someone of lower rank. After a brief pause to let the rules sink in, he went on, "You are permitted to use everything at your disposal in a fight, from real weapons to your arts. The stage is engraved with runes that will block any fatal strikes, so go crazy." The winner is only determined in two ways: if the opponent is incapable of continuing the fight or if the rune blocks a potentially lethal strike. If the winner is the lower rank, they will assume the rank of the loser, and the loser will be given the right to challenge once it gets to their former rank. Reed's words left some of the first-year trainees shifting uncomfortably in their seats. The requirement that the rune must block a strike meant their lives had to be in danger first. Most first-year trainees hadn't even been in a real life-and-death battle. Atticus' expression remained unchanged. He had already discussed the details with Ember and had mentally prepared himself. Now, let's begin with the first-year trainees. 20th rank. Step forward. Reed's commanding voice echoed, causing a chubby boy with a round face to flinch. He rose hesitantly, his nervous steps taking him to the stage. Reed inquired, "Who do you challenge?" The boy hesitated for a fleeting moment before stammering, "I challenge the 18th rank." This choice surprised some of the first years. He had gained a reputation as the weakest among them, nicknamed Chubby. Many thought he would challenge the 19th rank at the very least. The 18th ranked boy wore a smug expression as he confidently stood up and joined Chubby on the stage. "Prepare your weapons." Reed's instruction prompted them to comply. The 18th rank readied a gleaming sword, while Chubby, still trembling, equipped a gauntlet. "Begin." With Reed's command, the 18th rank surged toward Chubby, his face oozing with confidence. However, Chubby's expression suddenly changed. His fear and trembling replaced by a menacing smile. The boy immediately sensed that something was amiss and decided to end the match quickly. He called upon his art, Radiant Blade. His sword bathed in golden light and swelled, nearly doubling in size as it descended menacingly upon Chubby. But then, something unexpected happened. Chubby's eyes sharpened, and he moved at a speed far beyond what his size suggested. He deftly sidestepped the attack and countered with an attack of his own, declaring, "Taurus Fist." His punch bathed in blue light grew and transformed into the likeness of a bull's head, charging toward the boy's head. The boy's eyes widened in realization that it was too late to dodge, and he instinctively closed his eyes in terror. However, just as the punch was about to land, the platform suddenly lit up, covering the boy's body immediately, and the attack was dispersed easily. Reed's voice rang out, declaring, "Winner, 20th rank." The first-year trainees fell into a stunned silence. Who would have thought that Chubby had been hiding his true strength all this time? Atticus watched all of this unfold with a bored expression. "What's the point of all that?" he thought. It seemed rather foolish to go through the trouble of concealing one's strength, only to reveal it now when there was little to gain. Whether it was the 20th rank or the 18th rank, they received next to no benefits. "He's just a 10-year-old. What were you expecting, Atticus?" Undeterred, Reed continued, 19th rank. Step forward." The fights proceeded quickly, simple and straightforward, with several rank changes occurring. None of the first years apart from Atticus and Aurora had awakened their bloodline. They were only using simple arts. After a few minutes, Reed called, 6th rank, step forward." A girl stood up and moved to the stage. Her expression remained stoic, as if she were thoroughly bored with the entire process. Atticus recognized her as the aloof girl who had wielded the bow during the test. She reached the stage and, in an uninterested tone, declared, 4th rank. Lucas, who had anticipated this, smiled and stood up. He knew that he wasn't particularly strong, and he was also aware that people would prefer to challenge him over Nate, who appeared physically stronger and more imposing. "Don't worry, Lucas. She doesn't seem all that strong," Nate reassured him. Lucas simply smiled in response while standing up. He knew better than to underestimate his opponent. "Let's see how you handle this," Atticus thought, observing Lucas closely. He knew Lucas was way intelligent for his age, but intelligence was only valuable if one could apply it effectively in real-life situations like this. Lucas walked confidently to the stage and faced the stoic girl, Arya, on the other side. "Get ready," Reed's voice commanded. The both brought out their weapons. The girl wielded a bow, and Lucas, slates? The sight of Lucas bringing out slates left some trainees baffled, while others were outright shocked. "So he joined the runes division," Atticus noted. Runesmiths were exceedingly rare, and the sight of a first-year holding combat-ready rune-engraved slates was enough to astonish even those in the viewing booth at the top. Everyone knew that the runes sold in the market were not for combat, so there was only one way he got them. He must have engraved them himself. Rowan turned to Finn with a look that clearly conveyed his desire to recruit Lucas, and Finn nodded in agreement. In Atticus's eyes, Lucas's standing had just gained another level. He couldn't help but smile. I definitely need to have him. Arya, upon seeing Lucas's slates, adopted a more serious expression. She knew better than to underestimate a runesmith. Being a runesmith required intelligence and a strong will, something you would rarely see in a 10-year-old. Underestimating a runesmith will be the biggest mistake one could make. After a brief moment of shock, Reed composed himself and initiated the match. Begin! Chapter 71. Arya versus Lucas. As Reed's command echoed through the arena, Arya moved with a swiftness that seemed almost unreal. Her nimble fingers drew 3 arrows from the quiver on her back and expertly nocked them on her bowstring. Without hesitation, she released all 3 arrows simultaneously, a clear intent to end the match swiftly. Lucas, however, remained composed, his serene smile unmarred by the 3 deadly arrows zeroing in on him. He reached for one of the slates he held, his fingers dancing gracefully as he channeled mana into it. The slate responded with a radiant, golden glow, and he casually tossed it before him. In an instant, a shimmering, transparent shield materialized, effortlessly intercepting the trio of arrows. Arya's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise dancing across her face, but she wasn't one to falter easily. She continued releasing arrows with even greater speed, intending to shatter the protective barrier. After a bit, the shield showed some cracks under her constant attack. Seeing the danger, Lucas acted fast. He used another slate, creating a second shield to reinforce the first. Undeterred, Arya nocked another arrow, her focus laser-sharp, and her voice barely audible as she whispered the words, "Rapid Essence." The arrow radiated a red glow as it expanded in size. Her mana infused every fiber of the arrow as she released it, sending it hurtling towards Lucas at a blistering speed. Lucas, recognizing the danger, acted decisively. With a quick gesture, he layered multiple protective shields upon the first. As the arrow met the shield, it detonated in a blinding explosion, shrouding the immediate vicinity in thick, concealing smoke. And this was exactly what Lucas wanted. He seized the opportunity and immediately moved. Inside the dense smoke, Arya remained alert, her senses heightened in anticipation of any potential threats. She couldn't see anything amidst the dense smoke. Doubts began to creep into her mind. Did I get him? She wondered. Suddenly, as the smoke cleared, she spotted Lucas still standing behind a single flickering shield. As Arya prepared to fire another mana-charged arrow, Lucas moved swiftly. He grabbed another slate, infused it with mana, and hurled it toward her. Unlike the first, this slate, however, transformed into a blazing fireball mid-flight. Arya's eyes widened, and she dodged the incoming fireball just in time. Before she had time to rest, another fireball appeared and she quickly dodged again. But the ground where she had landed suddenly emitted a brilliant golden glow, catching her off guard. Before she could react, the ground beneath her detonated with a deafening explosion. Boom! The arena fell into stunned silence. What had just happened? Atticus smiled. He saw what happened as he was able to see through the smoke easily. He used the initial explosion to set up some of the slates as mines on the stage, then used fireballs to make her move into the trap. Smart, very smart. He thought, I really have to learn how to make runes. They can be very powerful when used correctly. Reed, after a momentary shock, declared, Winner, 4th rank. Lucas simply smiled and walked back to his seat, showing no interest in challenging anyone. Haha, that was awesome, Lucas, Nate exclaimed as Lucas returned to his seat. Lucas responded with a bashful smile, scratching his head. Arya was still on the stage. The runes shielded her from the explosion. Rank 5th, Reed called out. Reed's call for the next challenge brought Arya back from her stunned thoughts. She left the stage, still bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. Nate quickly stood up, brimming with confidence. "I'll be seating above you after this," he declared to Lucas. "Be careful, Nate," Lucas cautioned once more, but Nate was already making his way to the stage. "Rank 3, Nate declared with a confident grin as he got to the stage. Eric stood up nonchalantly and walked to the stage. He had the signature Ravenstein white hair but kept it short, almost army style. His eyes carried a perpetual weariness. Although he hadn't awakened his bloodline yet, Atticus's keen perception picked up the darkness element surrounding him, even though he wasn't yet an intermediate rank. Interesting, Atticus thought, noting Eric's aura of darkness. His bloodline is already influencing him, even before it's awakened. Reed instructed, "Bring out your weapons," and both Nate and Eric complied. Nate brandished his broadsword while Eric readied his daggers. "Get ready to be defeated," Nate taunted Eric with a grin, but Eric remained silent and composed, already in a stance as he stared at Nate, awaiting the instructor's signal. "Begin!" Nate lunged towards Eric, full of confidence. As he was ready to unleash his art, in the blink of an eye, he suddenly saw a dagger tipped dangerously close to his eye. His entire body froze, and he braced for the worst, but suddenly, the runes on the stage lit up, blocking the potentially lethal strike. "Winner, 3rd rank," Reed declared. The first-year trainees were taken aback by how fast the fight had ended. It didn't even last 5 seconds. Nate was known as one of the strongest in their year, and they were astonished at the swift defeat. Nate stood there, absolutely bewildered. What just happened? He thought, his mind still registering his defeat. He had been so confident in his victory that he hadn't considered the possibility of losing. He couldn't even follow Eric's movements. He clenched his fist, causing blood to seep out. Lucas watched Nate with a somber expression. "He'll have to overcome this loss on his own," he thought. After a few moments, he left the stage and returned to his seat, not engaging with anyone, not even Lucas. Eric had also left the stage promptly, showing no interest in challenging anyone else. "Rank 2, Reed's voice announced, and Aurora immediately stepped forward, walking to the stage. All eyes were on her as she reached the stage. She stared directly at Atticus with a serious expression and declared, "Rank 1, her voice serious. Chapter 72, Atticus versus Aurora. This fight was what everyone had been waiting for. Almost everyone in camp knew that Aurora was Rowan's daughter, and were initially surprised when an unknown boy got the 1st rank instead of her. This surprise, however, subsided when they found out Atticus's actual identity. Elias and the other instructors also watched with rapt attention. Elias smiled, "Let's see how strong you are," while gazing at Atticus. Atticus met Aurora's gaze and calmly stood up, walking to the stage nonchalantly. All eyes were on the duo on the stage, curious to see who was stronger. They were both monsters who had reached intermediate rank at the age of 10. Even though Atticus had gotten the 1st rank, they still didn't believe he was stronger than Aurora as they hadn't fought yet. Not caring about the looks, Atticus thought. Now how should I deal with this? Although he had a score to settle with Rowan, it had nothing to do with Aurora. He'd be lying if he said he hadn't considered taking it on Aurora, but he thought better of it. "You're lucky I'm not wicked," as he gazed at her. Atticus's vengeance only involved the perpetrator and any fool who tried to stand in the way. He wasn't one to take it out on innocents. "Bring out your weapons," Reed instructed. "My katana would be overkill. I'll use water mimicry," Atticus decided. Although he was trying to keep some cards up his sleeves, using the element and the art was different. His movements would mimic the element, but it had no visual effects. Only people of adequate strength would be able to tell that he was using the water aspect of the art, something only people with water elements could use. Atticus knew that Rowan might be able to tell, but it didn't really matter. He was sure Heloder had already informed him that he had multiple elements, and adding one more wouldn't change much. Besides, Rowan couldn't do anything to him as he was bound by a mana contract. Hearing the instructor's voice, Aurora promptly listened and brought out her weapon. a high-quality gauntlet that outshone Chubby's by a mile. As she finished equipping, she looked up at the booth with a resolute expression and then glanced down at Atticus, who had yet to take out his weapon. "Won't you bring out your weapon?" she asked, bewildered. "You should worry about yourself, Aurora," Atticus replied coolly. Aurora was irritated by those words and muttered, "Suit yourself," with anger lacing her voice. "Begin," Reed declared. Aurora's entire body suddenly ignited with fire, and she shot towards Atticus at a blistering speed. Atticus stood there unfazed, stimulating his water bloodline with mana. Months of practice had cut down the time it took for the art to take effect. Currently, he only needed a few seconds. He felt his body become freer and more flexible. As Aurora drew nearer, she increased the concentration of fire around her hand and threw a punch that sliced through the air with intensity. With the fluidity of water, Atticus used a backhanded palm technique akin to kung fu to redirect the punch. His movements were as smooth as flowing water. He capitalized on her momentum and grabbed her, slamming her on the ground, knocking the air out of her lungs. Seeing Atticus's movements, Rowan's eyes narrowed into pinpricks. Finn, who stood behind him, spoke in absolute shock. "He can use 3 elements?" Rowan didn't answer. He kept his intense gaze on Atticus. He knew how difficult it was to master elemental mimicry. Your talent played a significant role in mastering that art. Even for transcendent talent, it took at least half a year to come close to the proficiency Atticus had just displayed. And he had only been here for 3 months. Finn noticed how the room seemed to grow colder and wisely decided to keep silent. He couldn't help but feel a sense of pity for what Aurora would face. "He's even more of a monster than I thought," Elias thought, a smile forming. To think he learned elemental mimicry to this level in such a short time. He clenched his fist, his excitement surging. Meanwhile, Aurora was panicking. "No, no, 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 I can't lose," she thought frantically. She quickly stood up and muttered, "I can't lose." With focused determination, the fire surrounding her intensified, doubling in intensity. She compressed all the fire into her right hand, raised her heels, resting on her toes, and then released a colossal burst from her feet, propelling herself at Atticus at twice her previous speed. "Cosmic punch," she muttered. Her hands blazed with intensity as her fist tore through the air like a comet, promising nothing but devastation. As the blow neared Atticus, he decided to use something he hadn't employed since he had learned it, his first art. He simply raised his hands and muttered, "Arcane barrier." Instantly, a blue, transparent shield formed in front of him. The strike hit the shield with a thunderous crash, sending shockwaves reverberating through the arena. The whole arena fell silent. The sudden silence was broken only by the voice of a trainee who asked what everyone was thinking. "Is this a fight between first years?" After the smoke cleared, a shocked Aurora could be seen. "No way," she said, her voice trembling. There wasn't even the slightest ripple on the shield. Atticus's proficiency of the art had increased over the years. It was currently at the intermediate plus level. It was only natural that the strength of an intermediate couldn't break through it. Without giving her a chance to catch her breath, Atticus suddenly moved toward her at lightning speed. She was too surprised to react. Using the tips of his fingers, moving like dangerous waves, he advanced swiftly toward her throat. Aurora's eyes widened, and as the strike was about to land, the stage lit up and stopped the attack. "Winner, Atticus," Reed declared, his surprise evident as he didn't even realize that he called out Atticus's name instead of his rank. Aurora fell on her butt, still in disbelief that she had lost. She cast a look at the booth and suddenly shivered, feeling her father's cold stare even though she couldn't see it. Atticus walked off the stage and moved towards his seat. As he walked, all eyes were on him. The various looks of judgment and doubt he had received earlier seemed to vanish, leaving only one expression, admiration. Only Ember and his teammates, who had witnessed his strength firsthand, weren't too surprised. Ember's face didn't even change. She had already expected this outcome. Even she couldn't defeat that monster. Who was Aurora? Atticus sat down on his seat nonchalantly, his expression as if he hadn't even done anything worthwhile. Chapter 73, Battles. After the intense battle between Atticus and Aurora, it was the second year's turn to fight. There were more trainees in the second year than the first years, with their numbers reaching 30. Their battles went by quickly, and Atticus found them rather boring. Just like the first years, most of the second years were still at the novice rank, so the fights weren't as interesting as he would have liked. With novice rank individuals only able to learn one art, they each attacked with a single move which could get repetitive as they yelled out names each time they launched an attack. However, when it was time for Sophie to fight, Atticus snapped out of his daydreaming and decided to observe her battle. She was the 5th rank among the second years and was challenged by the 6th rank. As she stepped onto the stage, Sophie's usual cheerful demeanor faded, replaced by a serious expression. They both readied their weapons, Sophie with her trusty bow and her opponent wielding a sword. "Begin!" Reed's voice rang out. Sophie, quicker than Arya, simultaneously drew and fired 5 arrows from the quiver on her back. Each arrow targeted a weak point on the boy's body. Her opponent was no pushover, and he moved with deft agility to evade the arrows. He successfully dodged them, but before he could catch his breath, another 3 arrows materialized in front of him. His eyes widened in surprise, and he immediately called upon his art, shouting, "Swift strike!" Suddenly, his speed doubled, and he used his sword to parry the arrows with swift precision. However, before he could even catch a breath, another 3 arrows suddenly manifested in front of his face. This time, he couldn't react in time. Before the arrows could skewer him, the runes on the stage lit up, protecting him from harm. "Winner, Sophie," Reed declared, and immediately, Sophie's bright and cheerful smile returned as she walked back to her seat, leaving the frustrated boy gritting his teeth in frustration. Reed promptly continued with the fights, which went by quickly. When it came to the third-year students, the intensity of the battles changed significantly. All of the third years, even those with the least talent, had already awakened their bloodlines, making their fights colorful and filled with intensity. Atticus also noticed that most of the third years were using multiple arts. Intermediate-ranked individuals were able to learn a total of 3 arts, unlike novice ranks who could only learn 1. When it reached the 4th rank, Hela stepped forward with a confident stride, her expression as bossy as ever. "Rank 3!" she called out as she reached the stage. Orion stood up and confidently walked forward to join her. The trainees were equally interested in this particular battle. Every 3 months, Hela challenged Orion, but she had consistently lost each time. Their fights were known to be hardcore, and everyone was curious to see if anything would be different this time around. Atticus, too, watched with interest. He had already witnessed how Hela fought, but he was curious to see Orion in action. The boy had been taunting Atticus for a fight, and he wanted to even see how strong he was. "Do you think you can win?" Orion asked her, smirking as he stepped onto the stage. Hela didn't reply, which seemed to irk him. They both brought out their weapons, Hela her sword and Orion a pair of sabers. He smirked at Hela and only unsheathed one, seemingly not taking the fight seriously. "Begin!" Reed's voice rang out, and they both immediately manipulated the air to increase their speed, dashing towards each other at surprising speeds. Orion slashed diagonally towards Hela, and she easily parried the attack. Unfazed, Orion unleashed a flurry of strikes, but Hela continued to parry effortlessly, frustrating him. "Let's see if you can keep up with this," Orion taunted with a smirk. He invoked his elemental mimicry, harnessing the power of his bloodline to mimic the swiftness of the air. The third-year students had been training in the elemental mimicry art for approximately 2 years. It was no surprise that the effects of art started showing within a matter of seconds. His strikes gained a noticeable surge in speed, yet Hela remained entirely unperturbed. Responding in kind, she infused her bloodline with mana, matching Orion's newfound velocity without breaking a sweat. Orion clicked his tongue, growing tired of this exchange. Deciding to end it, he quickly unsheathed his second saber. Hela had been expecting this move. Intending on taking advantage of this opportunity, she immediately deployed her art, muttering, Cyclone Blade. Her sword transformed and was immediately enveloped in a fierce whirlwind, which descended rapidly toward Orion. Reacting with swiftness, Orion deftly employed his specialized movement technique, smoothly evading Hela's strike. With both sabers now in play, he assumed a distinctive stance, one sword held above his head and the other poised below his back. He muttered, "Swift vortex." In an instant he became a blur, spinning at an astonishing speed. Hela struggled to react in time, and before she could make a move, Orion's saber reached her neck. A brilliant flash of runes lit up, creating a protective barrier just in the nick of time, deflecting the lethal strike. "Winner Orion," Reed declared. The trainees began to murmur, impressed by Orion's skill. Meanwhile, Hela clenched her fists in frustration and exited the stage. Orion, on the other hand, glanced in Atticus's direction and offered a smirk. Atticus, unperturbed, maintained his neutral gaze, a reaction that seemed to irritate Orion. Without any intention to challenge anyone further, Orion left the stage. He and every third-year student recognized that the first and second ranks in their class operated at an entirely different level. While it was no surprise that Ember from the main family held the top spot, the general expectation was that the second rank would belong to Orion. This was what everyone had predicted. Yet, they were shocked when the boy, William, effortlessly defeated Orion. Chapter 74. Silent Beauty. Rank 2. Reed's voice boomed. William stood up and stepped out calmly, ignoring the whispers in the air. He reached the stage with a slight smile and confidently said, "Rank 1. Ember stood up without any change in expression, calmly walking to the stage and positioning herself across from William. William maintained his smile and attempted some light banter, intending to elicit a laugh from her. "Lady Ember, please take it easy with me." However, Ember continued to stare at him without any change in expression, simply bringing out her spear. William's smile faltered when he received no response from her. He thought, "Stupid bitch." He proceeded to draw his weapon, a sword, and got into a stance. "Begin." As soon as Reed's voice rang out, they dashed toward each other with incomparable speed to what the third years had shown so far, engaging in a flurry of strikes and parries. Ember's movements were calculated, swift, and cold, each strike aimed at a weak point on William's body. It was clear she wasn't treating this as a simple challenge. She was genuinely trying to kill him. William struggled to keep up, thinking, "Fuck, how is she so strong?" Ember showed no mercy, countering every block with 2 strikes, and immediately appearing wherever William tried to evade. He found himself being pushed back continuously and decided to utilize his art. "Earth Cleaver!" he shouted, swiftly impaling his sword into the ground. The floor suddenly split open toward Ember, but her face remained unchanged. In a barely audible whisper, she muttered, "Zen Leap." In an instant, she vanished from William's view, closing the distance at an extraordinary speed. Her spear's tip pointed upwards towards his throat. Panicking, William swiftly manipulated the earth below him to pull himself away from the spear just in time. However, his relief was short-lived. Suddenly, the tip of Ember's spear took on an icy appearance, and an ice spike formed on its tip, hurtling toward his throat with great speed. The spike tore through the air, intending on completely impaling William's throat, but the runes on the stage swiftly lit up and protected him in time. "Winner, Rank 1, Reed declared. In the booth, the air seemed to grow even colder than before. Rowan wore a frown on his face, clearly displeased at this development. Finn, sitting beside him, couldn't help but think, "2 monsters in the main family, sigh. Sorry, Aurora. Looks like there's more trouble coming your way." After the battles had concluded, Atticus went to meet Ember, who was waiting for him at the entrance of the arena. Immediately after the end of the battles, Nate had promptly left, not talking to anyone, and Lucas followed him. "Hey," Atticus greeted with a warm smile as he reached her, to which Ember replied with her characteristic, barely audible "hey." They immediately started heading toward the cafeteria to grab something to eat. They were both feeling hungry, especially given how eventful their morning had been. As they walked, Atticus couldn't help but ask, "When did you level up your bloodline?" They had trained together occasionally, and he had never known that she had advanced her bloodline. Unlike normal ranks, determining the rank of a person's bloodline was challenging, especially as they advanced their bloodline ranks. Their connection to the elements grew stronger, enabling them to become more adept at manipulating the elements, making it more difficult to detect the elemental cues they emitted. He was genuinely surprised to learn of Ember's progress. "For days," she replied, her gaze slightly worried, fearing Atticus might be angry that she hadn't informed him earlier. Atticus noticed her concern and offered a reassuring smile. "I'm not angry, Ember. I was just shocked by how strong our silent beauty has become," he said teasingly. Ember smiled, relieved that he wasn't upset with her. She couldn't help but shake her head. If she was strong, what should she call him? Upon reaching the cafeteria, they got some food and continued chatting for a while before parting ways. During the last 2 months, Atticus had amassed a significant number of Raven points. Since he often went hunting alone, he could hoard the points for himself, plus he went hunting at least 4 times a week. He decided to buy another art. While there were limits on the number of arts intermediate rank individuals could learn, Atticus never felt those restrictions applied to him. He wasn't sure why, but he sensed no impediment to his ability to learn more arts. Currently, with his katana's first move, Arcane Barrier and Elemental Mimicry, he had already reached the limit of 3 arts that an intermediate rank trainee could learn, but he felt he could learn more if he wanted. Heading toward the south side of the camp, Atticus entered the Emporium. The intensity of the stares directed at him had increased significantly since this morning's display of strength. People were now even more determined to approach him and earn his favor. But as usual, a cold stare from him was enough to send them away, especially when they know how strong he was. Approaching the clerk, Atticus requested a list similar to the one he had received earlier. He made his way to the section containing the available arts and began perusing the list. The Raven points he had gathered in 2 months were substantial, and he couldn't help but smile upon checking his device. Raven points, 20,500. However, that smile quickly faded when he saw the prices of transcendent potential arts. Each art's potential was categorized, and Atticus had previously saw the elemental mimicry art in the unlocked potential category. This was his first time exploring the transcendent potential category. The prices he saw were staggering, with the lowest one being 100,000 Raven points. Atticus wisely decided to change categories and, after some searching, settled on an art that he believed would be useful. He made the purchase and then returned to his room to continue his training. Chapter 75, Ethereal Cloak. Seated cross-legged in the center of his training room, Atticus held the newly acquired art in his hands. Channeling his mana into the art, he absorbed its knowledge into his brain, causing the book to crumble to dust after a few seconds. The art he had bought this time was an empowered potential art that cost 18,000 Raven points. Ethereal Cloak Potential. Empowered. This art enables an individual to mimic the unique mana signatures of his environment, effectively camouflaging his presence, rendering the individual invisible to the naked eye and senses. Atticus regarded this art as invaluable due to its versatility. He believed that being able to blend seamlessly with the surroundings could prove useful in countless situations, especially when facing unpredictable challenges. He had always been cautious, and he felt that he should have a skill that would help him escape if needed. With the information now ingrained in his mind, Atticus closed his eyes and began the process of learning Ethereal Cloak. The art consisted of several steps, and the first requirement was to have precise control over mana, which Atticus didn't lack. Taking a deep breath, he initiated the first step to envelop his entire body with mana. He concentrated on the mana stored within his core and willed it outward, causing it to flow from his core and spread across every inch of his form. An observer would notice a blue glow enveloping Atticus, representing the mana coating his body. After a minute, he felt he had gained control over this aspect, and decided to move to the next step. The next step was to attune his own mana signature to that of the environment, allowing him to seamlessly merge with his surroundings. Atticus took another deep breath and focused intensely. He could feel the interaction between his mana and that of the environment. His own mana possessed a distinct character. It was more volatile, firm, and rigid compared to the environment's mana, which flowed more freely and adaptively. His mana naturally repelled external influences, while the environment's mana blended harmoniously with its surroundings. To master Ethereal Cloak, Atticus needed to make his mana mimic the exact signature of the environment, a task that initially posed significant challenges. Achieving this required an intricate understanding of the diverse mana flows in different locations and the skill to replicate them with pinpoint accuracy. After a few hours of relentless attempts, Atticus finally managed to achieve a rudimentary level of proficiency, albeit barely. He could sense himself becoming more attuned to the environment, almost as if the surroundings began to accept him as one of its own. The blue glow enveloping him had turned transparent, with his presence becoming faint. However, his control was far from perfect, and he struggled to maintain this state for more than a few seconds at a time. Atticus felt happy that this art didn't demand an excessive amount of mana but relied more on concentration. Given his innate intelligence, he thrived on such challenges. He continued to practice, repeatedly coating himself with mana to align with the environment's signature, pushing himself to become more in sync. And as he continued practicing, he felt his mana becoming more in tune with the environment. Without my intelligence, this would have taken longer, Atticus thought. He knew that if it weren't for his above-average intelligence, which allowed him to control and manipulate his mana easily, it would be much harder for him to make progress this quickly. After feeling that he had gained a good grasp of it, he attempted to stand up. However, immediately his focus wavered, and his mana dispersed. Atticus initially didn't understand what had happened, but after thinking for a second, it made sense. The environment was constantly changing every time he moved. Whatever he imitated in one spot would be different in another spot. Therefore, using this art required him to maintain complete focus at all times. He sat back down cross-legged and started the process all over again. Within a few minutes, he felt his mana becoming more attuned to the environment. Maintaining intense concentration, he stood up slowly. As he moved, the mana in environment was constantly changing. Although the properties of the environmental mana remained the same, the density was different in each spot. An individual might not normally notice this, but because this art required one to constantly interact with the mana in the environment, it was noticeable. With every movement he made, Atticus had to adjust the density of his own mana to match that of the environment. It wasn't easy even with his intelligence, but he kept practicing. After several hours of training, he decided to take a break and resume his efforts the following day. The following day, Atticus headed to the morning training session as usual. He noticed Nate and Lucas on the side of the training ground, with Nate looking at Eric determinedly. "Looks like he's recovered," Atticus thought. He knew Nate had taken a significant blow to his ego when he lost to Eric. He believed that Nate needed to overcome such setbacks independently. Atticus had always liked to be friends with like-minded individuals. What he hated the most was being friends with someone so weak-minded that he would have encouraged her every time something little happens. Although he recognized that there are some instances where it was necessary, it was still better for it not to be too often. Atticus scanned the training grounds but couldn't find Aurora anywhere. Even after Elias arrived at 6 a.m., Aurora was still absent. Elias also noticed this, and Atticus could perceive a subtle sadness in his eyes. Nevertheless, Elias began the training session by shouting, "Let's move!" They started running toward the base of the mountain, going through their usual routine before ascending the mountain. After an hour and a half of rigorous training, Atticus returned to the starting point, where Elias, already accustomed to Atticus's impressive feats, awaited him. Catching his breath, Atticus turned to Elias and asked, "Where is she?" Elias was initially taken aback by the question but responded, "She had something to do today." The subtle sadness in Elias's expression didn't escape Atticus's notice. He simply nodded and left without saying anything, leaving Elias with his thoughts. Elias was aware of what was going on with Aurora, but he couldn't intervene in the matter. He couldn't help but let out a heavy sigh. Chapter 76. Obsidian Claw. After leaving, Atticus returned to his room to freshen up before heading to the Beast Division. Upon arrival, he saw Helodor at the front of the building. Helodor appeared worse for wear, sporting dark circles under his eyes, indicating he hadn't been resting properly. During the combat challenges, Atticus had observed Helodor's miserable loss. It was obvious his mind was preoccupied and he wasn't paying attention during the fight. Helodor spotted Atticus as he was leaving the building. He immediately flinched and fled upon sighting the demon. Unfazed, Atticus ignored Helodor and proceeded into the division building. Inside, he greeted Bella at the counter and then headed upstairs to select a mission. Atticus noticed some people by the mission wall but paid them no mind, quickly choosing a mission. It's unfortunate I can only select one, he thought. Trainees could only take on one mission at a time to ensure that there was enough opportunities for everyone. If they allowed a single squad or trainee picked multiple missions at once, there wouldn't be any missions left for others to go on. Atticus didn't waste time and quickly chose a mission and turned to leave the building. As he stepped outside, he encountered a group of 3 boys blocking his path. I've had enough of this, Atticus thought, already anticipating the nonsense about to happen. The boys all had smug looks on their faces, and were all 3rd years. The boy at the middle, who was clearly the leader of the trio, thought with a giddy anticipation 10,000 points just to embarrass him in public? There's no way I'm missing this opportunity. The boys beside him shared his enthusiasm and surrounded Atticus, while smirking. Although they all knew Atticus was strong, they didn't believe he could take on all 3 of them simultaneously. The fight everyone had witnessed between Atticus and Aurora was still within the 3rd year's strength. Atticus already knew what they were thinking, and he couldn't help but internally shake his head, wondering how their brains worked. After spending 2 years in the camp, it was surprising that they still didn't grasp the most basic rule. A higher year could not initiate a battle with a lower year. Atticus could simply choose to fight them one by one, and they couldn't do anything about it. The boy in the middle suddenly stared at Atticus arrogantly. As he was about to speak, Atticus cut in. What do you want? If you're here to look for trouble, just say so and don't waste my time. The boy's face froze, and he turned red in embarrassment. So what if he's from the main family? How dare he? He thought. A small crowd had already started forming, wondering what was happening. As the boy was about to shout angrily, Atticus interrupted again, stating, "Fine trouble then." Those were the last words he heard before a thunderous impact struck his face with brutal force, sending him flying away. Before the other boys could react, they suddenly found themselves airborne. It took a moment for them to comprehend what had happened, but once the pain registered, they realized Atticus had also punched them in the face. Then, as if the matter didn't concern him, Atticus simply left the scene, the gathered crowd clearing the way for him as he passed. No one wanted to get on his bad side. He just beat up 3 3rd years as if it were nothing. After beating up those 3rd years, Atticus made his way to the south gate, clad in his equipment. He scanned his device, stepped out and started moving through the forest using his device for navigation. The hunt this time was for an obsidian claw. These creatures' habitat lay deep within the heart of the dense forest. They were incredibly territorial, fiercely defending their domain from any intruders. Being solitary by nature, it was rare to witness 2 obsidian claws together. Despite them being an intermediate-ranked beasts, obsidian claws possessed unparalleled strength. Even the horned lupiners that Atticus had encountered in his battles paled in comparison, except for the elite intermediate plus rank horned lupiner, of course. This was precisely why Atticus chose to hunt one. After running for a while and following his device for navigation, Atticus found himself in a dense canopy of trees. Trees stretched out everywhere around him, displaying various shades of green. Atticus continued moving and, after a few minutes, arrived in a large grassy clearing surrounded by trees. He climbed a tree just before the clearing and kept his gaze on the gigantic form in the middle. The obsidian claw had an awe-inspiring appearance. Its dark, steel-like fur resembled glistening obsidian in the sunlight. Its fur was spiky, offering both a striking appearance and an effective form of defense. Fiery red eyes seemed to pierce through the forest where it resided. The creature's razor-sharp claws, capable of cutting through thick trees and formidable adversaries with ease, were among its distinctive features. Long, fearsome canines protruded from its massive jaws, adding to its menacing visage. Atticus observed the beast calmly. It hadn't noticed him yet, as it was preoccupied with licking its paws. Atticus was tempted to call the scene cute. If only the beast involved wasn't able to split a human into four with just a swipe of its claw. Having become adept at using his new art, Atticus had been experimenting with his bloodline abilities, exploring different ways to utilize his bloodline. Jumping down from the tree, Atticus landed silently. With a thought, the earth began to move, covering his form, starting from his feet, then his legs, torso, and hands, stopping at his neck. He left adequate space at each joint for flexibility. His fist was covered in earth, resembling a boxing glove, with increased density to make it harder. Currently, Atticus could only control 2 elements simultaneously with ease, and he wasn't yet proficient at controlling 3 elements together. So, he decided to add fire to his earth-covered fist. With another thought, fire enveloped his earth-covered hands, blazing with intensity, and he turned his gaze back to the obsidian claw in the middle of the clearing. Taking a deep breath, Atticus zoomed towards it in a blur of motion. Chapter 77, Thrill. Atticus moved towards the obsidian claw at high speed. As he got closer, the obsidian claw quickly noticed him and swiftly stood up on its hind legs, letting out a deafening roar. Atticus, who saw this, increased his speed even more and kept dashing towards the obsidian claw. As he closed in, the beast stomped the ground while still standing on its hind legs and swiped down its claw. The claw cut through the air with intense speed, leaving deadly claw-like afterimages in the air. Atticus continued to close the distance between himself and the obsidian claw, as if he didn't see the claw threatening to split him into 4. With the claw inches away from his face, he pointed his hand forward and released a blast from his hands, immediately stopping his momentum. With his momentum stopped, the claw slashed down where Atticus was supposed to be moments before. Before the claw had even finished its swing, Atticus had already acted. He raised his hands behind him, stood on his toes, and released another blast from his hands and legs, propelling himself upwards toward the obsidian claw at high speed. He raised his right arm, intensifying the flames, and threw a punch at the obsidian claw's left cheek with tremendous force, causing blood to splatter on the ground. Due to its huge size, the punch didn't send the obsidian claw flying, but it did shift its head to the left. Immediately after the punch, Atticus followed up with another move while still in the air. He released a burst from his left hand, making himself spin in an anti-clockwise direction. Utilizing the momentum, he threw a spinning kick with his leg, targeting the same spot he had punched. The kick landed with a crushing force, and the added impact sent the obsidian claw's head towards the ground, hitting it brutally. The beast let out an enraged roar and suddenly got up, causing Atticus to back up immediately. It stood on its hind legs, and its steel-like fur started gleaming and shaking, becoming firmer and sharper. Then suddenly, the fur shot outwards like spikes in every direction. Atticus reacted immediately. He took a huge step forward and controlled the earth under his feet, turning it into mud, allowing himself to sink into it. Then, he immediately manipulated the earth and moved underground towards the obsidian claw. He emerged from underground just below the beast, its jaw just sitting there, seemingly begging to be broken. Atticus unleashed a powerful blast from his feet, propelling himself upwards towards its jaw, and delivered a brutal uppercut, breaking the obsidian claw's teeth. Without wasting any time, Atticus followed up with another kick to its jaw, increasing the force of the blow by releasing a burst from his heels. The blow landed on the obsidian claw's already broken lower jaw, shattering it even more and rattling the beast's brain. The creature appeared disoriented, and Atticus swiftly manipulated the earth on his right hand, molding it into a pointed and sharp shape. He concentrated the fire on the tip, making it scorching hot, the tip turning whitish due to the heat. Then, he closed the distance between himself and the beast, releasing a burst upwards, and drove the steaming hot sharp earth into the obsidian claw's eye. He increased the speed and lethality with a perfectly timed burst from his elbow, piercing its eye and then its brain effortlessly. The beast let out a final whimper before falling to the ground lifeless. Atticus let out a long exhale and muttered, "I'm starting to love fighting." He enjoyed the thrill of battle, how everything fell into place, and the strategic thinking required. He relished his fighting style, especially with the elements like fire, which provided an unpredictable way of moving during fights. After taking a few minutes to catch his breath, he stored the beast's corpse inside his storage ring. Then he turned to leave, running through the forest. It didn't take long for him to reach the camp, arriving in just a few hours. He headed to the Beast Division building and exchanged his hunt for points, adding 700 Raven points to his total. As he walked through the camp, not wanting to waste any more time, Atticus decided it was time to learn about runes. He headed towards the Runes Division. Inside a training room, 3 boys knelt on the floor, their forms completely battered, covered in bruises. They all kept their heads bowed. Upon closer inspection, one could see that these were the same boys Atticus had beaten earlier in the day. "All you had to do was embarrass him in public, Jack. How did you fail?" A boy with a sharp thin eyes shouted at them. The boy in the middle, Jack, who Atticus had punched first, gritted his teeth and clenched his hands, repeating the words like a mantra in his head. "It's for my family. It's for my family. It's for my family." He knew that if he didn't answer, this bastard would keep on beating them. "I apologize, young Master William." He finally spoke, his voice trembling. "We had no idea he was that strong." William gritted his teeth in anger, his face contorted with frustration. "You useless fools," he shouted, delivering a kick to Jack who had spoken. The blow struck his chest, sending him tumbling backward. He clutched his chest in pain, lying on the floor in pain. "Shit!" William observed all of this with a cold gaze, and after a few seconds, he clicked his tongue and muttered, "Useless fools," before walking out of the training room. As William departed, Jack clenched his fist so hard that blood started pouring from it, the mantra of "It's for my family" still echoing in his mind. Chapter 78, Rune Division. Atticus walked through the camp towards the Runes Division. The camp encouraged trainees to join as many divisions as they could, wanting them to explore everything and eventually choose what suited them best. However, upon joining the camp, they were required to choose at least one division. The Rune Division, situated near the Emporium building on the western side of the camp, soon came into view. It was notably smaller and more modest in design compared to the Emporium. As he approached, Atticus noticed the area around the building was utterly deserted, but this lack of activity didn't surprise him. "Not many people can become runesmiths," he pondered. To become a runesmith, one had to have exceptional intelligence and unwavering willpower, attributes not easily attained by many. In the first years, only Lucas could be considered a true runesmith, with the entire camp boasting only a handful of these skilled individuals. Upon entering the building, Atticus found the interior equally plain and unoccupied. Not a single trainee was in sight. His eyes fell upon a lone counter in the middle of the hall, where a man rested his head, seemingly asleep. Atticus decided to get the man's attention. "Hello," he uttered, but got no response. He raised his voice a notch, repeating, "Hello." The man stirred, slowly sitting upright, and indulged in a long stretch, followed by a yawning session. Eventually, he opened his eyes, and to his surprise, discovered Atticus standing before him. Hastily, he got to his feet, rubbing his eyes, and regarded Atticus with a noticeable hint of shock. Most of the camp had witnessed Atticus's battle with Aurora, and the man couldn't help but wonder, why is he here? Shaking off his bewilderment, he quickly regained his composure, cleared his throat, and asked, "How may I assist you?" Atticus couldn't help but notice the eye bags under the man's eyes, a clear sign that he hadn't been getting much sleep. "I'd like to sign up for the Runes Division," Atticus stated. The man's reaction was one of shock. He was well aware of Atticus's strength and talent. Runesmiths weren't known for their physical prowess. Their trade demanded dedication and time, leaving little room for intensive training. Although some managed to maintain their physical strength while pursuing runesmithing, not everyone could achieve this balance. "Are you sure?" the man asked. Without hesitation, Atticus replied, "Yeah." Hearing this, the man couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. Another hot-blooded youth who thinks he can do anything. Eh? He thought, not that it truly bothered him. He couldn't help but envy Atticus's talent and the potential that might go to waste. The man shrugged and decided not to interfere, proceeding to explain the process. "Okay then, since the first 3 months of the free period for first years are over, you'll have to pay 100 points for each class session, and this needs to be paid before each class." He looked at Atticus, who nodded in understanding and continued, "The classes run from 9 a.m. to 12 p.m., except on weekends when you can attend at your convenience, for as long as you need. If you feel you've learned enough, you can stop attending the classes or simply not request them. Nothing will be provided for you. You'll need to purchase all the books, equipment, and materials since the 3-month grace period is over." Atticus couldn't help but find it a bit annoying to miss out on the free resources, but there was no going back on his decision to delve into runes. "I should have joined earlier," he berated himself silently. "Now, if you're still interested, you can book a session for tomorrow," the man advised. "Yeah, I'd like to do that," Atticus responded. The man proceeded to type some information on the holographic display in front of him and prompted Atticus to scan his device. Atticus followed the instructions and received a notification that 100 points had been deducted. "I also sent the materials you'll need for the classes. You should get them before tomorrow," the man added. With a nod of acknowledgement, Atticus turned to leave. He headed straight to the Emporium to acquire the necessary supplies, a task that took him less than 10 minutes. Afterward, he returned to his room. Among the items he had acquired, Atticus purchased books on runes. He decided to start by reading about runes before his upcoming lesson. Lying on his bed with his body facing up, he held a book titled Beginner Runesmiths and opened it, beginning to read. It didn't take long for him to finish reading the book, completing it in just 2 minutes. From what he read, Atticus discovered that there were 5 grades of runesmiths. In the first grade, one would be able to engrave simple, straightforward runes, such as a shield or a fireball rune, and this can only be done on rune slates. This grade wasn't particularly difficult to achieve. As long as you meet the necessary requirements, anyone could become a first-grade runesmith. However, for the second grade, you need to be able to engrave more complex runes and even add your own variations to them. Achieving the second grade was much harder. One had to reach a specific threshold to be able to engrave these runes. This threshold or requirement that need to be met involved 2 stats, both intelligence and willpower. The first was straightforward, essentially measuring how smart you were and how much information your brain could handle. The higher your intelligence, the more control you would have over your body. The second, however, was more complex, taking into account everything you had experienced in your life, especially the challenging or adverse experiences. It was because of this that runesmiths often sought out tough situations to help strengthen their wills. Chapter 79, Grimestone. The following day, after the morning training session, Atticus made his way to the runes division for his lesson. As he entered the building, which was deserted as usual, he noticed the same clerk he had met yesterday still sleeping on the counter. Atticus sighed and approached the counter. Having learned his lesson, he decided to speak loudly from the beginning, saying, "Hello." This time, his initial greeting did the trick, and the man groaned, slowly waking up again. He cast Atticus a glance before quickly regaining his composure upon recognizing him. Without wasting time, he stood up and directed Atticus to the room where the lesson would take place. The interior of the building was as plain as the exterior. After walking for a few seconds, they got to a plain-looking door. The man gestured for Atticus to enter and promptly excused himself, saying, "He'll be here soon," and left Atticus to his devices. Atticus found himself in a completely messy workshop-like room, with a large table at the center, various equipment, books, and slates scattered all over the floor. Atticus chose a seat in the corner and sat down quietly, deciding to wait for his teacher. After waiting for about 30 minutes, which was about 25 minutes past the scheduled lesson time, a man entered the room. The man appeared disheveled and tired. He had the distinct white hair of Ravenstein, but it was completely scattered and oily, with some strands sticking to his face. His eyes resembled large panda eyes, and his clothes were wrinkled and unkempt. The first thing that came to Atticus's mind upon seeing this man was that he had given up on life. Why are they all like this? Atticus couldn't help but contemplate. Just like the clerk at the counter, this man also looked as if he was tired of living. The man turned his gaze towards Atticus and walked slowly towards him. His voice sounded cracked and hoarse as he spoke. "You must be my new student." His face appeared like he was struggling hard to stay awake. Seeing Atticus nod, the man retrieved a vial from his storage ring and downed its contents in one gulp. As he finished drinking it, he couldn't hide his disgust at the awful taste of the potion. Atticus immediately noticed some changes in the man's demeanor. Although it didn't alter his appearance, he seemed more lively than before. "What is that?" Atticus wondered, his gaze fixed on the vial. The man cleared his throat and continued, "Listen, I'll be straight with you. Not everyone can become a runesmith. And even if you have the slightest talent for it, don't expect it to be all fun and games. I'm sure to you, I look like I've given up on life." He glanced at Atticus, who responded with a nod. "Yes, this is exactly how you would feel about 90% of the time if you go through with this. So I will ask you, are you sure about this?" Atticus's expression remained unchanged throughout the man's speech, and he replied without hesitation, "Yeah." He had already made up his mind. The man shook his head, a little disappointed. He was aware of Atticus's talent and felt it would be a huge waste if he chose this path. However, camp staff weren't allowed to force trainees into anything, so he had no choice but to accept it. Letting out a heavy sigh, he introduced himself. "All right then, my name is Grimestone, and I'll be your teacher for as long as it takes for you to become a runesmith." Atticus stood up and also introduced himself, saying, "I'm Atticus. I'll be in your care." Grimestone smiled at this, seemingly pleased with Atticus's introduction. He had initially expected Atticus to be a proud, hot-tempered brat, given his talent and his status as the son of the family head. He was glad to see that Atticus didn't fit that stereotype. "All right, let's begin," Grimestone said, motioning towards the table in the middle of the room. Atticus complied, taking a seat at the table. Grimestone moved to the opposite end and faced Atticus. He clapped his hands twice, causing the room's lights to go off and the table to illuminate with blue holographic images displayed above it. "Now, I assume you've acquired the materials. Did you read the beginner runesmith book?" Grimestone inquired. Seeing Atticus nod, he continued, "Good. So I don't have to explain the grades. Let's dive right into it," he said, using his device to control the images on the holographic display. "Now, there are two important things you need before you can even dream of becoming a runesmith." The images on the holographic display changed to a drawing of a human, with labels highlighting intelligence and will. You guessed it, it's intelligence and will. In order to engrave a rune, you have to be able to project your will into the words you're writing with your mana. To do that, you have to be able to channel and control it. What enables you to have this control is your intelligence. He paused, allowing Atticus to absorb the information, and then tapped his device to change the displayed image. This time, Atticus saw images illustrating the relationship between intelligence and will. Just like the image shows, the relationship between intelligence and will is straightforward. Having a high amount of intelligence allows you to control your will perfectly. The higher the amount of will you possess, the stronger and more complex runes you can create. Without high enough intelligence, you won't be able to control a high will. Atticus nodded, absorbing the knowledge eagerly. Although he had read about all the basics from the book, it mainly talked about the different grades of runesmiths. He was learning a lot of things from listening to Grimestone. In rune engraving, there are no languages. The effect of the rune you engrave depends on the individual's will and intent. The more the words you engrave means to you, the better the effects. You can engrave anything you like, as long as your will can carry it. Chapter 80. Demotivation. Grimestone tapped his device once more, displaying an image of a slate with the glowing word, shield, engraved on it. For example, simply engraving shield doesn't require that much will, and the resulting shield's power will depend on the amount of mana you can infuse into it. He tapped his device again, and a slate with the glowing words impenetrable shield engraved on it appeared. However, engraving impenetrable shield would obviously demand more willpower to create. But keep in mind that merely engraving impenetrable shield doesn't guarantee an invincible shield. Its strength is directly proportional to the strength of your will. This example applies to shields, but rune engraving follows the same principle overall. The stronger your will, the more powerful the rune. Now, our first lesson today will be about harnessing your will. The strength of your will is determined by one thing: your mental strength, which is closely tied to your life experiences. In this case, the more adversity you've faced and overcome, the better. Grindstone clapped, and the lights in the room came back on, clearing the holographic display. Now, let's focus on you engraving your first rune. Bring out an engraver and a slate, Grindstone instructed. Atticus followed his guidance, producing a slate and an engraver. The slate was a rectangular piece, measuring approximately 12 inches in length, 8 inches in width, and half an inch in thickness. Its surface had been meticulously polished to a mirror-like finish. The engraver, as its name suggested, was used for engraving runes. Crafted from polished steel, it featured a finely carved wooden handle. The tool had a moderate length, providing optimal control and balance. It tapered elegantly toward the tip, where the actual engraving took place. Constructed from a specially tempered steel alloy, it was exceptionally sharp and hard, allowing for precise and clean incisions into rune slates. Grindstone also retrieved a slate and an engraver from his storage ring. It's fairly easy to engrave your first rune, as long as your intelligence surpasses a certain threshold and you can use it to control your will. It's simple and straightforward. Most warriors have strong wills, but the reason they can't become runesmiths is because they lack the intelligence to focus and use it. Watch me closely, Grindstone instructed. Grindstone placed the slate on the table and then focused his mana and will on the tip of the engraver. Almost immediately, Atticus saw the tip start to emit a purple glow. Now, the color of everyone's mana is naturally blue, but when I mix my will into it, it changes to purple. Each runesmith has a different color, reflecting their life experiences. Mine is purple, but you might encounter another runesmith with a blue color, Grindstone explained, making sure Atticus understood. He proceeded to engrave the word shield on the slate. Once he finished, the word lit up with a purple glow, and Grindstone inserted mana into the slate, tossing it into the air. The slate transformed into a purple, transparent shield, covering Grindstone. Now close your eyes and concentrate. Try to recall everything you've been through in your life, Grindstone instructed. Atticus followed the guidance, picked up the engraver, and closed his eyes, entering a meditative state. Don't be discouraged if you don't get it at first. It's very rare to see young ones like you becoming runesmiths, unless they've gone through something extremely tragic, Grindstone encouraged. He wasn't expecting Atticus to succeed quickly, considering the lack of significant adversity in his life. He couldn't help but remember Lucas, the genius first-year trainee who achieved this feat in just 3 weeks. I wonder what that boy went through to have such a strong mind, he thought. While Grindstone was contemplating this, he suddenly noticed a red glow forming on the tip of the engraver that Atticus was holding, sending shock throughout his body. How? He thought, surprised. Meanwhile, Atticus, unaware of the impact he was having on his teacher, continued to concentrate. He was thinking of everything he had experienced in his life, and to be honest, it wasn't anything particularly remarkable. His life on Earth had been peaceful, with only a few trivial incidents. Even his death had been quick, with only a brief moment of pain. In his life here, he had primarily focused on training and hadn't faced any significant hardships. So it wasn't surprising that his will felt lacking. However, his intelligence had reached a high level, allowing him full control over his body. High intelligence meant increased control over his actions and thoughts. Thus, despite his underwhelming will, due to his high intelligence, he was able to focus and control it. After a few minutes of concentration, a deep red color emanated from the tip of the engraver. Grimestone's eyes widened. Why is it so red? While he had encountered various colors in his experience, this was the first time he had seen a hue as intense as this red. The color of an individual's will was seen as a representation of their life experiences and personality. What could have made it so red? Grimestone pondered. Atticus opened his eyes and brought the engraver down onto the slate. Focusing on his intention, he moved the engraver with fluid grace, writing the word shield with extraordinarily beautiful penmanship. As soon as he completed the last word, it was as if he had lost all his energy and motivation. He suddenly felt disheartened, as if nothing in life mattered anymore. Grimestone, noticing Atticus's condition, snapped into action. He retrieved a vial, similar to the one he had consumed earlier, and quickly administered it to Atticus. Almost immediately, Atticus emerged from his depressed state. Grimestone looked at him and explained, "It's a recovery potion. It will help you regain your will faster. Now you understand what I meant by looking like me 90% of the time," Grimestone remarked with a chuckle. Atticus was still shaken by the experience. That was dangerous, he thought. The feeling of complete demotivation wasn't something to be taken lightly. It was as if he had lost interest in everything. Suddenly he didn't want to train anymore. He didn't want to get his revenge anymore. Heck, even breathing seemed like a chore. I should never use this in battle, he decided. Chapter 81, History Making. After coming out of his depressed state, Atticus expressed his gratitude to Grimestone and turned his gaze to the slate he had just engraved. The words emitted a deep red glow and were deeply embedded into the slate. As Atticus lifted it, he noticed that its weight hadn't changed significantly. The only difference was the glowing red words on the slate. He infused mana into the slate, causing the red glow to intensify. He then tossed it into the air above him, and the slate crumbled, immediately forming a transparent red shield that enveloped him. Atticus observed the shield carefully. Interesting, this has huge potential and it requires very little mana to activate. As long as I create the runes in advance, I should be able to use it effectively in battle, he thought, his mind racing with ideas on how to leverage this newfound ability to enhance his combat prowess. He understood that he wouldn't be able to engrave any runes in the midst of battle. Just imagine losing the will to defend, or even worse, the will to move during a life-and-death battle. It would result in instant death, a scenario he had no intention of going through. I'll have to find a way to increase my will somehow, Atticus thought to himself. His primary limitation was his will, which felt incredibly underwhelming compared to his high intelligence. And since will was an essential attribute for creating more complex and powerful runes, he recognized the need to improve it as soon as possible. He shifted his gaze away from the shield and looked at Grimestone, who was still staring at him in shock. Atticus inquired, "Can I purchase that recovery potion at the Emporium?" He pointed at the empty vial on the table. Grimestone snapped out of his daze and replied, "Yes, you can get it at the Emporium. However, it's quite expensive." He then added a cautionary note. "And also, do not drink it more than once a day." Noticing Atticus's inquisitive look, Grimestone decided to explain further. "First, you should understand how the potion works in terms of recovering our will. The potion, when ingested, can't directly boost a person's will. It doesn't sound logical, does it?" Atticus nodded in agreement. The idea of a potion restoring something as intangible as will had initially struck him as strange. Grimestone continued, "What the potion does is enhance the connection between your mind and body, helping to harmonize the flow of mana within your body. It affects your emotional state by temporarily providing a surge of mental energy. This extra energy makes it easier to regain focus and push through mental fatigue or obstacles. As for the restriction of not consuming it more than once a day, this applies to all potions. The more frequently a potion is consumed, the less effective it becomes. The biggest danger in overconsumption is that you can become psychologically dependent on the potion, believing you can't function without it. This can lead to an unhealthy reliance on external substances. Grimestone clarified. Atticus nodded in agreement, taking Grimestone's advice seriously. He understood that overusing the recovery potion could have detrimental effects, and he didn't want to risk becoming dependent on it. If Atticus could only drink the potion once a day, it would set his training back significantly. But he had no intention of becoming addicted to it simply because he was too stubborn to listen to advice. After learning a little more about rune engraving from Grimestone, Atticus left the room. Grimestone stood alone in the room, lost in deep contemplation. "In less than an hour," he muttered absent-mindedly. The astonishing sight of Atticus successfully channeling his will and engraving his first rune on his very first attempt, all in less than an hour, left him utterly astounded. It was as if the very foundations of what he believed about the art of rune engraving had been shaken. It had to be remembered that Lucas, whom he had considered a genius, took 3 weeks to achieve this feat. What Atticus had just accomplished was nothing short of history-making. "Shit, damn this mana contract," he muttered, frustration evident in his voice. The stringent mana contract, which prohibited the staff from sharing any information about the trainees, their progress, or ranks with anyone else, was a constant source of vexation. Grimestone wished he could shout to the entire human domain about the once-in-a-generation prodigy he was currently mentoring. He shook his head in disappointment. "I shouldn't engrave anything today. I could truly kill myself if I lose all motivation currently," he thought to himself. As Atticus exited the Runes Division building, he made his way to the Emporium to purchase the potion. Unfortunately, Grimestone had forgotten to mention the name of the potion. However, after explaining its effects to the clerk, she promptly informed him of its name: Will Renewal. Atticus thanked her and began perusing the list in search of it. Upon finding it, his eyes couldn't help widen, expressing his surprise. 1,000 Raven points each? In his thoughts. After a few seconds, overcoming his initial shock, he reluctantly purchased 2 potions, nearly depleting his Raven points. With the potions in hand, he left the building and headed back to his room. After a few minutes, Atticus reached his room and immediately made his way to the training room. He sat down cross-legged and began to reflect on everything that had happened that day. He had taken the first step in learning how to create runes. Although he knew there was a long journey ahead before he could be considered a true runesmith, it was still something. "I need to find a way to increase my will," he muttered, trying to think of a way to increase his will without risking his life. Speaking of will, I wonder if the system has added it to my stats. Curiosity piqued. Atticus decided to check if the system had included will in his stats. "Status," he muttered, and a holographic interface materialized in front of him. Chapter 82. His way? Status, Atticus muttered, and a holographic interface materialized in front of him. Equals. Character profile. Name: Atticus Ravenstein. Age 10. Gender: male. Race: human. Attributes: Strength: 55. Agility: 59. Endurance: 67. Vitality: 60. Intelligence: 22. Perception: 9. Charm: 19. Will: 3 new. Level: Intermediate plus. Talent: Mythical. Bloodline: Primordial Elemental Bloodline. Level 2. Fire: 9.1%. Air: 9%. Water: 7.3%. Earth: 8.5%. Abilities: Innate skills: Conceal. Potential: Mythical. The ability to conceal your level from anyone regardless of rank. You may choose what level you want to be shown. Current mastery: Mythical. Life weapon skills: Transcendent / Godspeed Grace. Normal skills: Arcane Barrier. Potential: Transcendent. Current mastery: Intermediate plus. Elemental Mimicry. Potential: Transcendent. Current mastery: Novice. Asterisk ethereal clock. Potential. Empowered. Current mastery. Novice. Equals 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 equals. It seems I was right, Atticus muttered, gazing at his status. He understood that the system's sole function was to quantify the strength he possessed and was consciously using. Just like his perception, since he hadn't actively used his will before, it wasn't reflected in his stats. I truly have to increase my will. He couldn't help but notice how low his will was compared to his other stats. By simply engraving just one rune, Atticus still felt the effects of low will, even after drinking the potion. He found himself second-guessing every action he wanted to take. If not for his stubborn nature, Atticus might have given in to the temptation to lie down on the floor and sleep. Shaking off the feeling, he closed his eyes and entered a meditative state, seeking to calm his mind. He replayed everything that had happened to him in his thoughts, the reasons why he needed to grow stronger, the infuriating face of the man who had shot him, the burning desire to turn that man's face into mush. As he imagined these scenarios, Atticus gradually began to regain his motivation. He knew why he wanted to become stronger. To ensure that the painful events from his past life did not repeat themselves, to protect his loved ones, and to make the person who had killed him and sent him here pay. Atticus took a deep breath, one that cleared his mind of any unnecessary thoughts. Then he began absorbing mana, determined to increase his strength. Inside a training room, a young girl could be seen sleeping on the floor in one corner, surrounded by scattered broken parts of robots. Her body was battered, with bruises covering her and already healing violet-colored marks marring her skin. Dried tears streaked down her cheeks. The room was enveloped in silence, with only the sound of a ticking clock breaking it. As the clock struck precisely 5, as if programmed into her very being, her eyelids flickered open, revealing her blood-red eyes. Aurora opened her eyes and immediately attempted to rise, but the pain coursing through her body was unbearable, causing her to emit a groan. Her legs and hands ached, every part of her body in pain. Despite the agony, she forced herself to stand. Only she knew what would happen if she was late. Using the wall behind her as support, she struggled to her feet, her legs trembling uncontrollably throughout the process. She retrieved the pair of gauntlets from beside where she had slept, and began to make her way out of the training room. Every step she took sent a hellish wave of pain through her body. With how advanced the world had gotten, healing all of this was just one potion away. However, to ensure one received the full benefits of training, it wasn't recommended, unless, of course, if the training wasn't as grueling as what Aurora went through every day. Healing oneself would mean mending the muscles, effectively healing everything and leaving no opportunity to adapt and grow stronger. Her body arching, she made it to the door and went out. The next few minutes was a testament to her dedication and willpower. She navigated through the camp and entered another building, entering a training room within. Leaning against the wall to catch a brief respite, she prepared herself for another grueling day. After a few minutes, a man entered the room, his presence imposing and commanding. His piercing blood-red eyes immediately spotted Aurora resting against the wall. Aurora, who had noticed Rowan's entrance, flinched and quickly stood upright. She forced her trembling legs to carry her toward him, her entire body quivering. Rowan's cold gaze followed her every movement, not uttering a word. As she reached his front, Rowan spoke, his voice frigid. "Attack!" Aurora shivered upon hearing the command, fully aware of the consequences of disobedience. Summoning her strength, she equipped her gauntlet, enhancing her body with mana and pushing her bloodline to its maximum limit. Flames enveloped her body in a fiery burst as she dashed toward Rowan at a blistering speed. As she closed in, she concentrated all her power in her hands and delivered a powerful punch. Rowan remained unmoved, his expression unchanged. He simply raised his right hand in the direction of her strike. As the attack landed, there was no explosive impact, no shockwave. Instead, the attack fizzled out as if it had met an impenetrable wall. Immediately, a powerful punch followed, striking Aurora with explosive force, sending her hurtling through the air. She collided with the wall on the opposite side of the room. Not missing a beat, Rowan's words followed, again, his voice demanding compliance. This grueling training regimen was what Aurora endured every day. After a few hellish hours, late at night, Aurora could be seen struggling to move, relying on the walls of the camp building for support as she made her way back to her dorm after the intense training session. Unbeknownst to her, piercing blue eyes were observing her every move. Atticus maintained a safe distance, ensuring that she remained unaware of his presence. He stared at Aurora's struggling figure, his expression neutral. This was his way, indifferent to those he didn't consider family or friends. There was no relationship whatsoever between him and Aurora that would warrant him to help her. This was how he had always lived his life and how he intended to continue living it. Atticus clenched his fist so hard that blood started dripping. So why am I angry? He thought. Chapter 83. I don't need your pity. The next day, Atticus woke up and went through his normal routine before heading to the morning training session as usual. He met Nate and Lucas on the training ground, and they exchanged brief greetings with him. Nate, after losing to Eric, seemed to have been humbled. He was not as boastful as usual, appearing calm and quiet, occasionally looking at Eric with determination. Lucas, though, was happy about Nate's changed attitude. He had grown frustrated with always having to rein him in whenever he wanted to do something foolish. Despite this change being at the cost of Nate's loss, he was still glad about his friend's change. Atticus briefly shifted his gaze away from the duo and scanned the training grounds, searching for a particular red-eyed girl. However, no matter how much he looked, he couldn't find her. Despite waiting until 6 a.m., Aurora had yet to appear. She missed today's training session too, Atticus noted. At exactly 6 a.m., Elias as usual walked into the training grounds and immediately commenced their training session. Throughout the course, Atticus was completely lost in thought, struggling to understand the nagging feeling that persisted in his consciousness. Despite being distracted, he still reached the starting line first, leaving the rest of the trainees in his dust. Upon reaching the finish line, Atticus began walking away before Elias even spoke. Elias didn't stop him, seeing no need to do so. After the training session, Atticus returned to his room and took a shower. But despite feeling refreshed physically, something continued to bother his consciousness. In an effort to dispel the unsettling feeling, he decided to train. Upon entering the training room, he sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began meditating, attempting to clear his mind. After a few minutes, he opened his eyes in frustration. What's wrong with me? He thought. He closed his eyes again and tried to focus inwardly, repeating in his mind, concentrate, concentrate. However, after a few moments without any progress, the nagging feeling still persisted. Fuck! He muttered and stood up, leaving his room. Later that night, Aurora, with her usual struggling gait, leaned on the walls of the camp building to support herself as she made her way toward her room. As she reached the end of one building, she paused, looking at another building a few feet away. She took a deep breath and encouraged herself. You can do it, Aurora. She left the support of the building and began walking toward the next, her legs wobbling, each step causing pain to course through her body. Before she got halfway there, a voice broke through the silence. Do you want to keep doing this? The voice asked, emanating from the space between the two buildings. Aurora's eyes widened. She always waited until nighttime to go to her room for two reasons: to rest after the grueling training and to avoid other trainees seeing her battered form. Aurora couldn't help but wonder, who? She quickly turned and saw the last person she wanted to see her in this state. A boy with spiky, mane-like hair and blue eyes, Atticus. Immediately upon seeing him, she stood upright, not wanting to show weakness. However, even that small movement sent a wave of pain through her body, causing her face to scrunch up momentarily. She quickly composed herself, concealing the pain deep inside. But had she been able to hide it from Atticus? No. With his heightened perception, he would be ashamed to miss something so obvious. Atticus repeated his question, "Do you want to keep doing this?" while looking directly into her eyes. Aurora's heart skipped a beat. He knows. Throughout her life, she had been regarded as a genius and pampered. The only significant hardship she could recall was her mother's death when she was young. But even then, her father had always been there for her, providing her with everything she needed. This was even more evident when she awakened her transcendent talent at the age of 7. She could never forget the happiness on Rowan's face that day. Every fight or spar she had engaged in with people her age or even slightly older had always resulted in her victory. Only the top talents in the family reached the intermediate rank at the age of 10, and she was one of them. So when she came to the camp, she was filled with pride. However, it all changed when she lost to Atticus. It was a first for her, a feeling she had never experienced before. She started regarding him as her rival after that, someone she had to defeat. The last person she wanted to witness her in such a state was her self-proclaimed rival. Then Atticus's question finally registered in her mind. "Do you want to keep doing this?" Immediately, a whirlwind of emotions washed over her. Confusion, understanding, and eventually anger. In anger, she shouted, her voice trembling with fury, "Do you think I want this?" Her words pierced the stillness of the night, the intensity of the moment escalating. Despite the excruciating pain coursing through her body, she continued to walk toward Atticus, her voice laced with fury. "It's all your fault. Dad was always so nice to me before, so caring. It was when you came that all this started." Her voice grew strained as she attempted to wipe away the tears streaming down her face with her sleeves. With each painful step, she reached Atticus, poking his chest gently with her finger as she accused him. "This is your fault." Her voice quivered, coming out in sobs. Atticus remained unmoved, his stoic expression belying the turmoil within. Aurora's anger gradually gave way to profound sadness. Tears flowed freely down her cheeks. Her head bowed, using her fist to hit his chest gently as she whispered, "It's your fault, or else Dad would never." Atticus, as if he hadn't heard her, simply repeated his question, "Do you want to keep doing this?" Aurora paused, her head still lowered. She wiped her tears with her sleeves and sniffled before finally looking up, meeting Atticus's gaze directly. She uttered, "I don't need your pity," and without waiting for a response, she turned and began to struggle away. Atticus watched her departure in silence, making no attempt to stop her. Chapter 84, Breakdown. The next day, Aurora stuck to her hellish routine, and at the end of the day, she was, as usual, using the camp building as support and heading back to her room at night. Yesterday, when she got to her room after the conversation with Atticus, she regretted what she had said. It's not his fault, she thought. She knew yesterday she was just looking for someone to pour her frustrations on. She knew deep down that Atticus had nothing to do with the way she's being treated. He'll probably not talk to me again, she thought sadly as she kept struggling to walk. Just as she got to the same corner she had that interaction with Atticus yesterday, she heard a voice she was all too familiar with already. "Do you want to keep doing this?" Her eyes widened. He didn't leave, she thought. She quickly turned and saw Atticus standing there, his piercing blue eyes still maintaining that emotionless gaze. She clenched her fist and replied, "I don't need your pity. You should mind your business." And just like yesterday, she turned and started walking away. Atticus again did nothing to stop her and just watched her leave. After she left, he turned and started heading towards his room. The next day, Aurora made sure to leave very late in order to avoid a certain blue-eyed boy, in case he decided to come again. But despite her caution, as if on replay, she still heard the same emotionless voice as she was passing by the corner. "Do you want to keep doing this?" "Shit," she thought. But this time she didn't even turn to face him. She didn't say anything. She just kept struggling to walk forward, trying to get to her room. And as usual, Atticus did nothing to stop her. And this was how Aurora's nights went every day. After the hellish training, heading to her room, she would unfailingly meet Atticus with his usual cold eyes and hear the same question over and over again. "Do you want to keep doing this?" This went on for about a week. And during this week, she had come to like the interaction. After Aurora's mother died, she had her father for support. Although devastated by her mother's death, her father provided warmth for her. But after arriving at camp, all that warmth vanished, leaving her devoid of any love in her life. She didn't have any friends in camp. With her spending practically all day training, it wasn't possible to socialize. And although she wouldn't want to admit it, during the weeks when Atticus had always come out unfailingly to meet her, despite his emotionless gaze, it made her feel cared for, something she desperately needed. Although her days were still filled with hellish training, it still made her feel a little happy to always see him there every night, like a little light bringing up an area in an unending dark tunnel. She smiled a little as she once again ignored Atticus's question, struggling to walk to her room. The next day, Aurora was, as usual, struggling to walk to her room, already anticipating the cold, emotionless voice as she got to the usual corner. But to her surprise, she got there and she didn't hear anything. She quickly turned and looked around, trying to find Atticus, but she didn't see anyone. Maybe he had something to do today? She muttered. Then, with slight hesitation, she continued walking to her room. The next day, heading back to her room after her hellish training, the same thing repeated itself. She looked around but couldn't find Atticus anywhere. Today too, she muttered, trying to convince herself that he had something to do today too. After a few seconds, she unwillingly turned her gaze from the corner and went to her room. This scene repeated itself for a few days, with Aurora anticipating that voice and getting disappointed when he didn't show. Not getting her usual respite every night was starting to get to her. Initially, it was fine because there was no expectation, and she wasn't excited about anything, but getting used to the little happiness every night after her hellish day, it was painful that it just stopped like that. He left, she thought, saddened, while walking towards her room after not seeing him at the corner again. After that, any time she was going back to her room, despite realizing that he wasn't coming again, she couldn't help but look around, anticipating his voice any time she got to the usual corner. But the same thing repeated itself, and she unwillingly left to her room. And then the days passed. She was walking back to her dorm room, having already accepted that he wasn't coming back, and no amount of anticipation could change this. As she got to the usual corner, she heard a voice that she had been anticipating for a while. "Do you want to keep doing this?" Aurora froze. His voice made her feel warm, very warm, despite it being cold. She quickly turned and saw the usual emotionless gaze he always had. Seeing him, she didn't know how or why, but tears started streaming out of her eyes like a flood. Aurora broke down, her legs losing all their strength as she fell, wailing and crying loudly, while wiping her tears with her sleeve, muttering within sobs, "No, I don't want to do this." Sniffling her nose, "It hurts so bad." Chapter 85. Not so indifferent after all. Atticus approached Aurora, who was wailing on the floor. He bent down to her level and gently raised her chin, gazing directly into her red, puffy eyes. Her face was soaked with tears, mucus coming out of her nose, and her eyes were swollen. Atticus gave her his warmest smile, a smile filled with reassurance, but it only seemed to make Aurora cry even harder. Her sobs racked her fragile frame as she clung to him, her tiny hands gripping his clothes, soaking them with her tears. Atticus didn't utter a word. Instead, he offered silent solace through his embrace. He held her close, patting her head in a tender and reassuring manner. In that secluded alleyway, the only sounds that resonated were the heart-wrenching sobs of a young girl, a testament to the hell Aurora had endured for far too long. After a few minutes of unrestrained tears, exhaustion overcame her. Aurora's cries slowly subsided, replaced by soft, quivering breaths as she drifted into a restless slumber within Atticus's hand. Atticus sighed. "What am I doing?" he wondered. His decision to intervene in Aurora's matter had taken him by surprise, challenging his self-image of indifference. Carefully, he lifted her fragile form in a gentle princess carry, cradling her against his chest. He carried her to his room and gently placed her on his bed and covered her with a blanket. Aurora stirred slightly, her body instinctively seeking warmth and comfort. Atticus watched her for a moment and with a conflicted heart, He shook his head and quietly left the room, closing the door behind him. He went to sit down on the couch in the parlor, his eyes cold and distant. Why had Atticus done it? Even he didn't have a clear answer. For as long as he could remember, Atticus had always considered himself indifferent towards others, or so he had believed. He had always held his family in high regard, cherishing those close to him above all else. He didn't view himself as a villain or an antisocial loner. Rather, he saw himself as someone who wouldn't go out of his way to help those he didn't deem important. Throughout his life on Earth, this principle had guided him, an unwavering belief in an eye for an eye. He treated people in kind, offering goodness to those who extended it and retaliating against those who inflicted harm. Even when faced with the suffering of others, it had done little to stir his emotions. Atticus had always prided himself on his indifference towards anyone outside of his family circle. In his past life, his mother had showered him with love and attention, and even in this life, he continued to receive affection and care from his loved ones. However, witnessing the torment inflicted upon someone who should have been cherished by her own father ignited an unfamiliar feeling within him. It was a sensation that he couldn't quite define. What solidified this change in him was the realization that the girl in question, Aurora, was just a child. She was 10 years old. Atticus couldn't help but draw parallels between her circumstances and the lives of 10-year-olds back on Earth. Despite the accelerated maturation of children in Elderolf, he found it difficult to accept the harsh reality that Aurora was facing. Witnessing a child endure such torment was deeply unsettling, something only the coldest of hearts could ignore. And it appeared that Atticus's heart wasn't as cold as he had thought. Initially, he had been determined to ignore the troubling situation that had unfolded before him. He had wanted to erase the haunting image of Aurora that night from his mind, hoping that by turning a blind eye, he could free himself from the nagging thoughts that plagued his consciousness. However, no matter how hard he tried to bury the matter, it continued to gnaw at his very being, refusing to be ignored. Eventually, he decided to take action. Atticus knew that he wasn't close enough to Aurora to convince her to defy her father's orders. The fear she held for Rowan ran deep within her, making her obedient despite the inner turmoil she surely felt. So, he devised a different strategy, one that required a delicate touch of manipulation. The plan was straightforward. He had observed that Aurora lacked warmth and in her life. She had no friends at the camp, her mother was deceased, and her father treated her coldly. Atticus realized that the key to helping her lay in making her yearn for that warmth. During the nights he consistently showed up, Atticus noticed how Aurora slowly started to get used to his presence and even appreciate it. He had witnessed the subtle shift in her demeanor, the way she began to anticipate their brief interactions, finding solace and a glimmer of happiness in those fleeting moments. So, he abruptly stopped appearing for a while, observing from a distance as she searched for him at their usual meeting spot. He had seen the sadness that clouded her eyes when he wasn't there, the reluctance with which she eventually retreated to her room when he failed to show. Atticus watched this pattern unfold for several days, realizing that Aurora was reaching her breaking point. It was then that he decided to reappear, pushing her emotions to the breaking point. Now, Atticus sat on the couch, his back against it, and reflected on his actions. He muttered softly to himself, "I guess I'm not so indifferent after all, huh?" It was a reluctant admission, but he had come to terms with the fact that he did care. He let out a deep sigh. "Now how should I handle this?" he muttered, wondering about the best way to handle the situation. Chapter 86. Cringe. Aurora's eyes flicked open, and she found herself sitting up in an unfamiliar bed. She rubbed her eyes with her hand and stretched her body, letting out a cute yawn before taking a moment to get her bearings. The first thing she noticed was that her body felt different, surprisingly good. It was a stark contrast to the constant pain she was accustomed to. No aches, no bruises, no pain at all. She gingerly examined her body, marveling at the absence of the usual marks. This newfound change felt both strange and wonderful. However, like a lightning bolt, the memory of the previous day came rushing back. She quickly realized that she wasn't in her own room. Although she wouldn't admit it in public, Her room was filled with giant pink teddy bears. But this room looked different. It was very plain. A wave of realization washed over her, and her eyes widened as she recalled the events from the day before. She quickly jumped up from the bed. Checking the time immediately, she saw it was already past 8. No! Panic set in as she screamed inwardly, realizing that she was running late. She dashed to the door, flinging it open, and stepped into the living room where Atticus and Ember were sitting at the table. Their gazes turned toward her as she entered. Aurora immediately smelt the scent of food in the air, making stomach growl loudly. She quickly placed her hand over her mouth and cleared her throat awkwardly, her cheeks turning beet red. Atticus, looking somewhat amused by her predicament, broke the silence. "Come sit and eat," he said. Aurora hesitated for a moment, her internal struggle evident on her face. "I can't. I have to leave. Dad will be waiting for me," she replied hurriedly, while walking towards the door, her body slightly trembling as if foreseeing what she would go through because she was late. Aurora. Atticus, who had remained seated, called her name. Aurora stopped and turned to look at him. His voice was serious as he said, "Aurora, if you don't want to, then don't do it. You're the owner of your own life. Walk out that door, and I'll never interfere in this matter again." His words struck a chord within Aurora. She had not known Atticus well, but the seriousness in his expression and the sincerity in his voice were undeniable. She instinctively knew. He's serious, he'll really leave. Tears welled up in her eyes as she continued to gaze at him. Atticus was completely serious about never interfering again if she leaves. He had already stepped out of his usual disposition to intervene in her life, and if she chose to turn away from his help, then why should he bother trying to help her? As Aurora locked eyes with Atticus, the situation grew increasingly serious. But then, the sound of silent chewing disrupted the tense atmosphere. Ember was entirely engrossed in her meal, not caring one bit about the situation unfolding. Honestly, Aurora's situation might sound pitiful, but frankly, she doesn't care. The subtle sound of Ember eating seemed to relieve the tension. Atticus's serious look seemed to crack as a subtle chuckle escaped his lips, and he couldn't help but shake his head at this silent beauty. Aurora also seemed to relax, but it didn't last long as Atticus spoke again. "So what will you decide?" he asked, regaining his serious look. Aurora turned her gaze downward, her face showing as if she was going through an internal dilemma. After a few seconds, she looked up and gazed at Atticus. Something about his look made her decision more reassuring. She nodded with determination, but her shaking hands betrayed how much turmoil she was currently going through. Atticus nodded back with a small smile and gestured to a seat at the table. Aurora walked towards it and sat down beside Ember, who was still eating without a care in the world. Atticus placed a plate of food in front of her and went to sit down himself, starting to eat. Aurora watched as they both ate, seemingly unbothered and carefree. She turned her gaze to the food in front of her and thought, "It looks so good." With the hellish training she went through every day, she rarely had the luxury of savoring the taste of her meals. The pain in her body often overshadowed any enjoyment of food. She stretched her hand and grabbed a spoon, scooping a spoonful of the food. As it entered her mouth, it was immediately bombarded with delicious taste. She took another spoonful and kept eating, not realizing when tears started streaming from her eyes. Atticus watched her without saying anything, releasing a small sigh, and continued eating. Once they were done eating, Atticus turned his gaze to Aurora, who had already stopped crying. She also turned to face him, her eyes still puffy. "I'm not going to mince my words," Atticus began. "Your father is foolish for treating you that way." His words made Aurora clench her fist. Despite her father's terrible treatment, he was still her father. Atticus noticed her reaction but ignored it. He continued, "I'm sure you already know, but the reason why he's like that is because he's trying to take down the main family." Aurora's eyes widened. Atticus was being incredibly direct. Most people would avoid this delicate topic, but Atticus seemed determined to be blunt. "I'm sure you already know why he's trying to do that, so I don't have to go there. Here's the thing, Aurora, you're gonna have to make a choice. The main family is standing in the way of your father's revenge, so he's trying to get rid of us, no matter the cost. Aurora's hand clenched harder as she understood the implication of those words. No matter the cost, even if it meant sacrificing his own daughter. You can either keep doing what he wants and keep suffering or simply don't. You're in the camp, you're a trainee. He can't do anything to you here. So you have 3 years to figure out what you want to do. I won't force you to do anything. This is entirely your choice. But if you choose the latter, despite how cringe this sounds, I will offer you my protection. Chapter 87. Friends. The next morning, Aurora and Atticus could be seen on the training ground. The day before, Atticus had managed to convince Aurora to ignore Rowan's command. Aurora had reluctantly agreed, although Atticus could still notice her shaking at times. But he left her alone, allowing her to deal with her inner turmoil. If she's not 100% in this, it would be a waste of time, Atticus thought. He knew that, in the end, everything depended on Aurora. If later down the line she decided to return to her father, he wouldn't be able to stop her. He also recognized that abruptly leaving her father behind would be incredibly difficult. After all, he was her only family. Atticus turned his gaze away from Aurora, who was already nervously biting her fingernails, toward the approaching duo of Lucas and Nate. They both displayed slight surprise when they saw Atticus standing together with Aurora. What's going on? Lucas couldn't help but wonder. But Nate was always one to wear his emotions on his face, so he openly asked, "Seeing you both together is so weird. Have you two become friends or something?" Lucas couldn't help but internally give his friend a high five. He too was curious. Although he had recently informed Atticus about Rowan, he didn't want to ask him about this situation due to the evident awkwardness. Atticus smiled and replied, "I guess you could say that. We're friends." Hearing his words, Aurora froze. When the duo arrived, she hadn't even glanced at them, too absorbed in her inner turmoil. But Atticus' words had an unexpected impact on her. "Friends," she muttered inwardly. That word made her happy, too happy, eliciting a small smile from her. "What they?" Nate exclaimed in surprise, leaving his mouth hanging open. Atticus and Aurora as friends? It was the last thing he expected. They were the first and second ranked in the first year, essentially the fiercest rivals in the class. Everyone had noticed the intense stares Aurora usually directed at Atticus whenever they were on the training ground. What was even more baffling was the fact that Aurora had recently lost to Atticus. Nate had expected their rivalry to intensify after that match. This development was truly unexpected. Lucas raised an eyebrow, thinking, "Interesting." While he couldn't say for sure what had transpired, he had a general idea of the situation. However, both Nate and Lucas's faces couldn't help but twitch when they realized that Aurora didn't even spare them a glance since they arrived. They all remained awkwardly quiet as the other trainees began to arrive. As they were each arriving, they were each expressing their surprise at seeing Atticus and Aurora together. Just like Nate, they had expected Atticus and Aurora's rivalry to grow stronger, especially after Aurora's loss in the combat challenge. However, all they could do was gossip and whisper amongst themselves, none of them having the balls to approach Atticus and Aurora. At 6 a.m., Elias promptly arrived at the training grounds, and he couldn't help but smile upon seeing Aurora looking far less worn out and battered than usual. He glanced at Atticus, and his smile widened. He could guess what had happened. Without wasting any time, they delved into the training session. It was Aurora's first time going through the course at full strength. Despite being weaker than Atticus, she still outclassed the other trainees. With the brutal training she had gone through, she couldn't be compared with the rest of the trainee. Aurora closely followed behind Atticus, leaving the rest of the trainees far behind. Atticus turned to see Aurora keeping up with him. She was keeping an eye out for traps, and as she turned, she caught his gaze and spoke. "What are you looking at?" Atticus smirked and suddenly picked up the pace swiftly, sparking a competitive spirit in Aurora. She immediately pushed herself harder and started running after him, trying to win, but she eventually struggled to keep up and was left in the dust. Atticus reached the finish line after an hour and took a few seconds to catch his breath. Elias greeted him with a smile. Well done. You're improving quickly. He couldn't help but compliment Atticus on his rapid growth. Atticus was now able to finish the course in just 1 hour, a stark contrast to the 3 hours he usually allotted for the other trainees. Thank you, Atticus replied and decided to wait a while to see if Aurora would make it back. After about an hour and 30 minutes, Atticus and Elias spotted a petite red-eyed girl emerging from the forest. She looked completely tired, but her determination unwavering, refusing to give up. Elias smiled, pleased with Aurora's progress. He had trained many youths, and it was always a thrill to see them improve. The more geniuses in the family, the greater the success for the Ravenstein family. Aurora dropped to her knees as she reached Atticus and Elias. They allowed her to catch her breath, and after a few moments, Elias spoke, a large grin on his face. Good job, Aurora. 50 points for making it within the time limit. At his words, Aurora smiled. She was glad for once to go through normal training. Although her body was aching currently, it couldn't be compared to the brutal training her father subjected her to. After resting for a few minutes, Aurora and Atticus left the training grounds and started walking back to Atticus's room. Aurora was still conflicted and scared that she might run into her father if she went to her room, so Atticus decided to let her stay with him for now. As the duo was making their way back, their path was suddenly blocked by a man. Aurora, seeing this man, instinctively hid behind Atticus as if seeking protection. Atticus looked at Finn, his gaze frightening. He hadn't met Finn before, but seeing the way Aurora reacted when she saw him, there was no other explanation needed. Chapter 88. You've suffered. Finn sighed upon seeing Aurora like this. Even he didn't like the way Rowan treated his daughter. It was far too brutal. But what could he do? Rowan was his master, and his words were law. He had no choice but to listen. Young miss, Master Rowan requests your presence, he spoke. Aurora didn't answer. She just kept holding on to Atticus's sleeves, shivering slightly. Atticus didn't speak either, not uttering a word. Finn, not getting his answer, spoke again. You know what will happen. But was interrupted as Atticus suddenly started walking away. His gaze was forward, absolutely ignoring Finn's existence. He dragged Aurora with him as he walked. When Finn had blocked their way, he didn't even acknowledge his presence. He completely disregarded him and only spoke to Aurora. So why then should he bother to acknowledge Finn's presence? Finn blinked, completely bewildered. Was I just ignored? A subtle chuckle escaped his lips. He, a master rank, a rank achieved by only a select few in the human domain, a rank earned through blood and sweat, was being ignored by a 10-year-old child? Ah, it's unfortunate. But this is the world you live in, Finn, he thought. What gave Atticus the audacity to do such a thing to someone who could crush him like an ant? It was power, and Finn knew this. Sure, he was under a mana contract and couldn't harm Atticus in any way, but there were many ways to make life hell for Atticus in the camp. However, would he dare to do such a thing? No, not even Rowan, his master, could. So who was he to challenge the main family's power? The power of the main family was absolute. Without a paragon rank, Rowan knew what he was doing was all a waste of time, which was why he was thrilled when Aurora awakened her transcendent talent. Finn couldn't help but shake his head with a chuckle, while gazing at Atticus and Aurora's backs as they left. You've suffered, Finn, he thought to himself as he turned to leave. In an office, Finn stood bowing in front of Rowan. He had just reported what happened when he went to fetch Aurora. Rowan frowned. Aurora dared to disobey him? His aura radiated outwards, showcasing his Grandmaster aura. The aura pressed down on Finn, making him kneel. The disparity between a master and a Grandmaster rank was just too much. He couldn't even fight against the aura. I'll get her myself, Rowan said coldly, his voice chilling. Let's see if she dares defy me. And as he was about to stand, something suddenly clicked in his head. He sat back down, trying to piece together the information. What was it that they really needed? Yes, a paragon. But what else? It was something every person fighting a war needed. Information about their enemies. And how could they get it? It was by planting a spy. He desperately needed a spy in the main family. Every single servant working for the main family was under strict mana contract. He had tried countless times, but it was impossible to sneak someone in. From the information he had gotten from Finn, he knew that it was Atticus who helped Aurora. And from the way Finn reported that she was acting, it was obvious that Atticus was protecting her. He must have promised to protect her. That was why she gained the courage to defy his orders. Sure, he couldn't do anything to them in the camp as they were trainees, but what about after camp? What was his plan then? How would he protect her? There was only one way. Take her back to the main family estate, a perfect position for a spy. Rowan knew his daughter more than anyone else, even herself. Regardless of whatever courage she must have gained, no matter how much she had grown, in his presence, she didn't dare defy his words. The plan was simple. Leave her and let her gain their trust, and then turn her into a spy. Rowan's mouth seemed to curl up a little bit as he came to this conclusion. He immediately retracted his aura and instructed Finn. From now on, don't do anything to them. Just leave them be, he said. Finn was surprised for a moment and was about to ask why, but he decided against it. His master's words were law. Finn nodded, bowed, and left the office. Atticus and Aurora were currently facing each other in his training room, unaware of Rowan's plans. Are you sure about this? Atticus asked. Aurora nodded confidently. She needed to see the disparity between their strength. Atticus had defeated her swiftly during the combat challenge. She was sure he wasn't even taking the fight seriously. Are you sure you don't mind me using my bloodline? Aurora asked. Atticus had told her that she could go full power and shouldn't worry about harming him. But since there wasn't a rune to protect them if anything happened, she couldn't help but be worried. Yeah, I should be fine, Atticus replied calmly. All right, Aurora said and swiftly dashed towards Atticus, donned with her gauntlet in her hands. She decided to start without her bloodline first to gauge him and then increase the intensity over time. Atticus, with his heightened perception, saw everything in slow motion. He saw her shifting her center of balance to her left leg, her tensing of the muscles in the same leg, and deduced, spinning kick with her right leg immediately. Closing the distance with astonishing swiftness, Aurora sent a spinning kick with her right leg at fast speed towards Atticus's head. He was already expecting this and simply took a large step forward at a speed Aurora couldn't comprehend, giving her left leg a simple kick that made her lose her balance and fall on her, but with an undignified thud. Aurora sat on the floor, not having gathered herself yet, thinking, what just happened? She turned her gaze and saw Atticus standing in the same position as before with a nonchalant look on his face. Her face turned beet red in embarrassment as she quickly stood up. Again, she said, and utilizing her bloodline powers, her body was immediately set ablaze, flames flickering with intensity. She dashed towards Atticus at flaming speed, throwing another kick with thrice the speed as before. Her leg cut through the air at a fast speed, and just as she was about to hit, Atticus's body shifted backward. It wasn't as if his leg moved. It was like he simply slid back, easily evading Aurora's strike. Undeterred, Aurora kept releasing punches upon punches, kicks upon kicks, and Atticus simply evaded everything easily, his movements simple and graceful. After a while of intense battle, Aurora fell down due to exhaustion, her chest rising and falling as she lay on the ground, breathing heavily. Atticus quickly retrieved water from his space ring and offered it to her. She grabbed it and started drinking the water quickly. He chuckled, watching her, and remarked, "You couldn't even hit me once. How are you so tired?" He teased, making Aurora choke on the water. She coughed a few times, stood up, and gave a pathetic attempt at justification. "It's because I haven't gotten serious yet." Ha ha ha. Atticus laughed at her reaction, making Aurora stomp her feet in playful anger. "Stop laughing," she said, dashing towards Atticus, who simply evaded her, not planning on stopping laughing. He couldn't help but notice the warm smile that appeared on Aurora's face. Chapter 89. Where It Hurts. Inside a dimly lit room, a lone figure could be seen sleeping on the bed. The room itself was devoid of any personal touches or decorations, giving it a stark and plain appearance. The only sound breaking the silence was the steady ticking of a clock on the wall. As the clock's hands reached 4:30, the figure's eyes flickered open, as if programmed. Atticus sat up, stretching and letting out a long, drawn-out yawn. After a moment, he swung his legs over the side of the bed and stood up, covering his mouth as he let out a smaller yawn. However, he suddenly stopped. A sense of unease lingered in the back of his mind. Why do I have a bad feeling about today? Atticus pondered for a moment. After some contemplation, he decided to dismiss the feeling and headed to the bathroom. He approached the wall-mounted mirror, toothbrush and toothpaste in hand, and began brushing his teeth. As Atticus looked at his reflection, he couldn't help but admire the changes he had undergone over the past 6 months at the camp. His physical transformation was evident to anyone who had known him before. He had experienced a noticeable growth spurt, gaining several inches in height. His physique had become more defined, with his muscles noticeably firmer and compact. The crowning achievement was the emergence of chiseled six-pack abs adorning his stomach, a testament to the rigorous training he had undergone. However, it wasn't just his body that had undergone a remarkable transformation. Atticus's face had become the epitome of male beauty. His features were finely chiseled, with a jawline that could cut through stone. His piercing blue eyes seemed to hold a predatory gaze, like that of a fierce and determined hunter, giving him an aura of irresistible allure. Atticus gave himself a smirk, revealing his pearly white teeth. "Damn, I'm handsome," he couldn't help but comment, letting out a chuckle as he continued brushing his teeth. Following his morning routine, he engaged in an hour of training. After a few minutes, he left the training room, donning a casual outfit. "Let's see how much I've progressed," he thought, and immediately muttered, "Status," causing a holographic interface to materialize in front of his face. =========================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================================== Atticus Ravenstein. Age 10. Gender male. Race human. Attributes: strength, 60. Agility, 63. Endurance, 70. Vitality, 66. Intelligence, 23. Perception, 9. Charm, 20. Will, 4. Level, intermediate plus. Talent, mythical. Bloodline, primordial elemental bloodline. Level 2. Fire, 17.1%. Air, 16.5%. Water, 14.3%. Earth, 16%. Abilities: innate skills, conceal, potential, mythical, the ability to conceal your level from anyone regardless of rank. You may choose what level you want to be shown. Current mastery, mythical. Life weapon skills, transcendent / Godspeed grace. Normal skills, arcane barrier, potential, transcendent. Current mastery, intermediate plus. Elemental mimicry, potential, transcendent. Current mastery, novice plus. Ethereal clock, potential, empowered. Current mastery, novice. Equals. Atticus smiled as he gazed at his stats, relishing every increase in his strength. He thought to himself, I'm very close to breaking through to the advanced rank. He had been relentlessly absorbing mana for months, and the anticipation of this breakthrough excited him. He was looking forward to the changes it'll bring. After checking his stats, he left his room and he entered the parlor, where he found Aurora lounging carelessly on the couch. A trail of drool escaped from the corner of her slightly parted lips. The blanket was haphazardly draped over her torso, leaving her legs exposed. Her right leg rested comfortably on the couch, while her left leg dangled over the edge, reaching towards the floor. Atticus couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Over the past 2 months, since their encounter with Finn, Rowan hadn't bothered them again. Atticus had his suspicions about the reason but ultimately decided to let it go. He believed the reason was obvious, but he had made a promise to protect Aurora, and he intended to keep it no matter what. Atticus materialized a bead of water from his palm and shot it towards Aurora's face while she was sleeping soundly on the couch. The droplet hit her face, causing her to jolt awake, disoriented and caught off guard. She tumbled off the couch, landing on the floor with a surprised "What?" as she tried to clear her drowsy eyes. Blinking away the sleep, she looked around, trying to make sense of her surroundings. Atticus couldn't help but chuckle at her bewildered state. "We're going to be late for training, sleepyhead." Aurora's eyes narrowed as realization dawned on her. He had poured water on her. "You!" With a swift motion, she channeled her bloodline power, turning the water into steam in an instant. She swiftly dashed towards Atticus, who was still chuckling, and already moving away, determined to teach him a lesson. "Come back here." After a few minutes, they both made their way to the training grounds. Today was the day of the combat challenges, and the trainees were determined to change their ranks. They were all already waiting at the training grounds, intending to get through the course swiftly and focus on their challenges. Each of the trainees had adapted remarkably during these 2 months, with each radiating an aura incomparable to when they first entered the camp. Atticus found Lucas and Nate and greeted them with a nod. Nate appeared really calm today, standing at the forefront of the trainees, not saying anything, with a calm look on his face. Atticus didn't even need to ask to know what he was thinking about. After a few moments, Elias arrived at the training grounds. "Listen up," he said. Hearing him speak, the trainees all stiffened. Why was he addressing them? They knew it was usually bad news when Elias addressed them. "Damn," one of the trainees muttered, which seemed to represent the mood of all the trainees. Elias smirked and continued, "Once again, you've all adapted wonderfully this past months. Good job," he praised. About 50% of the trainees were able to make it down the finish line now. Every single trainee in the training ground started grunting and shivering hearing his words. They knew where he was heading to. Elias's smile widened. "Yes, get ready for a change tomorrow. I'm only giving you the grace of today because of your combat challenges." The trainees all let out a sigh of relief. At least he wasn't totally evil. Elias chuckled at their reactions. He always loved teasing the youths. "Now move. We don't have all day," he instructed, and the trainees listened, starting to run up the mountain. In a spacious forest clearing, a massive, imposing ship stood. Before the ship's open cargo door, a procession of individuals had lined up respectfully on either side, creating a clear path inside. At the far end of this line, an inconspicuous platform suddenly emitted a bright green glow, and 2 men materialized on the platform and descended from it. The first man had a commanding presence, and an unsettling aura seemed to emanate from him, sending shivers down the spines of those nearby. He had a crown of lustrous black hair, neatly styled and flowing down to his broad shoulders. His well-groomed goatee framed his serene face, and he wore a traditional Chinese robe that draped gracefully around his body. This man was Alvis, the head of the Obsidian Order branch in Sector 3. The second man had jet-black hair that cascaded like a raven-hued waterfall, framing his sharp features with an almost regal allure. His green eyes burned with an intense fire. Each strand of his hair seemed to carry a hint of the wind's whisper, indicating his mastery of an elemental power. This man was Ronad, the head of the Obsidian Order in Sector 4. As soon as they appeared, everyone present greeted them in unison with bowed heads, exclaiming, "We greet the branch heads." However, Alvis and Ronad continued moving forward as if not acknowledging the greetings. Alvis wore a cold expression, clearly in a bad mood. Ronad noticed this, smirked and remarked, "Oh, stop brooding, Alvis. We were eventually going to go to war with them. Isn't it better it happened earlier?" he said with a smile. Alvis glanced at Ronad, clearly dissatisfied. "Do you know the amount of resources and lives we lost in this war that you involved all of us in without any warning? It was a lot. I lost a quarter of my forces in Sector 3, each with strength that will be useful on the day," he retorted. Ronad frowned. "So what were you expecting me to do? Allow the killer of my son to go scot-free?" he replied. Yes, that was exactly what you should have done. Leave it be. They were all going to die eventually. You set back the order with your actions, Alvis replied sternly. Tensions flared briefly, and both men released their auras. But before it could escalate further, Hugo approached with a deferential bow. We're ready, Master Alvis, he said. This interruption diffused the tension, causing Ronad to turn away with a snort, and Alvis retracted his aura. Alvis turned his gaze to Hugo. Good. As soon as he activates the artifact, get us there immediately, he ordered. Hugo nodded and bowed. Without further ado, they entered the ship, with Ronad's laughter echoing in the air. Finally, after all the trouble those white-haired bastards have caused us, we're going to hit them back where it hurts. Ha ha ha. Chapter 90, Traitor. The mountain where the Raven camp was established was discovered by the third family head of the Ravenstein family. The mountain held great sentimental value for the family. It had no remarkable features. There were no ancient dragons sealed within, nor were there any overpowered treasures to be found. Even the mana surrounding the mountain was subpar at best, without any external influence. So, why did the next generation of Ravensteins receive their training there? The reason was simple. It was where the first paragon rank of the Ravenstein family had emerged. During that time, the Ravenstein family had etched their name into the history of the human domain as one of its rulers. Since then, the Ravenstein family had been faithfully maintaining the mountain, considering it an integral part of their heritage. In the heart of the mountain, the arena where the trainees had their combat challenges every 3 months was completely empty. The challenges were scheduled for later, around 10 a.m., so it wasn't surprising that the arena was currently vacant. The arena had only one entrance, a large double door that all the trainees used to enter. It was currently wide open in anticipation of the trainees. On the opposite side of the door stood an ordinary-looking wall. The wall appeared exactly like the walls surrounding the arena. Only those with the most discerning eyes would notice something odd about that part of the wall. The entire wall was covered with runes, including a higher-level illusion rune etched on its surface, making it appear ordinary to the eye. Inside the wall, in a surprisingly spacious space, 3 men were in the middle of a card game. Each of them radiated a master rank aura and had the distinct white hair of the Ravenstein family. Every single wall in this space was adorned with screens, displaying the live stream of every location in the camp. This was the control room where the entire camp was being monitored. The first individual examined his cards carefully and spoke, "Gentlemen, I think it's time to show you the magic of my lucky deck." The 2 remaining individuals raised an eyebrow, and one of them said, "Lucky deck, huh? We'll see about that," with a chuckle. Despite playing cards, they were all keeping a close eye on every single thing happening in the camp. Multitasking was child's play for people of their strength. Just as the first individual was about to play his card, he suddenly noticed a figure on one of the screens. He turned to look and was surprised to see one of the camp's instructors walking purposefully toward their wall. What is he doing? He wondered. The other 2 also turned to look and had the same question in mind. They all couldn't help but ask, "How did we miss him until he got this close?" simultaneously in their heads. But the men weren't novices at their jobs. They had been working at the camp for years. One of them immediately instructed, "Report this." They found it odd that an instructor was walking towards their wall. In the camp, apart from Rowan, no one was allowed to enter the control room. The people stationed in the control room had each taken a separate oath different from that of the instructors. Just as one was about to stand up, the man on the screen suddenly brought out an artifact from his space ring and immediately attempted to infuse mana into it. But his hands suddenly froze in the air, and blood immediately started streaming out of his eyes and ears. The man smiled. He knew this would happen. Despite mana contracts being a form of assurance, they all had a major flaw. Mana contracts only react to actions. They would only react when the individual went against the action mentioned in the contract. He knew this, which was why he connected the artifact to his life force. It would automatically activate when he died. The Ravenstein family was extremely thorough when drafting their mana contracts. But regardless of how thorough they wanted to be, the camp staff were, at the end of the day, part of the Ravenstein family. It was impossible to turn their own into slaves. They couldn't perform any action that would directly or indirectly harm the trainees or the camp. This was the highlight of the contract. There were other terms in the contract, of course, but those words were the most significant. Regardless of how sensitive this position was, it was impossible to include in the contract something that affects their thoughts. Therefore, the staff were able to think about betrayal or harming the trainees, but they could not carry out the action itself. Throughout the months that he had been thinking of betraying the Ravenstein family, he hadn't carried out any action yet. Today was the day he planned to, and as he was about to activate the artifact, the mana contract restricted him from doing so. He couldn't help but think about how he got here. His parents were one of those elitists who wanted him to marry only someone from a prominent family. But he had fallen in love with one woman, an orphan he met one day. Because of the sensitivity of the position, the Ravenstein family offered protection to each family member of the staff, but because he didn't want his family to know about her, he had kept his family a secret. Only he knew how he hid this secret, especially from the eyes of Lyanna. This was what those people used to manipulate him. He couldn't help but clench his fist in anger. It was when they had come out to pick up Atticus and the other trainees that they had contacted him. He didn't know how, but they had someone with the bloodline ability to communicate from a large distance. They also had someone with a space bloodline who transported the artifact he's currently holding now to his space ring. It was impossible to do this normally as the owner of the ring could detect the fluctuations and react accordingly. However, because they had threatened him, he refrained from taking any action. The mana contract didn't react because he didn't carry out any specific action, and they weren't searched when they returned because they simply went out to pick up the trainees. Throughout their outing, they all stayed on the ship, which was observed 24/7 by those at the camp. But at least they'll be safe, he thought, as his face turned resolute, and he tried to channel mana into the artifact with more fervor, making blood come out from all his orifices as he knelt down, gazing upwards one last time, muttering, "I'm sorry." As soon as he said that, he tried harder to channel his mana into the artifact, and his mana core immediately shattered and exploded, leaving a gaping hole in his torso. He fell down on the ground, lifeless. The three men watched all of this in absolute shock. What the heck is going on? They all thought, but one of them, who was always observant, quickly realized what happened and shouted, "Get what he was holding now!" The others, too, seemed to realize something was wrong, and they all quickly opened the door and dashed out of the control room, intending to retrieve the artifact. As they got within 20 meters, the artifact suddenly emitted a blinding light, and immediately a palpable force radiated from it, spreading outwards with great force. Chapter 91. Attack. Meanwhile, Atticus had just reached the mountain area and had already begun climbing the imposing mountain. The others were still in the water, but were not far behind. During the past few months, each trainee had grown considerably and had become adept at avoiding traps. They swam quickly towards the shore, easily spotting the water bursts and avoiding them. After a few minutes, Aurora was the first to come out of the water. She looked up and saw Atticus climbing. She quickly approached the mountain and began ascending. The next to reach the shore was Eric, with Nate very closely behind him, determined not to lose. Eric had a calm face, and it was obvious he didn't care about Nate's apparent rivalry with him. Nate continued trailing just behind him, thinking, "I won't lose," as he ran towards the imposing mountain and began climbing. After a few minutes, Arya reached the shore with Lucas not too far away. Over time, each of the trainees got to the shore and started climbing the mountain. By this time, Atticus was already almost at the top of the mountain. With the number of times he had climbed this mountain, each climb had done wonders for his perception. He was now able to spot the fake handholds with ease. Atticus noticed that each morning, Elias made sure to change the position of the handholds so the trainees couldn't just memorize one path and always follow it, but it did little to affect him. Aurora looked up and saw Atticus further ahead of her. She started climbing with more fervor, not wanting to fall too far behind. After a few minutes, Atticus finally got to the top of the mountain. He stood and caught his breath in a few moments. Since he wasn't in a hurry, he decided to hang here for a bit. He turned to face the direction of the cliff He had just climbed and was greeted by a breathtaking sight below. The view stretched out before him, a canvas of natural beauty that seemed almost surreal. The early morning sun had yet to ascend fully in the sky, casting a soft, golden hue over the landscape and enhancing its ethereal quality. From this elevated position, the camp sprawled beneath Atticus, aglow like a precious gem illuminated by the first light of day. The camp's various buildings, typically functional and unadorned, took on an unexpected charm when viewed from this unique vantage point. The architectural details of each structure were highlighted by the gentle morning radiance, giving them an almost magical quality. Atticus stood there, absorbing the tranquil scene and indulging in the crisp, clean air of the early morning. The scent of the surrounding forest mingled with the earthy aroma of the camp, creating a symphony of natural fragrances that caressed his senses. "This is nice," Atticus whispered to himself, his lips curling into a genuine smile. He was captivated by the serene beauty that surrounded him and took a moment to cherish it. "I should start taking breaks," he thought. Since he had awakened when he was a child, if he wasn't sleeping or playing with Anastasia and the others, he was always training. He was absolutely determined to increase his strength and had never thought about taking a break for just himself. As he stood there, he allowed himself to immerse in the tranquility of the scene. He didn't realize how fulfilling such moments could be. The morning's fresh air gently caressed his face, momentarily whisking away his troubles. "I should definitely take a break soon," he decided. However, as he was about to turn and begin his descent down the slope, that unsettling feeling he had experienced earlier in the morning returned, gnawing at his senses. "Why am I feeling like this? Did something happen?" Atticus pondered, his gaze lingering on the camp below, as if searching for answers. It was then it happened. Years from now, the human domain would remember this as the day the Ravensteins took a huge blow. It was the day they learned that the Ravenstein family too could be vulnerable. A seismic shockwave reverberated through the very heart of the mountain, as an expanding force encompassed the entire area, including the camp. Everything quaked. The ground itself seemed to shudder, the air grew heavy, and the gravitational force bore down on them as if the very laws of physics had been altered. The entire camp's protective runes, designed to shield from external threats, promptly lit up, determined to fulfill their purpose. But it was a hopeless battle. The force ensnared the runes, causing their glow to fade, eventually breaking them down into shimmering motes that scattered into the air. The all-encompassing energy continued its expansion, embracing each and every trainee, sweeping over them like an invisible tide. Then, their devices stopped working. The lights in the entire camp went off and the camp was cast into an eerie semi-darkness, with only the soft morning sun's glow offering any illumination. The camp fell into silence. But before they could make sense of the upheaval, the heavens themselves unleashed another shock. High above the camp, an imposing ship suddenly materialized in the skies, its colossal frame overshadowing the very landscape. A massive cannon-like weapon protruded from its front, immediately gleaming with an ominous crimson hue. Without hesitation, the weapon fired, sending a palpable laser-like beam slicing through the atmosphere with blinding speed. A burning streak of destruction aimed directly at the mountain. Boom! The beam struck the center of the mountain with cataclysmic force, unleashing shockwaves that rippled outwards in all directions. And at that moment, the air itself seemed to shatter as a colossal mountain plummeted from the skies, its massive form descending upon the camp. Chapter 92, Punch. As soon as Atticus saw the crimson hue of the ship's weapon, he reacted immediately. The world seemed to slow as his heightened perception operated at full power. He swiftly stimulated his heir bloodline with mana. His body became almost weightless. He manipulated the air around his body and moved. His body cut through the air at supersonic speed as he moved towards the cliff, immediately jumping downward. He immediately spotted Aurora, clinging on the mountain, her gaze fixed on the devastating scene, her expression frozen in a state of shock. Turning in her direction, he swiftly stopped stimulating his heir bloodline with mana and immediately switched to fire, the process akin to lightning in its swiftness. With his hands behind him, legs bent, and his body facing Aurora like a spring. He released a colossal burst from his feet and palms, propelling himself towards Aurora's breathtaking swiftness. He reached Aurora, stopping his momentum with a perfectly timed burst at his front. He grabbed her, then turned his gaze to the rest of the trainees. A conflicted expression appeared on his face that only lasted a millisecond. He had already decided. He swiftly switched to the earth element while still suspended in the air. With Aurora in his hands, he touched the mountain, focusing on the earth. Immediately, he and every trainee became shrouded in earth as they were all drawn down towards the same point at the bottom. With his hands still on the mountain, he controlled the ground to open up as they approached, and they were each swallowed into the ground, with the earth closing behind them. Despite being in the ground, Atticus didn't relax. He continued to control the earth, taking the group deeper and deeper as fast as he could. And then the beam hit the mountain. Boom! Immediately, each of them heard a cataclysmic sound that threatened to burst their eardrums. The earth shook as the earth stabilizing the space the trainees were in threatened to cave in, but Atticus focused all his energy on stabilizing the earth. After a few intense seconds, the force threatening them stopped. All of this happened in 7 seconds, not enough time for the trainees to regain their bearings. They were all disoriented, unable to react to anything. Atticus immediately controlled the earth and carried them back to the surface. As the earth shrouding them was removed, they all turned their gazes up to see the massive form of the mountain hurtling downwards. Every single one of the trainees froze, including Atticus. No matter how much he thought, no matter how hard he tried to figure out a way out of this, his mind turned out blank. There was nothing he could do, and that realization made his heart tighten. His fists clenched in frustration. Before the imposing form of the mountain could flatten the entire area, a single figure suddenly appeared in the air, directly below the descending mountain. With his hand drawn back for a punch, Rowan's fist radiated a blinding white light that bathed the entire camp in an otherworldly glow. Without missing a beat, he unleashed the punch at the mountain. His fist sliced through the air with such power that the very atmosphere seemed to shy away from it. The brilliant light around his hand grew and expanded, dwarfing even the mountain itself. The punch collided with the mountain in an explosive impact, obliterating it utterly. The sheer force of the blow sent shockwaves through the air, parting the clouds for several kilometers in every direction. Before the trainees could rejoice, immediately, a figure appeared behind Rowan. Rowan's eyes immediately shifted, and he spotted a man adorned in a Chinese robe that billowed in the air. Alvis. But Alvis wasn't wearing his usual cold and detached expression. He was currently wearing a maniacal grin, his usual unsettling aura growing to unimaginable heights. His body shrouded in a dark aura, he transformed, arms and legs growing in mass as his clothes tore. His muscles hardened like steel, and fearsome fangs protruded from his altered countenance. As his colossal muscles swelled, his arm tensed like coiled steel, and with a thunderous roar, he unleashed a devastating punch that cracked the very air itself. Rowan remained unmoved, his expression unchanged. Immediately, a blinding white light enveloped his form. As he extended his arm outwards, a shield made of light appeared between him and the punch that was threatening to blast him into oblivion. Boom! The attack hit the shield with a devastating impact, sending shockwaves throughout the entire camp. Trees were uprooted, buildings shook, and some of the trainees were sent flying due to the force. Atticus had to control the earth to hold each of the first-year trainees' legs so that they weren't blasted away. As the dust settled, the shield held. Not a single crack. Without missing a beat, another figure appeared behind him, his green eyes blazing with an intense fire. Ronad. He wore another maniacal grin on his face, with his sword pointed skyward. He immediately brought it down in a devastating arc that seemed to cleave through the very fabric of reality itself. Rowan immediately tried to bring out his weapon from his space ring, but his eyes narrowed as he realized he couldn't access it. Acting with lightning-fast reflexes, he immediately manipulated light and molded it into a sword. He parried Ronad's attack with pinpoint accuracy, redirecting the force of the strike. The sheer force of this clash sent shockwaves radiating outwards, leveling several buildings in the camp as if they were fragile constructs in a hurricane. Before Ronad could follow up, Rowan backed up, turning his gaze down at the camp, as if looking at each trainee and staff. They all knew what he was thinking. Everyone would die if these monsters should decide to fight here. He redirected his attention back to Alvis and Ronad, and before they could react, a blinding light emanated from Rowan, covering them up, and in an instant, they vanished. The camp fell into silence. Suddenly, the cargo door of the ship in the air opened from below, and an army of individuals, each bearing the aura of at least advanced rank, descended on the camp. Chapter 93. Where is she? Every single person in the camp was a Ravenstein, and Ravensteins were never cowards. Immediately, from every corner of the camp, be it instructors, clerks, or even librarians, they all came out and started attacking the incoming individuals. A tsunami of attacks was exchanged, immediately lighting up the area. Atticus watched as the attacks illuminated the entire area, his mind operating at a fast speed. How did this happen? Why is this happening? How did they get past our defenses? Who is attacking? Ever since he had gotten to this world and gained this godly intelligence, this was the first time he had ever thought this fast and much at the same time, and what was worse, he couldn't figure out any of the answers to the questions. Intelligence could only flourish if there was enough information. Then, as if turning off a switch, every thought in his head stopped, replaced by only one thought. Ember. Immediately, he turned in the direction of the camp and dashed towards it at a fast speed. Aurora, who saw this, immediately erupted in a blaze and followed him, leaving flames in her wake. Lucas's mind swirled as he looked at the disappearing figures of Atticus and Aurora. He was shocked by the strength Atticus had just shown. None of them were able to react to any of the situations. The beam had hit the middle of the mountain, far away from where they were. If not for Atticus, they would have been blown away by the force of the beam. If not for Atticus, he doubted that any of the trainees would have survived. His face turned resolute as he decided. He had a higher chance of surviving if he was with him. He immediately grabbed Nate's hand, who was still standing frozen in shock, and started chasing the distant figures of Atticus and Aurora, leaving the rest of the trainees who were still lost in their minds. Atticus zipped through the terrain like a comet. Fortunately, the beam had only blown up the middle of the mountain, with the shockwave destroying part of the bottom where they were. As Atticus approached the pool, he didn't slow down. He simply kept running and jumped. While he was in the air, he immediately focused on the water element. As his legs touched the water, it swirled around him, enveloping his legs. He willed the water and started gliding on the surface of the pool at fast speeds, dodging the rocks on the water's surface. In just a minute, he reached the other side and entered the forest area. Debris from the mountain had already destroyed the forest, with lots of trees uprooted. He moved through the forest without stopping for even a second. Some of the traps were still active, but with his perception operating at full capacity, he easily dodged them. Atticus noticed that a piercing headache was starting to affect him. This was the first time he was using his perception at full power for this long. The information he was processing every second was immense. If not for his high intelligence, his brain would have popped. Atticus pushed the pain deep down within him. There were more pressing matters at hand. After 1 minute, he reached the starting line, a stark contrast to the usual 30 minutes it took. He noticed that Elias was not there. He quickly cleared his head of any distractions and kept moving. Where is she? He thought as he ran into the camp. Atticus recalled Ember telling him about the third-year morning training sessions. The third years were only a year away from leaving the camp, and what they needed the most was fighting experience. At the east side of the camp, there was an arena where the third years always trained every morning. Atticus was currently at the north side of the camp. He immediately changed his direction and moved towards the east side of the camp. However, not a second passed. He heard the sounds of people fighting ahead of him. I don't have time for this, he thought frantically. Every second he wasted gnawed at him. The fact that he didn't know Ember's situation clenched his heart. Please be okay, he muttered as he took cover behind one of the buildings. I'll get spotted if I move like this. I have to use it, he decided. Focusing inwardly, he muttered, "Ethereal cloak." And immediately, a blue glow enveloped him as his presence became faint, and his form seemed to blend into the surroundings. During the month of practice, his mastery over the ethereal cloak art had increased by 1 sublevel. He was now able to maintain the cloak for a minute when he was moving, and even more if he remained stationary. He immediately emerged from behind the building and started running, passing by the 2 expert-ranked combatants without being noticed. Normally, with Atticus's subpar mastery of this skill, he would have been spotted easily, especially when he was using it on people with a higher rank than him. However, due to the ongoing fight, the unstable mana in the area shrouded Atticus, making him go unnoticed. As Atticus continued running through the camp, he saw the lifeless bodies of trainees on the ground, some with missing limbs, some with missing heads. The scene pierced his heart. Ever since he had helped Aurora, he had changed his mindset. Although he wasn't as indifferent as before, it didn't mean he would go about helping everyone. Seeing the dead bodies of children was enough to evoke remorse from even the coldest of hearts. They were all kids with aspirations, working hard to make their families proud. Some had just started understanding how the world worked, while others were already preparing to leave and make their names known. But now they all lay on the ground, lifeless. Atticus shook his head, clearing his mind of distractions, but his grip on his hand was so tight that his fist started bleeding. He kept moving toward the east. After running and avoiding many battles, Atticus came across a scene that left his mind reeling. Bodies of trainees littered the floor, and Ember was on her knees, completely battered. Cuts covered her body and face, blood streamed from her broken arm, and her expression was filled with rage, as if she were gazing at a long-time enemy. A gleaming sword was inches away from severing her head. Atticus's expression changed, his gaze frightening. Chapter 94, Full Power. Immediately, as Atticus saw the sword about to sever Ember's head, his gaze turned frightening. Instinctively, he reached out to the only power he knew could help in the situation. It was the very first treasure he gained upon coming into this world, the strongest power currently in his repertoire, his katana. His katana was always in one position, strapped to his left waist. No matter where he was going or what he planned to do, even during mundane activities like taking a bath, his katana was a constant companion. He never went anywhere without it. His hand instinctively moved towards the katana, which gleamed and vibrated with anticipation. Atticus had ignored it for too long. Throughout his stay in the camp, except for the initial test and some hunts, Atticus had not used it. It couldn't help but throw a tantrum as Atticus's hands touched it. But as if sensing Atticus's mood, it suddenly went dead quiet. His master wasn't playing. With his perception operating at full power, Atticus increased the intensity to another level. The world, initially moving slowly, seemed to come to an abrupt stop. The sword that was slowly moving towards Ember's neck paused. Immediately, tiny red veins started appearing in Atticus's eyes, with blood streaming down his cheek like tears. Atticus felt an unimaginable pain emanating from his head, but he pushed the pain away, his expression not changing one bit. Ever since Atticus learned his first art, he had never gone full power before. He had never needed to, but this situation changed everything. He was currently 100 meters away from them, a stark contrast from the usual 20 or 30 he was used to. If he moved at the same pace he had always moved, he would need 1.5 seconds to get there, enough time for Ember's head to be cleanly severed. He needed to go full power. With his hands poised on the katana's hilt, Atticus got into a stance. Focusing on the entire mana contained in his core, Atticus released a controlled burst in his body, following the predetermined pattern. Each burst sounding like a small explosion in his form, making the ground quake. Atticus's piercing blue eyes seemed to glow as his snow-white hair turned even whiter, floating suspended in the air. A red glow suddenly enveloped him, and the ground 5 meters away from him seemed to cave in as if the weight of his presence was palpable. Atticus's gaze was only on one thing, the man's head. The sword was already inches away from Ember's neck, and he had to sever the connection to his brain immediately. He didn't care that the man was an advanced rank individual. He didn't care that he was about to commit murder. He didn't care that this move he was about to make could leave him incapable of fighting for a while. There was only one thing on his mind. Save Ember. Atticus's voice took on a strange tone as he whispered. It was as if multiple figures were all trying to speak in one body. Transcendent, / God, speed, grace. In the blink of an eye, Atticus's form seemed to blur and contort, an ethereal flash of movement that almost defied the laws of nature. Before anyone could even process what had occurred, Atticus had crossed an astounding 100 meters and appeared behind the man. The only proof of his actions was a vivid red trail, like a streak of lightning, etched across the space where the man's head was. As Atticus sheathed his katana and turned to face them, the world regained its motion, and as the man's sword was about to sever Ember's neck, a surreal disconnect settled over him. It was as if he lost the connection to his brain. Immediately, the top of his head cleanly separated from his body, carrying half his brain with it. He fell to the floor, lifeless. Ember was astonished. What just happened? She immediately turned her head and saw Atticus standing there, blood streaming out of his eyes. It immediately clicked. He had saved her. How? She couldn't help but wonder. The sword had been inches away from her neck, and there was no one close by. The force of Rowan's battle earlier had blown most of the trainees away from the training grounds. She had already accepted death and couldn't help but be shocked that Atticus was still able to save her. Atticus swiftly approached Ember. His entire body was arching, an intense headache threatening to pop his brain. He gritted his teeth, pushing the pain away, and immediately tried to take out a health potion from his space ring. However, he discovered that he couldn't access it. He shook his head, which was about to start thinking again, and decided to change tactics. He reached Ember, ignoring her intense gaze, and focused on the water element. He willed the water and shrouded her broken arm. Ember felt a wave of relief wash over her as the water began to heal her arm. However, Atticus wasn't yet at a level where he could fully heal that kind of injury. He was only able to reset the bone and superficially heal it. He then stood up and also used the water element to alleviate some of his fatigue. He felt his body regaining some strength. He clenched his hand. I can still move, good. Glad that he could still move. He had half expected his body to be wrecked after that move. Atticus quickly lifted Ember, who muttered a nearly audible thanks. With his hands on her shoulders, Atticus gazed into her eyes and suddenly hugged her, muttering, "Don't ever leave my sight." Ember was flustered by the unexpected hug, but then a smile graced her lips, and she hugged back, whispering, "Okay." They separated in time to witness Aurora, Lucas, and Nate approaching. How did they make it past the battles? Atticus pondered, but he immediately shook away useless thoughts from his head and turned his gaze to the body of the man he had just killed, lying on the floor. He immediately noticed the insignia on his clothes. The Obsidian Order, he thought. That was their insignia. It featured a black, stylized silhouette of the Zorvans, surrounded by a ring of obsidian. His gaze moved away from the insignia to the man's headless face. It was then that it dawned on him, he had just killed someone. His heart seemed to tighten around his chest as those words registered in his head. But once again, he clenched his hands and pushed the feeling deep down within him. Now wasn't the time. Atticus immediately pondered his next move. This attack on the camp, the enemies, everything about this situation was currently beyond him. He couldn't do anything to affect the situation, and he knew it. Yes, the fact that they attacked the camp was infuriating. Yes, the fact that some of the trainees died was remorseful. Yes, he wanted to crush every single one of their heads in a fit of anger. But did he have the power to do that? No. Did he have the power to obliterate a gigantic mountain with only one punch? No. There was nothing he could do, and he knew it. Shoving down the feelings of helplessness and uselessness that threatened to overwhelm him, he decided on his next course of action. As soon as the trio arrived, Atticus spoke. "We're running away. Our strength is far too little to change anything here. Decide what you want to do. You have 5 seconds before I leave." His words were completely blunt. Nate's expression immediately changed. Run away? He was a Ravenstein. It was ingrained in his very bones to never cower and always face challenges head-on. But he wanted them to run away? Never. As he was about to protest, Lucas suddenly gave him a resounding slap on the back of his head, immediately halting Nate's words. He quickly nodded to Atticus, his decision clear. They were coming along. Ember, too, was about to protest. The people attacking them were the Obsidian Order, the same bastards who killed her father. There was no way she was going to run away, but she immediately halted in her tracks as she gazed into Atticus's eyes. He was currently giving her a look he had never given her before. She immediately knew she didn't have a choice in the matter. Ember couldn't help but clench her left hand in frustration. Atticus knew what was going on in her head, but he didn't care. So what if they were the people who killed her father? What would change if she didn't have the strength to do anything? She would be simply killed in a matter of seconds. Atticus was sure that that was what happened earlier. She probably saw the insignia and attacked without even attempting to run away. He wasn't planning on giving her a choice in the matter. Even if he had to carry her unconscious body, he would. He turned his gaze towards Aurora, who immediately nodded. Since he had helped her, she had already decided to follow him, no matter where. Seeing as everyone agreed, Atticus immediately turned and was about to start moving. But then an overwhelming aura shrouded each of them, locking them in place, as a voice broke through the air. You must be Atticus. Chapter 95. Terrain Change. Every single one of their expressions shifted. Master rank. They all thought in their heads. They immediately knew that whatever they planned or did would be futile in front of this overwhelming strength. A middle-aged man of commanding presence landed in front of the trainees. He donned a black robe that seemed to absorb all the light around him, giving him an aura of mysterious authority. His piercing gaze spoke of years of experience and wisdom in the ways of the world, and his aura exuded an air of calculated confidence. Behind him stood three expert-ranked individuals. The first man, shrouded in a purple robe with his face concealed, emanated an eerie energy that sent shivers down the spines of those around him. The woman among them wore a malevolent grin that stretched from ear to ear. She was obviously delighted that she had encountered the trainees. Her eyes glittered with a hunger for combat, and her enthusiasm was unsettling, to say the least. The last man, positioned at the back, seemed to defy containment. His presence was dynamic, as if he were a force of nature that could not be pinned down or confined to one place. Atticus's thoughts swelled once again, intensifying the headache he was feeling. Who was he? How did he know him? Was he a target? Atticus had only left the estate once since he was born, and he was sure there were no photos of him on the web. Anastasia was just that protective. So how did this man know him? Hugo smiled, thinking, it's definitely him. He had ordered several men to monitor who was going in and out of the Ravenstein estate ever since Alvis asked him to watch Atticus. That was the best they could do. The estate was well fortified with protection runes covering every inch of it. Even the men he sent could only monitor the estate from very far away. Hugo immediately found out when Atticus had gone out with Ember. Although they didn't recognize Atticus, seeing Ember with him, they immediately knew it was him. While Ember was even more reclusive than Atticus, she had gone out multiple times with Caldor, so her face was known to the public. Hugo was glad. If he could kill the heir of the Ravenstein here, it would be a huge blow to them. A blow they wouldn't recover from for years to come. Just as Hugo was about to crush them with his aura, another master-ranked aura suddenly descended on the area, immediately freeing Atticus and the others. Their gazes turned upwards to witness a man descending from the air at fast speed, landing in front of the trainees with a thunderous impact. Boom! As the smoke cleared, Atticus and the trainees saw a man with a burly frame. His rugged appearance exuded toughness, and he was clad in all-black attire that bore a resemblance to military clothing. Elias! Atticus and the others were relieved to see Elias. They had initially lost all hope when they saw Hugo and his subordinates. Elias suddenly stretched his right arm to the side, and a huge rock that was initially descending toward the earth stopped, completely suspended in midair. He controlled the large piece of earth and shifted it, revealing many trainees inside. Atticus noticed some of his ex-squad members, among them Hella and Sophie. There were also some second years and first years. It was obvious Elias had gone around the camp picking up every trainee he could find. Elias suddenly turned and gave Atticus a look. Atticus, seeing that look, immediately knew what he wanted him to do: protect the trainees while he dealt with this. Atticus seemed to go through a dilemma for a bit before he quickly nodded. Elias had basically just saved his life, and he couldn't refuse him. Atticus swiftly focused on his earth element and controlled it to create a platform with all the trainees on it. Then, he willed the earth to move, quickly carrying the trainees away from the scene at fast speed. Hugo watched this scene, his expression bored. Did this fool think they could escape? It's futile, Hugo said. No matter how far they ran, he would still catch up and make and kill every single one of them. He was even glad Elias brought all the kids together. Now their job would be easy. His lips curled up as he gazed at Elias. Seeing Atticus using the earth element, Elias couldn't help but shake his head internally. Atticus was hiding even more tricks up his sleeves than he had thought. As he saw that they had left, Elias turned his gaze towards Hugo, who hadn't moved since he had arrived. Hugo and his 3 subordinates stood nonchalantly, as if they didn't care about his presence. Elias was angry. He was seething with rage. The mountain had been a cherished family legacy, handed down through countless generations, each passing it on to the next. It held immense importance for the Ravenstein family, a vital part of their heritage, but they destroyed it. The camp was supposed to be a place where the youths of the family could attend, grow, and start each of their journeys in life. Every youth coming to the camp believed they would be safe, that the family would protect them. They believed in the family, they trusted the family. He was the instructor for the first years, and every single trainee entering the camp passed through his hands. He trained them, watched them grow, watched them improve, teased them. It was supposed to be a place where each one of them would find themselves before venturing into the world, but they destroyed it. Elias suddenly controlled the earth in front of him, molding it and shaping it. In an instant, a battle axe was formed. As Elias clenched the axe's handle in his hands, the very atmosphere around him grew heavy, as though the weight of the world itself had descended upon the area within 100 meters around him. Hugo's eyes narrowed. He could feel the change in the air. His demeanor suddenly changed. He decided to take this seriously. The earth beneath Elias's feet trembled, creating ripples like a stone dropped into a pond. Hairline cracks began to snake their way through the ground. Elias's own muscles strained and bulged as he held the axe. If it was blood they wanted to see, he would bathe the earth in their blood. Elias' brown eyes blazed with intensity as he took a heavy step forward, his words carrying an undeniable weight as he declared, "Terrain change." Chapter 96. Escape. After traveling approximately 100 meters, Atticus and the other trainees heard a deafening explosion coming from the direction they had left behind. Though they were tempted to look back, Atticus didn't pause for even a moment. He continued to manipulate the earth platform they were on. Seconds later, the shockwave from the explosion reached them, and Atticus swiftly erected a wall at the back of the platform, using the force of the shockwave to propel them farther away from the scene. There were about 50 trainees on board. Most of them were first years. A few second-year students, including Sophie, were also present, but the third-year students were in the minority, numbering just 10. This small group included individuals like Sirius, Heloder, William, and his 3 subordinates, Jack and his companions. Since they were already situated on the east side of the camp, they didn't need to pass through the campgrounds again. Atticus directed the earthen platform toward the east gate, struggling to maintain control as the strain on his abilities intensified. He was reaching his limits. The piercing headache he had been experiencing grew more severe, and he had been forced to disable his perception earlier to prevent a potential shutdown. His legs, arms, and even his eyes arched. Everything arched. Though he could have instructed everyone to run, he didn't want to take any chances. With such a large group moving together, accidents were bound to happen. Just a little bit more. he encouraged himself, pushing through the pain while maintaining control of the earthen platform. Upon reaching the gate, Atticus didn't stop or slow down for a moment. He controlled the earthen platform to launch each trainee, including himself, over the gate. Then, he promptly created another platform and moved them toward the forest. As the platform glided through the earth, each trainee on board couldn't help but look at Atticus's back with various expressions. Helodor remained seated in the far corner, keeping his distance from what he considered the devil incarnate. He wasn't taking any chances. He was ready to run if Atticus so much as looked at him. Hela gazed at Atticus with a conflicted expression. She had known that Atticus was stronger than her, and although it was still hard to accept, she couldn't help but feel relieved that he was here helping them. Sophie, unlike her usual cheerful self, remained calm, almost unnaturally so. She kept her gaze fixed at the front, her thoughts hidden behind an emotionless facade. Orion occasionally glanced at Atticus, snorting derisively and muttering, "Still a coward," while most of the trainees were gazing at him in shock. How could a first-year trainee exhibit such remarkable control over his bloodline? Granted, Atticus was a genius who reached the intermediate rank at the age of 10, but the level of control he displayed was beyond what someone who had awakened their bloodline just a year ago could normally achieve. What was even more baffling was the look Elias gave Atticus. It was clear that Elias considered Atticus the strongest among them, and this revelation left everyone shocked. It was worth noting that Ember, the first rank of the third year, was among them. Even though she was injured, the role of leadership was supposed to pass to the second rank, William. William gritted his teeth while looking at Atticus. "It should be me." He didn't care at all about the trainees who had perished. He didn't even care about the lives of those he was with. He only cared about one thing: recognition. He knew that after everything settled, everyone in the family would look to who had contributed the most. What better way to secure recognition than by saving the lives of the majority of the trainees? William couldn't help but clench his fist while staring at Atticus. He was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. He suddenly cleared his throat and spoke loudly, "Hey, don't you think I should be the one leading this group? The first rank of the third year is currently injured, and I am the next strongest. I should be the one leading." He ended his words with a smile. "That should do it." The others immediately showed conflicted expressions. They also found themselves agreeing with him. The second rank should ideally be the one to lead since the first rank was injured. Aurora, Hela, Nate and Lucas's expressions changed. What was he trying to do? Is this fool brain dead? They were all running for their lives, and what this idiot was thinking about was who should lead. William's standing in their heads couldn't help but drop down to the lowest of the low. William's words were met with a stony silence. Atticus didn't utter a word. He didn't even acknowledge William's existence. He just kept controlling the earthen platform, his gaze forward. William's face reddened with embarrassment. He quickly turned to his subordinates, and they immediately began backing him up. Yes, it does make sense for the second rank to lead. Who would be accountable if anyone gets hurt under your command? Can you take that responsibility? One of them chimed in, pointing accusingly at Atticus. The other one joined in, saying, "For the sake of our safety, it's best if you hand over leadership to young Master William." Jack, the leader of the duo, wisely chose to stay back, taking a step away from the exchange. Although he had only met Atticus once, he knew he had a short fuse when dealing with things like this. The trainees started getting agitated, nodding in agreement with William's words. William smiled. "Good. This is going exactly as planned." This was exactly what he needed to take over the group. Ember's expression remained unchanged. She didn't even glance back at them. She knew Atticus's personality well, and he had no patience for nonsense. And, as expected, Atticus didn't disappoint. 3 earthen platforms suddenly extended from under William and his companions, propelling them away from the moving platform. Caught off guard, the trio struggled to regain their balance as they landed on the ground. Before they could comprehend what had happened, the earthen platform carrying the trainees had already zipped away. Chapter 97. Escape. 2. On the earthen platform, Atticus's cold voice sounded. If you want him to lead you, here's your chance. Atticus truly had no patience for nonsense. He was straining himself trying to get everyone to safety, and there they were arguing about something extremely useless. What was even more annoying was the noise they were all making while they were trying to escape with their lives. Every single one of the trainees became eerily quiet. It was as if something horrible would happen if they made a sound. None of them wanted to get off this platform. They knew they wouldn't last a second alone. They all kept quiet, completely forgetting about William and the duo. Jack let out a small chuckle. I hope you die, he thought while gazing back at William, who was already becoming a tiny dot, a cold glint in his eyes. The earthen platform kept moving. Atticus was currently moving toward the place he had his last hunt with his ex-squad, the Arachnics Caves. None of the trainees were aware of the exact location of the camp. Although they had each ran to the camp when they first came, the ship had dropped them in the forest, and they had no idea where the forest was. The worst part was that they couldn't access their storage rings to bring out their communication artifacts and call their parents. They were all stranded. He felt like the best course of action was to take refuge deep within the Arachnics Caves, at least until any help arrived. He could easily take care of any magical beast in the caves despite his poor state, and it would be easy to defend in the cave with his earth element. Atticus' thoughts suddenly shifted to the force that had enveloped the camp back then. It was obvious that it was that force that deactivated every rune in the camp, including their devices. He was astounded that there was such a thing. If there was an artifact that could essentially cripple a runesmith, why hadn't he heard of it? Damn that old man. He couldn't help but curse Grimestone under his breath. He took in a deep breath and cleared his mind of unnecessary thoughts once again, focusing on moving the earthen platform as fast as possible. Suddenly, he noticed a bright purple light at the corner of his vision. He swiftly turned and saw one of the men he had seen earlier with Hugo in the air, the one with a cloak covering his face. The dark, gloomy aura surrounding him had intensified. He was currently holding a staff with a skull attached to its top, a swirling purple orb that seemed to be getting bigger floating on top of it. The man suddenly uttered, his voice hoarse, "Death Orb." The orb was swiftly shot at supersonic speed toward the trainees. Atticus's heart skipped a beat. He quickly activated his perception to slow down time, enabling him to react. He immediately received an unimaginable pain in his head. Despite the piercing pain, he knew they couldn't outrun the attack. He acted immediately, placing both his hands on the ground, quickly erecting as many earth pillars as possible, covering every single trainee with the earth. Then he added one last layer of defense just in case the earth didn't hold. He muttered, "Arcane Barrier." A huge, transparent blue shield immediately materialized, encompassing every one of the trainees in the ground. Then the orb hit. Boom! The impact was devastating, destroying the earth around them. Atticus's eyes widened as the arcane barrier started showing signs of withering. He focused every single ounce of mana in his body, feeling his energy being squeezed dry, trying as hard as possible to repair the shield. But it just kept withering. Just as the barrier was about to wither, an icy hue started forming around the barrier, adding another layer of protection to it. Atticus turned to see Ember beside him. She gave him a nod and turned back towards the front, focusing on channeling her bloodline. As if they were waiting for Ember, the other trainees with bloodlines or defensive abilities stepped up immediately, activating their abilities. Different colors illuminated the forest. After a few intense seconds, the attack fizzled out, leaving the trainees completely and utterly drained. As the dust settled, the trainees found themselves in the middle of a crater. They turned their gaze upwards and saw a row of white teeth through the cloak that covered the man's face, a creepy smile that made them shiver. As Atticus was about to touch the ground and submerge the group, a woman at supersonic speed suddenly appeared in front of him, landing a brutal punch straight at his stomach. The punch was devastating, immediately knocking the air out of Atticus's lungs and making blood gush from his mouth. The force of the punch sent him upwards through the air, and she suddenly appeared above him in the air and delivered another brutal punch, which sent him crashing down onto the ground with a huge impact, unmoving. "Atticus!" Aurora yelled, immediately turning her body ablaze. As she was about to dash towards the woman, Ember had already acted. With her stoic expression filled with anger, she muttered, "Zen leap." Immediately appearing in front of the lady, her spear thrust towards her throat. The woman simply smirked, moving her head at a speed Ember couldn't follow, easily dodging the thrust. She grabbed hold of the spear and gave Ember a brutal kick in the stomach, sending her flying away through the air. Aurora, Hela, Nate, and Orion all dashed towards the woman, each activating their strongest moves. Aurora's fist tore through the air like a comet as her body blazed. Hela and Orion, each utilizing the air to increase their speed to an unimaginable level, closed the distance swiftly, their swords aimed at the woman's neck. Nate jumped into the air, his broadsword pointed skyward as he shouted, "Tiger's Descent!" Seeing all this, the woman's lips curled up even more as she grinned. Immediately, a palpable force radiated from her, sending shockwaves that propelled everyone away, sending them flying through the air, hitting the trees. The woman stood there with a huge grin as an orange aura surrounded her whole body. As she was about to attack them, a man suddenly appeared beside her, the last man who was with Hugo. He immediately said coldly, "Stop playing around. Don't forget we have a target." She released a small sigh, her expression as if she had her toy taken away from her, and replied, Yeah, I was just getting to that." She changed direction and started walking towards Atticus, the three of them completely missing the katana letting out a red glow below Atticus. Chapter 98 History. Darkness. That was all Atticus could see. He couldn't feel his hands or legs. He couldn't feel anything. "Am I dead?" Atticus thought. "How can I think then? It's different from the last time I died." Atticus couldn't help but notice the difference between the last time he died and now. The last time was swift. He had just been shot, died, and opened his eyes immediately, finding himself as a baby. There was no in-between. "No, I'm not dead." As Atticus was trying to figure out what was happening, the darkness suddenly changed and receded, and the scenery shifted into a familiar dojo-like setting. Atticus noticed that he could feel his body again. All the pain he was feeling before was nowhere to be found. His piercing headache was gone. His body's arch was gone. His bleeding eyes were gone. He was good as new. He also noticed that his attire had also changed into a kimono. He turned his gaze towards the middle of the dojo, immediately recognizing the man sitting at the table, staring at him with a smile, Cedric Ravenstein, the ancestor he had met when he passed the first test and gained the acknowledgement of the katana. "Child, come. Sit," Cedric spoke. His tone still maintained the sagacity of experience and elderliness. Atticus listened and approached the table to sit. He knew where he was. How could he not? It was where he gained his most valuable possession, inside the katana. There was no way he could miss something like that. "If I'm here, what is happening outside?" Atticus was worried about what was happening in the real world if he was in here. Cedric smiled as if he could read what Atticus was thinking and said, "I'm sure you're worried about what is happening outside." Atticus swiftly nodded. He was curious about many things. What about Ember and Aurora? What about the rest of the trainees? Were they okay? The questions were numerous. Cedric seemed to see his inner turmoil and spoke, "Calm your heart, boy. The time here moves extremely slowly compared to outside. They would still be there by the time you finish here." Hearing those words, Atticus's heart calmed down considerably, and he was now able to think more calmly. He gazed at Cedric and asked what he had been wondering since. "Why am I here, Senior?" Cedric smiled, seemingly pleased that Atticus had gone straight to the point. "Good. The life weapon brought you here to learn the second art," he explained. Atticus raised his eyebrows. "The second art? Now?" He quickly asked, "Why now?" He was literally on the brink of death, and the katana had chosen this moment for him to learn the second art. As he thought of this, Atticus suddenly furrowed his eyebrows, realization dawning on him. "It's trying to give me the strength to survive this situation," he realized. Cedric continued, affirming his thoughts. "Yes, it's exactly because you're in this predicament that it brought you here ahead of time to learn." Listen, Atticus, you have exactly 6 months to learn it. That's the limit you can be in here. If you don't, you won't be able to save anyone outside. Atticus was shocked. 6 months? What kind of art was it that would take 6 months to learn? His heart couldn't help but race once more. What if he couldn't learn it? Does that mean everyone would die? Cedric noticed Atticus's changing expression and immediately stood up, saying, "Follow me." Atticus emerged from his thoughts and listened. He stood up and began walking behind Cedric. Cedric led him toward the wall of the dojo, and just when it seemed like Atticus was about to collide with it, the scenery immediately changed. Atticus found himself on a cliff. Below him spread the most breathtaking sight he had ever seen in his life. Before them lay a serene and picturesque river, its waters shimmering like liquid sapphires under the gentle caress of the sun's golden rays. The river was embraced by lush, emerald foliage that stretched down its banks, creating a vibrant, living frame for the water. The air was filled with the soothing sound of the river's gentle flow, and the fragrance of wildflowers that lined the riverbanks wafted in the breeze. Atticus noticed the vibrant colors of the wildflowers, as if nature itself had hand-painted the landscape with meticulous care. Reds, purples, and yellows mingled harmoniously, creating a tapestry of vivid beauty. The scenery seemed to clear his mind of all thoughts, enabling him to think clearly now, with every distracting thought gone. Cedric smiled. He had wanted Atticus to be fully focused. He knew how hard it was learning the second art. He had brought him here to calm his mind and was glad it did the trick. As Atticus was still enjoying the scenery, Cedric spoke. "Before you begin your training, I think it is high time you learn about our history with life weapons." Atticus turned his gaze away from the sight and looked at Cedric, his full attention on him, genuinely curious about it. "The life weapon has been with the Ravenstein family for a long time before I was brought into this world." Atticus's eyebrows furrowed in shock. Those words, anyone could miss it, but with his intelligence it was impossible for him to miss it. He wasn't the only one brought into this world. He swiftly looked at Cedric, his eyes demanding answers. Cedric smiled and started speaking. "Our Ravenstein family was able to become one of the rulers of the human domain because our third family head was able to meet a being beyond our comprehension. It was this being who gave him our elemental bloodline." Atticus listened attentively to every word that came out of Cedric's mouth. This was important information. This being also gave him 5 weapons with a decree. Every Ravenstein child in the main line, as soon as they come of age, was to try and gain the weapon's acknowledgement. He revealed to the family head that unimaginable powers await those who were able to gain their acknowledgement. The family head was elated and immediately made it a tradition in the family. Every child in the main line must attempt to gain the weapon's acknowledgement when she becomes of age. Ever since then, throughout our history, every generation has always tried to gain the acknowledgement of the weapons, with just a few succeeding. His tone suddenly changed, turning grave. Although every single user of the life weapon was known throughout the human domain, becoming revered and respected due to their strength, there was always one constant fact. Every single user died before they could reach their full potential. Chapter 99. Endless Blade. Atticus gazed at Cedric, his attention fixed on every word coming from the elder's mouth. Cedric continued speaking. "Although it wasn't the sole reason, 90% of us perished while attempting to cross the boundary between Grandmaster and Paragon. The remaining few met their end due to various other causes." Atticus furrowed his brow, his voice tinged with suppressed anger. "So does this mean there has never been a Paragon rank wielder of the life weapon before?" Cedric affirmed with a nod. "Correct. There has never been a wielder who reached Paragon rank in the history of our family." Atticus's internal frustration was palpable. So there was a chance he could die at Grandmaster rank and never reach the Paragon rank? Why was he just hearing of this now? Why didn't his father tell him? Then what exactly has he been working hard for? He clenched his fist, his anger simmering. Cedric, recognizing Atticus's turmoil, sighed and offered an explanation. "I'm sorry, kid, but it was part of the rules. Every time this happens, the same being comes back and change the memories of everyone to forget the real cause of death. Also, the life weapon is an entity of its own, storing a fragment of our souls upon our deaths. I am but a mere tenant here, bound by these rules. I was the last wielder before you, and I was prohibited from speaking with you until you gained the weapon's acknowledgement. And once that bond was formed, it was unchangeable. I hope you can understand. It took Atticus a few seconds to regain his composure. He inhaled deeply, reminding himself not to lose his cool. Calm down, Atticus. You're not one to lose your composure like this. His attempts at calming down seemed to work, as his anger subsided a bit. Let's take it one step at a time. Atticus then turned to Cedric and unleashed a barrage of questions. Who's the entity? Why do you all follow its instructions? What exactly caused the deaths of the previous wielders when trying to reach Paragon? You were also brought into this world. Were all the past wielders reincarnated? Why were we brought here? Each question held immense importance. Even if Cedric could only answer one, it would still be valuable to him. Cedric gave a wry smile and shook his head in response. Atticus immediately knew what he meant. I'm not allowed to know for now. Okay then, I want to start learning the second art, Atticus swiftly requested. He wasn't one to waste time on things he couldn't do anything to affect. Although he was pissed at everything and truly wanted answers, there was still important matters at hand he had to focus on. Surviving. He was determined to make the most of the time he had. Cedric couldn't help but applaud how quick Atticus regained his composure. The first time he found out about all this, it took him over 3 hours to get over the fact and calm down. He wore a pleased smile as he nodded and said, "Follow me," beckoning Atticus to follow him. Together they retraced their steps. After walking for a while, the surroundings transformed, and Atticus found himself standing in a vast hall. At the center of the hall stood a small white building. As Atticus turned to look behind him, he saw a man seated on a throne at an elevated platform with grand, sweeping stairs leading up to it. Atticus immediately recognized the man. It was the same man he had previously fought when seeking to gain the katana. As Atticus observed the man, Cedric began to explain. That man is the life weapon's avatar. It listens to no one and follows only the will of the life weapon. Atticus nodded, contemplating his next move. He inquired, "So, do I just fight him like the last time?" He turned to Cedric for guidance. Cedric let out a brief chuckle and responded, "You could, but I don't recommend it. The second art can't be compared to the first. The best chance you have at learning it is to train it step by step," he advised. Atticus turned his gaze back to the man on the throne and inquired, "Can I just fight him?" Atticus felt he knew himself best. He believed that learning from battle had been the most effective learning method for him. With his enhanced perception, he felt he could grasp the second art by observing the man's movements, just as he had done with the first. Cedric shook his head with a smile. "This should be fun," he thought. "Suit yourself," he replied before stepping aside, gesturing for Atticus to approach the man. As Atticus walked toward the steps leading up to the throne, he gazed upwards at the man and declared, "I challenge you." The man's eyes snapped open, and a frigid gaze seemed to immobilize Atticus in his tracks. With regal composure, the man slowly rose from his throne, an ascent fit for a king. In an almost ethereal move, he gracefully descended from the elevated platform, landing soundlessly a few meters behind Atticus. His attire billowed in the still air, but his expression remained unchanged. Atticus swiftly turned to face the man. He looked stronger than before, he thought. He noticed the aura emanating from the man was more than what he felt the first time he faced him, way more. The man simply stood there, his face expressionless. It was obvious Atticus would have to be the one to make the first move. Atticus took a deep breath, closing his eyes. Then his eyes snapped open. In an instant, he reached out for the katana at his left waist. Just as his hand touched the hilt, a surreal sensation overcame him. It was as if he had lost connection to his arms, and he watched, bewildered, as his vision began to tilt and slide inexplicably, much like a plantain peeling from its skin. His hands slid away from his body, and before he could grasp the situation, His legs and head followed suit. As Atticus struggled to regain control, he sensed his consciousness slipping away. The last thing he heard was the enigmatic words of the man, spoken with an air of nonchalance. Katana Series, Second Art. Endless Blade. Chapter 100, Training. Atticus snapped back to consciousness, his first instinct being to quickly check his limbs one by one, in rapid succession, reassuring himself that they remained intact. A wave of relief washed over him as he confirmed that his hands and legs were indeed intact. He couldn't help but let out an audible exhale. However, the sound of a chuckle from the side drew his attention, and when he turned, he saw Cedric laughing at him. Ha ha ha! Atticus, feeling the flush of embarrassment, quickly placed his hand over his mouth, letting out an awkward cough before clearing his throat. He composed himself and said, determination in his voice, "Again!" After that, what followed was a relentless cycle of Atticus experiencing brutal and repeated deaths. Each time Atticus dared to lay a finger on his katana's hilt, he was inevitably transformed into little more than tiny sliced plantain by the enigmatic foe. Yet Atticus was never one to give up easily. He challenged the man repeatedly, his resolve pushing him to the limits. Cedric, however, reached a point of exasperation. "That's enough!" he exclaimed, abruptly halting Atticus's attempts. He walked toward Atticus and continued, "You can't learn it like this. You have perished exactly 103 times. Let me ask you, did you even see him draw his sword?" Cedric's query hung in the air. Atticus shook his head in response. He began to realize the futility of his relentless efforts. "He's right. I'm wasting my time doing this. I can't learn it like this." Atticus, even with his perception, couldn't follow the man's movement. That fact alone was enough to astound him. He couldn't help but feel a little relieved. The more powerful the art, the better, he thought. He knew there was only one thing he needed to get out of his predicament. He needed power. With newfound clarity, he stood up and turned to Cedric, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you," he said sincerely. If Cedric hadn't snapped him out of it, he might not have stopped anytime soon. Cedric responded with a reassuring smile. "It's not a problem, Atticus. Time is of the essence. Let's start the training immediately," he advised, guiding Atticus. "Now let's go into the building." Cedric directed Atticus towards the white building in the middle of the hall. As they moved, Cedric took the opportunity to explain some crucial details. "Also, more importantly, I don't know if you've noticed, but you can't use your bloodline in this space, especially during the training," he pointed out. Hearing Cedric mention it, it seemed to dawn on Atticus. He immediately tried to make use of his bloodline and saw he wasn't able to channel it. He couldn't even feel it at all. It was as if he never had it. "How didn't I notice this before?" he pondered. After a few seconds, Atticus and Cedric reached the building and entered. Inside, Atticus found himself in a completely white room with sparkling white walls and floors. Cedric continued to provide essential information. "Here's what you need to know. Firstly, although obvious, your life is safe here. You can die and come back as many times as necessary if you want. Secondly, the training for the second art is divided into 3 steps. Right now, you would only be learning the first step, which is about the art's movements. Walk to the middle of the room, and you'll understand what to do next," he instructed. Atticus listened to Cedric and walked to the middle of the room. As he reached the center, he suddenly saw the man he had just fought a minute ago, albeit with a weaker aura, standing 20 meters in front of him. The man stood there as usual, nonchalantly. Suddenly, a fast projectile zipped through the air toward him. As it got closer, the man swiftly unsheathed and sheathed his katana, cutting the projectile into 2 swiftly. Immediately, 3 more projectiles came from another direction. Unfazed, the man repeated his earlier actions, effectively splitting them into 2. Without missing a beat, another 4 projectiles sped toward him, but the man dashed to the right. As Atticus was wondering why the man had moved, as if answering his question, the ground the man had been standing on erupted, and a powerful burst of lava erupted from below. Atticus watched all of this in understanding. "This is how I learn the art movement?" As the display ended, a clock immediately appeared in the air, with the words, 10 hours frozen. Looks like there's a time limit, he thought. As he was pondering the use of the time, suddenly, without warning, a round projectile cut through the air, heading towards Atticus's head at supersonic speed. He reacted quickly and unsheathed his katana, cutting it into two. The two pieces of the projectile continued onward, hitting the wall heavily. Atticus couldn't help but gulp. The projectile was hard and heavy. If that thing had hit him at such speed, he doubted he'd survive such a clash. But before he could catch his breath, 3 projectiles shot at him from 3 different directions. Atticus reacted swiftly, turning the sharp edge of the katana upwards. He slashed upwards, cutting the first projectile into 2, then used the momentum to swiftly spin and also slash the other projectiles into 2. But then another 3 followed immediately. Atticus, who was still imbalanced, instinctively tried to use his bloodline but suddenly remembered Cedric's warning. Shit! Coming out of his shock, Atticus quickly executed the most embarrassing dodge he had ever done since being reincarnated. He ducked and rolled on the floor, but his eyes widened as he saw the projectiles come to an abrupt stop in the air, quickly changing direction, heading directly toward him on the ground. On the floor, he swiftly launched himself up using his left arm. It's at least better now. They're all in the same direction, he thought. Just as he was about to slash them, suddenly, the ground under him erupted in a burst of lava. Atticus couldn't react in time as he was enveloped in searing hot molten lava.
Hello everyone. We now have a Discord server. Join us for faster updates, discussions about your favorite novels, and exclusive Discord-only content. Don't miss out. See you there. Scan the QR code on the screen or enter any of the displayed links into your browser to join our Discord.